La Présidente.
Good morning. The sitting is now open. Three announcements from my end before we start with the debate. The request from the European Public Prosecutor's Office for the parliamentary immunity of Ms. Eva Kaili to be waived. Mr. Georgios Kyrtsos has submitted a request for defence of his parliamentary immunity in the context of the complaint he has made against the Greek authorities about phone tapping. This request is referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs. I have received a request from the European Public Prosecutor's Office for the parliamentary immunity of Ms. Maria Spiraki to be waived. This request is referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs. In relation to the decision by the EMPL Committee to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, Paragraph 1, announced at the opening of the sitting on Monday, 16th January, I have received a request for a vote in Parliament pursuant to Rule 71, Paragraph 2, from members reaching at least the medium threshold on the decision to enter into negotiations on the proposal for a directive on improving working conditions in platform work. The votes will be held tomorrow. Next item on the agenda is European Council and Commission statements, conclusion of the European Council meeting of 15th of December 2022. I invite first the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, to take the floor, please.
Madame la Présidente du Parlement européen, Madame
President of the European Parliament, President of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues.
For nearly 1 year, Russia has pursued a strategy of destruction, a strategy of terror, trying to bomb the people of Ukraine into submission, and we have witnessed this strategy in Bakhmut, in Soledar, or more recently in Dnipro. But Ukrainians are resisting, and they will continue to resist. And we, the European Union, will continue to support them for as long as it takes. We will continue our military support thanks to an increase of the European Peace Facility. We need more equipment, and I am personally in favour of supplying tanks to Ukraine. We have also adopted a macrofinancial assistance programme of 18 billion euros, and we are stepping up the pressure on the Kremlin with a 9th package of sanctions. We have also increased our material aid, especially to help Ukrainians face winter, as Russia continues to destroy their infrastructure. We have sent nearly 80,000 tons of material, such as generators, boilers, and transformers. The European Union and its member states are massively supporting Ukraine. We have already committed nearly 50 billion euros, and European citizens are in favour of this support, according to the latest
Pomoć prema najnovijem ispitivanju.
Know that supporting Ukraine means supporting peace, democracy, and the international order. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Council had a debate on our transatlantic relationship, a debate closely linked to another key priority for the EU, our European competitiveness, especially of our industry and future technologies.
Konkurentnošću naše industrije i budućom tehnologijom. En dat is ook een punt dat op de agenda zal staan.
Pomembna tema za naš januarski.
We are close allies, yet even allies sometimes have differences. And this is the case with the Inflation Reduction Act. This legislation creates $370 billion package of subsidies and tax credits to develop an ecosystem of advanced technologies to foster
a daňových zvýhodnění pro podporu
American leadership in these sectors. And let's be clear, these goals are laudable and legitimate, but their translation into the IRA poses serious problems for international competition and trade rules, and we sincerely hope The dialogue with our American friends will lead to concrete positive results. Let's be clear. In my opinion, European companies must be able to benefit from the same conditions as Canadian and Mexican companies. But, dear colleagues, we must look reality squarely in the face. Our American ally is embracing a massive state aid policy, and China continues to invest state money in its technology sector. In Europe, we must also act to show our European industry and to our citizens that we are up to the challenge. Our European model consists of a social market economy that implies, for very good reasons, higher labour and environmental costs and the current
pracy, wyższe koszty ekologiczne, a
energy costs for the foreseeable future. The EU has helped to build a global system based on free trade while striving to ensure a level playing field, but we cannot stand idly by as our main competitors embrace policies of massive economic support for their companies. We must therefore mobilise massive resources to drive forward an ambitious European industrial policy to boost competitiveness, to turbocharge productivity and to spur investment. And that's why, in December, the European Council has tasked the Commission with bringing forward proposals in view of our next meeting. Mesdames et messieurs, nous le voyons bien, le moment que...
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's clear that this is a key moment to support the economic future and the future of the internal market in the European Union. And that should be part of the European Council meeting in February. We need to take decisions.
L-ewwel il-kwistjoni
The state aid regime. This is part of the European Union. Put faith in globalization and private initiative. We need to develop the economic base of the European Union. And we can see that the world around us has meant that we have to look at changes that are going to be necessary, and we want operational proposals from the Commission so that we can benefit from a changed regime there while guaranteeing the rules of the internal market. It's important to ensure that there are no double standards. We need to ensure that we consolidate the dynamics of the internal market. The second point relates to common sense. We want to mobilise current existing resources at the European level, so the budget, the recovery plan, but also at the national level we need to ensure that there's more flexibility. We need to reorient and prioritise funding so that we can deal with the situation as it develops. And then the third issue that we need to deal with is to ensure solidarity. Not all European countries have the same financial capabilities. And we need to ensure a level.
L'ambizione di avere più convergenza economica
At the European level as well. So I'm therefore one of those who believe that we need to look at a possible extension of the Shore mechanism so that we can provide a realistic
tangibile pratica questa esigenza.
Of solidarity. And then a fourth point, I'd like to express my solidarity for the idea which was raised during the State of the Union speech by the President of the Commission here with regard to a European sovereignty fund. This is something that will take more time. There's going to need to be detailed work on this if we're going to bring it forward. But if we believe believe it's important to pool our resources so that we can invest in the future and also pool the benefits, then we need to come up with something like that, and it's the European Investment Bank that should play a major role there. We need to base ourselves on the Commission's proposals with the mobilisation of the Parliament and Member States to ensure that we have a tool that reflects our economic power, and I think this is closely linked to strategic autonomy and independence. We're very aware that the situation under which the European Union was built has now changed because China is changing the rules of the game by providing massive subsidies and is also being changed by our main partners at the international level. This in many areas. They're changing their priorities. They've established this massive plan, and that means that we have to act rapidly and decisively to consolidate the capacities of the internal market so that we can ensure that it's a key
Εμείς να φροντίσουμε να ισχυροποιήσουμε το μέλλον.
Points that I wanted to share with you, colleagues. Just very briefly.
Con ustedes. Toco ahora, antes de acabar, algunos.
The European Council meeting of December.
L-enerġija.
We've made significant progress since our last meeting here in the Parliament. There was a proposal from the Commission, and now we have this ceiling for the price of gas. This is a decision that has improved the situation with regard to gas prices, and we've also seen that storage issues have been eased. But this is an issue that we're going to continue to have to talk about, particularly when the Commission proposal on reforming the electricity market comes out, which is another extremely important issue. Finally, the Council was also an opportunity to briefly touch on the issue of migration with the ambition of coming back in February to discuss it in more detail. The figures are well known. In 2022, there was a significant increase in illegal arrivals to the European Union, so we're going to have to once again commit ourselves to the issue.
Da migração, as parcerias com países terceiros, o reforço das...
That relate to migration, we're going to have to work with our partners, we're going to have to secure the EU's external borders, but we're also going to...
ostalim upravljaju migracijskim tokovima.
There's an agreement here on legislative work, and I hope that together with the Council...
Fortsätta att ta steg framåt.
The roadmap that we currently have, which means that we may well, in a fair and responsible manner, be able to deal with it. I can't finish without leaving you with a thought for women, young people, and the people of Iran who are rising up against a brutal regime that keeps them in a reign of terror. And the Council aims to boost the sanctions regime, and this is particularly the case because Iran is supporting Russia militarily in its attack on Ukraine. So the faces of the women, the young people, the Iranians who are rising up for freedom, these
Das sind die Gesichter der Demokratie.
And of standing up and taking responsibility, and we should be committed.
We moeten de mensen steunen die zich...
Let me conclude by saying that 2023 will certainly be a key year for the European project. Just a few days after the start of the year, we already face uncertainties, but there are also some things we can look to. We're having this debate on European strategic autonomy. We have these pillars that are at the heart of what we do. So energy, that is key for sovereignty, and we also need to deal with climate challenges, and we also need to support our families and ensure the competitiveness of our businesses. So that's all one pillar. Then we have defence. We're providing military support to Ukraine. And there's a statement from NATO, which was validated by myself and the President of the Commission. And we want to boost Europe's capacities in the field of security. And then the third pillar is the technological basis, innovation. All societies that have progressed in the history of the world that have managed to raise living conditions have based themselves on technology and innovation. These are key challenges if we want to ensure a secure and prosperous future for our citizens. And all of this is based on the double promise of our founding fathers, peace and prosperity. That's what the European Union was based on, and once again, unity will be the key factor for us to deal with the challenges that we collectively face. So thank you for this excellent cooperation that we have with the European Parliament, and you can count on the Council, even more than you imagine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Michel. And now I give the floor to President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President Metsola, dear Roberta, President Michel, dear Charles, honourable members. First of all, let me wish a very happy birthday to you, President Metsola. I'm sure that I'm speaking for I say how much I admire the strength and the resolve you bring to your position as President of the European Parliament. Because this kind of strength and resolve is exactly what Europe needs as Russia's war against Ukraine continues. The latest symbol of Russia's terror is, you might have all seen it, a yellow kitchen. A very simple yellow kitchen in an apartment building.
Una cucina gialla molto semplice in un appartamento.
Room is filled with happiness. A little girl celebrates her birthday, surrounded by this yellow. The day after, the kitchen is no more, the family is no more, the girl's father has been killed by Russian missiles, all their lives have been And this is what Ukraine is standing up against. This is what we are all standing up against. We have just launched, as European Union, the first tranche of 3 billion euros of our 18 billion euro support package for 2023. And again, we will remain at Ukraine's side for as long as it takes. We have also shown strength and resolve to replace Russian fossil fuels and to bring down prices. And our joint efforts are paying off now. Gas prices are now lower than they were before Russia's invasion in Ukraine. The prices of Dutch TTF have dropped more than 80% since August. We have been able to replace most of the Russian fossil fuels. Our gas storages are still over 80% full. This is among the highest level ever this time of the year. And most importantly, we managed to double the amount of additional renewable energy that was coming to our market during the last year. Of course, some external factors helped, the mild weather and China's COVID lockdown. But at the same time, other external factors also made our life more difficult. Exactly this unusual warm and dry weather also resulted in a sharp decrease in hydropower, you all recall it. So we've been able to completely get rid of the Russian coal. We have been able to wind out ugljena. Uspjeli smo we have been able to really fence off the blackmail of Russia what the gas is concerned, because Putin decided to cut 80% of the gas supply, and this was a big strategic mistake. We freed ourselves from his grip. And thus, honourable member, that we came through this winter safely is first and foremost the result of unity, the result of collective hard work, and I think we should take pride in this. So for this winter we're safe, but we're not out of the woods yet. We now have to prepare for next winter. And here the joint energy platform is up and running. With the support of member states and European industry, we are creating a European consortium that will allow us to aggregate demand and effectively leverage the EU's political and market weight. That's what we always wanted, our collective market power of 27. Now, we aim at launching negotiations with the key international gas suppliers already in early spring, with the aim to conclude first joint contracts well before summer. Honourable members, these achievements show the power of Europe's collective ambition and will. And we need more of the same for the year ahead of us. And it is good to know that the Swedish ove godine. Jako je dobro da because not only our energy systems are at the crossroads, The competitiveness of the whole of our economy needs to be maintained. And this transformational task is huge. Just keep in mind that in less than 3 decades, we want to reach net zero. That's a huge transformation. And everybody knows that the key to manage, or even better, to lead this transformation, is our clean tech sector. The International Energy Agency estimates that the market for mass-manufactured clean energy tech will be worth around
producerad teknik för energi
a year by 2030, a year, more than triple today's value. And this is why, of course, the United States put forward the Inflation Reduction Act. So we discussed the pros and the cons here in the plenary in December. Today I want to lay out our answer. That's the Green Deal Industrial Plan.
Industrijski plan zelenog
planas bus grindžiamas 4 ramsčiais.
About speed and access. We need to create a regulatory environment that allows us to scale up fast and to create conducive conditions for the clean tech industry. Speed and access, over and over. If there's anything the companies are complaining about, it's that, for example, permitting is too slow and that there are too many barriers. So, to help make this change happen, speed and access, we will put forward the new Net Zero Industry Act. What is it? Just think this act will follow the same model as
o nultoj stopi I taj će se akt
look at how to simplify and fast-track permitting for new clean tech production sites. Competitiveness, that's the key word. Enable the companies to go forward with innovation and with production that is so crucial. The second pillar of the Green Deal Industrial Plan will boost investment and financing of clean tech production. We will propose
ir švarių technologijų finansavimą.
So easier calculations, simpler procedures, accelerated approvals, for example, with simple tax break models. But
ugyanakkor
we give state aid, and this is for the level playing field globally. We have to be very careful that we preserve the level playing field for businesses all across Europe, so in our single market. And thus, the second or the other side of the coin of state aid, beyond the European Sovereignty Fund that I announced in my State of the Union, we will have to look into a bridging solution to provide fast and targeted for the clean tech sector. State aid one side of the coin, funding the other side, investment the other side of the coin. The third pillar of the Green Deal Industrial Plan has to do with skills, people. Just 2 figures. As an example, the battery industry will need 800,000 skilled workers by 2025. That's huge, this figure. So this is why we launched the European Battery Academy. This is one part to address this topic. Or take the solar industry. 1 million skilled workers are needed by 2030. This is twice as much as we have today. This is a huge challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity to create good jobs, well-paying jobs, the jobs of the future. And this will be the absolute priority of our European Year of Skills. And finally, the fourth pillar, we will follow through with our ambitious trade agenda.
Sa razvojem naše ambiciozne trgovinske agende.
Strong and resilient supply chains. And this is linked to trade. So we will seek to conclude new trade agreements with Chile, with Mexico, with New Zealand, with Australia. We will do everything to progress with India, with Indonesia, and we have a unique window of opportunity now to take forward, finally, the EU-Mercosur agreement. So, honourable members, this is the plan. Time is of the essence. and I count on your support to make it happen. Long live Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. I will now give the floor to the political group, starting with the EPP group. Siegfried Mureşan. Mr. Mureşan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. President von der Leyen, President Michel, welcome back to the European Parliament. Indeed, almost a year ago, Russia started what is an unjustified and unprovoked war in Ukraine. We have seen during this time that Russia knows no limits in harming people, but we have also seen that Europe can help people more than Russia can harm people. We have also seen the fundamental difference between the European model and the Russian autocratic model. We are a model that puts the citizen at the center of our action. We act for the citizens. Russia and all
model koje ljude stavlja u centar svog djelovanja, a Rusija je protiv svojih građana.
Leadership. While Russia talks about the past, we prepare for the future. We are ready to modernize our countries, to further develop, to provide jobs, to care for the future, for the people also in the future. We know that Russia is losing militarily. We see that Russia is losing economically, politically, and they have already lost morally. This is why the European model is the model that people have to look to, and the Russian model and any autocratic tendencies around the world are worth turning our backs upon them. This year will still be a difficult year for all of us, but we are also seeing the strength and the resilience of Europe. We see that unemployment is low, that people have jobs. We see that production and we see that EU member states are helping the most vulnerable people in the face of this crisis with fiscal measures, with measures to overcome well this winter, this period. We also see that the European Union has done its part. Just 1 week before Christmas, we have managed together, European Parliament, Council and Commission, to successfully conclude the negotiations on Repower EU. This will help improve our infrastructure, and it will bring European money to help companies in need and to help people in need. Last year, we have managed to reduce our dependency on Russian gas, on Russian energy. We have taken first measure to reduce prices of energy in Europe, and this year, with the measures announced by the President, with the measures that we're going to do together, buying together, storing together, we're going to make sure that prices remain predictable, controllable, no more prices. The people in Europe, and it is bad for the Russian leadership. Competitiveness will also be important because we can only secure high standards of living, high social standards in Europe if our economy is strong, if there is global demand for our goods. This is why in the Conference on the Future of Europe we have together agreed on a competitiveness check to make sure that any legislation that we put forward together in the future doesn't harm the competitiveness of our economies. European Parliament, national parliaments, Council, Commission, citizens, businesses support this. So let's work on this to make sure that it sees the light of the day. And yes, simplifying and financing the transition to the green economy will be key. This is what we have started last year. This is what we have to continue this year. Let's do this together. It is all about preparing and acting together to overcome this situation. We have done a lot. I think premises are good to overcome difficulties this year together. Thank you very much.
So much, Mr. Mureşan. Next is Mr. Mark Angel for the S&D Group.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, dear Commission President, Vice President, dear colleagues. The cost of the living crisis affecting our European citizens unfortunately persists, and we are therefore concerned that the European Council conclusions fail to prioritise the support for our citizens and the cushioning of the crisis' social consequences. While we support the European Council's effort to safeguard Europe's industrial and also technological base, we urge the European Council not to neglect strong measures for households to bring the bills down. The Socialists and Democrats believe that especially our vulnerable citizens must be protected from getting their electricity and their gas disconnected. No one should have to live in a cold home in the midst of this winter. We More broadly, we need to strengthen European fiscal capacity, support employment and equality, as well as to facilitate investment to accelerate the just transition. Better working conditions for platform workers, a strengthened framework for fair taxation, and an economic governance that foresees a permanent fiscal capacity inspired by Next Generation EU will support social and economic progress. We expect the Council to work on these files with urgency and with determination. And now, more than ever, it is crucial that we remain all united in our unprecedented support to Ukraine. We should push for qualified majority voting in foreign policy decisions to respond to Putin's attempt to undermine our unity. Russia's disinformation campaigns and attempts to interfere with our democratic systems, as well as the corruption allegations, show that we need vigorously defend our democracies from external threats, and we welcome the proposed joint actions. We must equally stand firmly behind the European perspective for Ukraine, for Georgia and for the Republic of Moldova. In the Western Balkans, we must accelerate the enlargement process and we must prove our credibility. We therefore welcome the decision to grant candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Further, we would like to reiterate that for the Socialists and Democrats, the rule of law is not negotiable. We deplore the practice of some member states that threaten to deploy vetoes on essential files to achieve a softer approach on the rule of law. And for my political group, it is also very crucial to uphold our core values when it comes to migration. We reject the narratives of fear and we want to finally advance on finding sustainable solutions based on solidarity and the individual right of asylum. Madam President, this Parliament and our Union must remain strong and we must remain united to face all these challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angel. I give the floor next on behalf of, to the Renew Europe Group, the Chair, Stéphane Séjourné.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much and happy birthday to you, President of the Commission. Perhaps I could pick up on the words of the President. It is a good idea to have
dla europejskiego przemysłu, krótko mówiąc,
and to come up with our response to the new American policy. Europe cannot lag behind, and the risk is real, and the risk is of loss of jobs is very real. That is something that we looked at in the last. Great investment so that they could be restored and concentrate our production in Europe. And that there are industries that are moving to our continent, and so we need good prices for energy, competitiveness, support for innovation. These are the very foundations of our industrial success in Europe, and we need to act on all of these levels to avoid problems. And in order to achieve these objectives, which have to be the priority for our action, each measure and each action plan has to be calibrated. And for several weeks now, our group
fremsat 3 store forslag.
Very pleased because we've already discussed these proposals to review some of the proposals in your action plan on the basis of the proposals that we've been making. So looking at clean technology, looking at competitiveness, innovation, and the Net Zero Industry Act. And this is a way of making real these proposals. This will put an end to some of the burdensome democracy. 3 years for a hydrogen project, that's no longer possible. We need to accelerate licenses for new renewables and for production sites. And this isn't just for projects financed by the EU. It has to apply to everyone. And I'm thinking here particularly of SMEs. We need a European fund. This is something that we have talked about. We've also been addressing this with other groups within the European Parliament. And we've come up with a text. And of course, the European financial response has to be equal to the American response. It's important that we don't fragment our single market, but we have to make it possible for countries to invest in their industries, in the larger ones and smaller ones. And another issue that you have addressed is the conviction we have to encourage a trade with democracies and look at China. We need to have a good overview. And I'm very pleased that there is a package of responses. And this is important for our group because we need to protect our industries. Public and private financing at an international level will be important. And far too often in this hemicycle, we hear proposals that are supposed to be a panacea, a miracle solution. And we are convinced that we need to work on all of the competitiveness indicators, not just on one type of response. And this package of responses is a good solution. Madam President, colleagues, we need to learn from the past few years, and we need to make a green transition. If we don't purport 98% of solar panels can no longer be produced in China on the basis of our environmental policies. But it's not just enough to have good ideas. We need to implement them. And we also need to implement some of the policies that you talked about. And I think it is important and that the groups here are able to commit to these texts and are able to adopt them before the summer. And I propose to the Commission to send us the text as quickly as possible because their matter is urgent, but we do need to respond within the right time. We need these policies as quickly as possible in response to the IRA, and we propose to adopt these as quick.
Vastu võtta, mõeldes meie konkurentsile.
Thank you very much. And once again, happy birthday.
Maintenant, je donne la parole à Philippe Lambert.
I call next Philippe Lambert for the Greens Group. Good morning, colleagues. President of Council, President of the Commission. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best on behalf of our political group for 2023. Mr. Michel, you said that 2023 would be a key year. 2020 was too.
2023 godina ključna godina, ali 2020
year. Now, I welcome the fact that, bearing in mind this succession of key years, our tenacity has held strong, and I think that's very important. We want to maintain this momentum, a collective dynamic. It is the only way to make sure for Europeans to really defend
decydowania w sposób autonomiczny naszej przyszłości.
Make their own decisions for the future. I would like to, if I may, do a little bit of political fiction with you. José Manuel Barroso, back in 2004, he was elected for his third mandate. At the time, he talked about a Green Deal for Europe. He launched the idea. 2014, 10 years later, Europe would no longer be dependent on fossil fuels from Russia, and we could have taken sanctions vis-à-vis Vladimir Putin. We could even have deterred him from going further than the annexation of Crimea. We could have done that. Maybe in 2022, that would have meant the adoption by the United States of America of an agenda regarding the climate emergency, even if it's late in the day, but we would have welcomed that.
Que la compétitivité de notre économie
start and the competitiveness of our economy would not have been challenged. Anyway, that was the vision. The vision didn't work out as it should have, and we had to wait for Ursula von der Leyen for the Green Deal to really be launched. So it is a matter of emergency. We can't just rely on the past. We are where we are. What should we do next? First thing I would say is we need to not lose momentum. The Green Deal is ambitious. Let's maintain that ambition. You said it, Madam President. It's true that the Green Deal will be inconvenient in some regards. We have to make quick changes, deep-going changes, but we have to do it. And this energy war that is being waged by the Russian president, it has actually created savings in energy terms. And even the president of the Commission wouldn't have imagined that. 15%, we said. You know, it's incredible. So there is a challenge, but there's also movement. And I think we have to accept that for the next few years, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but I think it's that lack of comfort that will make us move forward as well. Secondly, companies. Some companies are now in a difficult situation because of the current circumstances. So if there are to be any subsidies, then these subsidies must be targeted. I really emphasise that point. I'm very worried about the state of our public finances. It's true that with COVID, you know, we spread money around quite broadly, quite generously, and that has certain consequences. I mean, in Belgium, for instance, I can receive a cheque. I'm not even in need of one, and yet I'm entitled to it. So we need to be more focused going forward. Thirdly,
nõus teatud Rootsi peaminister.
The proposals made by the Swedish Prime Minister yesterday, I mean, in terms of competitiveness for the European economy, if we want to be competitive, we have to invest in R&D. It's absolutely essential. We are yet again suffering from a certain form of change that. We need to invest into R&D.
Je pense que nous ne ferons pas l'économie
Muszę powiedzieć, że nie możemy...
Economy, you know, we have the next generation EU. That's a wonderful achievement. Let's build on that. We have now a Commission plan. We also have unanimity within Council, which was not straightforward, it has to be said. On that basis, we did launch Next Generation EU, Next Gen EU, 3 years ahead. Wonderful, but I think that throughout this transition we need to keep at it. We need to make sure that the public resources are made available in order to make sure that the EU is in the lead in this transition. So, Next Gen EU, I very much hope that it will be perceived by member states, particularly net contributor member states, as a success story and will convince us all as the way forward. Thank you.
Monsieur Lamberts, adesso do la parola al Presidente del Gruppo.
Let me now give the floor to the President of the ID Group, Marco Zanni, please. Thank you, President, and once again, happy birthday. The latest Council meeting, pretty much a year after the war in Ukraine started, reiterated the unconditional support that European countries and European institutions are prepared to provide to the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom. But it also established important bases for the political priorities of 2023, which must be a year of renewal after so much suffering. And the political priorities of our institutions need to focus essentially on 3 main issues which will define the future of European countries and European institutions over the next 20, 30, 40 years. Energy, the economy, and regulating migration flows. And we welcome the fact that during that meeting, the bases were established for a meeting in February which will discuss security and migration. And we hope that in 2023 and during the aforementioned meeting, there will be a different approach taken
Novi pristup za tu temu.
On reducing people leaving third countries and protecting our external borders. It's only if we can reduce the numbers of people trying to come to Europe that we can reduce the numbers of deaths at sea. And it's only then that we can convince all European countries to talk about redistribution. Now, on energy, a real hot topic, I partially share what was said by President von der
Leyen. Istina je da u ovi...
During recent months, Europe has moved with difficulty, but perhaps the result and the fact that things are less bad than we feared isn't a result of the effectiveness of the measures that we've taken, but because of favourable external conditions. And that needs to be a reason to work in a more tangible manner on 2 directives, one on energy efficiency, which is still far from being achieved, and the second one on the assessment of a green transition that needs to be pragmatic rather than ideological in nature. And then when it comes to Russia, it's true that measures have been effective, but it's also true that Russian energy projects have managed to circumvent sanctions and are still reaching Europe in significant quantities. So we expect more there. And the final issue I'd like to bring up, you mentioned it in Davos, is the economy. The outlook presented isn't particularly positive for Europe at the moment. Things seem to be less bad than what we feared. Here again, a review of state aid, that's good, but we shouldn't only worry about competing with countries outside the European Union. We need to maintain competitiveness within our continent as well, and we need to preserve the integrity of the single market, which is certainly the greatest success of European integration. The data is worrying on state aid. During the last year, out of the hundreds of billions that were approved, 80% related to Europe's two largest economies, and over 50% related to the EU's largest economy. So the single market is in danger here. We see this as a problem, and we hope that the European institutions will deal with this in 2023 as well. Thank you.
Now, on behalf of the ECR group, to Beata Szydło.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Presidents, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with what was included in the conclusions of the Council most recently, and what we positively as good decisions support for a barbaric war raged by flowing from the EU is very important and necessary. Today, Ukraine needs armaments, and I'm thankful to the President Michel for his declaration that he made here that this assistance is to be provided to Ukraine. It is also good news that we have seen a late-ish reflection, but nonetheless, but if we are to be have to be able to defend ourselves. We need to work with NATO, and we need many member states is that people are disarmed. We see that those were mistakes. Need to mention something that should be in the conclusions but isn't there. Today, European Union and European institutions and all bodies of the European Union are facing a major crisis of corruption. And that is something that cannot be ignored. If we are to talk about the future, if we are to talk about energy transformation, within European bodies, within European, then in the first place, at this point in time, we should do our utmost to clean European Union from this corruption scandal. We should make everything clear on this issue and give no more grounds for people when we talk about rule of law in the European Union, that many of us feel that it's only lip service or it's about countries that are not breaking the law, but it's all to cover up what's happening inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Szydło. Before I pass on to the next speaker, dear colleagues, we have just been informed that the Minister of Internal Affairs of Ukraine and the leadership of his ministry has been killed in a helicopter crash near Kiev. We are informed that an investigation is underway to establish the cause, and I think I speak on all our behalf when I all the brave people of Ukraine with the families and loved ones of Minister Monastyrsky, those tragically killed, allegedly also children. We mourn with them today, and we will remain by their side. I give the floor now to Chris McManus on behalf of the Left Group.
Thank you, Madam President, President of the Council, President and Vice President of the Commission. Accordia, this has been a tough winter for many people across Europe, and we must be clear, much of the blame lies at the door of Vladimir Putin and his brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. And as always, solidarity with the people of Ukraine must be our watchword. And to join with your words there a couple of minutes ago, Madam President, I too, as with all the colleagues, I'm sure, join in sharing those words of sympathy in regards to what has happened over the last number of hours. Solidarity should also be... This solidarity can't be just one-off actions. They must last as long as is needed through the winter and beyond, and they must be substantive and worthwhile. The EU and the Irish Government have taken some steps and actions, but there remains an ideological block in place. That means a commitment to a certain economic model and the market, which often clouds judgments and prevents real and immediate action to help families and workers. We need only to look at the time wasted in setting a cap on runaway gas prices to a veto by abstract right-wing ideology. My own government must act before we have a mortgage crisis, as mortgage rates follow the ECB's lead. In Ireland, this comes on top of the... And only this week, new research showed the wealthiest 1% of Irish society owns over a quarter of the country's wealth. This creates understandable anger. A tiny percentage are attempting to direct this anger towards some of the most vulnerable, refugees and asylum seekers. Their agenda is hateful and will be rejected by communities from across Ireland. So we need to see real solidarity, rent freezes, pay rises, a ban on energy disconnections. Concrete economic and social supports for all workers and families is the way through this crisis. Solidarity with our most vulnerable, who struggle to put food on the table or heat the home, or those in difficulty maintaining a roof over their heads, and for all who seek refuge at this time. My message to the Council is to drop the excuses and commit to long-term solidarity in actions, not just words.
Thank you. Mr McManus, I give the floor now to Mario Furore. Onorevole.
Aan de heer Furore. Gaat u gang.
Grazie, Presidente Metsola. Thank you, President Metsola. President and President the Commissioner. As the Five Stars movement, we would have liked to see more courage and more ambition from the European Union on energy. The ceiling on gas prices is hard to achieve, and we need more investment to ensure that we can achieve our goals. We can't simply substitute Russian gas by gas from Algeria or Qatar, which are non-democratic regimes apart from anything else. And businesses who will pay the cost if there's another crisis. Next Generation EU was a success during the difficult times of the pandemic. We ensured social investments in key sectors relating to the green transition and also in technological innovation. Reforming the state aid system is not enough. We need a new recovery fund, as was proposed by the former Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte. And we need that to be based on the cost of energy. In that way, our businesses won't be the victims of these increased prices, and they'll be more competitive vis-à-vis American and next European Council meeting. We need to think about building the Europe of the future, greener, fairer and stronger. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Furore.
For 1.5 minutes.
Madam President, happy birthday. President of the European Council, Vice President of the Commission. First, I would like naturally to show our deepest concern and Kiev. Then let me say that I would like to congratulate again Croatia for joining Schengen. However, 2 member states, Bulgaria and Romania, were left out and a major injustice occurred. It's highly regrettable that the European Council was not able to no haya sido capaz de huge mistake of 8th of December. This is inexcusable, and we call on the Swedish presidency to do their utmost to turn this injustice around. Then I would like also to congratulate the decision on Bosnia-Herzegovina to grant to this country the candidate status, and we look forward
da status kandidata
path. Em dezembro, o Conselho instou a Comissão a apresentar uma
Council adopted, the Commission adopted a strategy for industrial policy, and yesterday President von der Leyen adopted the plan. We all agree that the US is not our enemy, they are our partners, and that is why we need to work together to ensure that there is fair competition so that we have a level playing field for everyone, that there is a justice at global level, but also at European level. And so I would like to ask the Commission a question. The subsidies
som Frankrike och Tyskland
are paying to the companies, could they not undermine the level playing field in the single market, of which we're celebrating the 30 years? What the government's going to do, the Portuguese government, for instance, to avoid millions of companies, particularly SMEs, being undermined by these measures?
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. I give the floor now to Gabi Bischoff for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and happy birthday from me too. 6 out of 10 Europeans are happy with the cooperation between member states when we're talking about the social consequences of the war. That's good. Of course, that's good. But on the other hand, much depends on us making sure that, that we give trust to the citizens, that we are up to that trust as well, that we can tackle the situation in Ukraine successfully. Inflation, of course, has led to a lot of concerns for a lot of people in Europe. Raw materials are ever more costly, and this makes life difficult for our companies, our businesses. So it's not enough to talk just about competitiveness. We need to also talk about jobs. Whenever we talk about competitiveness, jobs in Europe too. And in actual fact, I think it's important for us to make sure that our industrial basis is secure. We have the IRA from the USA. You have to remember that that is also accompanied by a big social package. So really, I want to urge you to make sure that we develop new concepts in order to restore that trust. And then one final comment, if I may, on Iran, very briefly. The Revolutionary Guards in Iran need to be put on the list of sanctions from the EU. That is absolutely essential at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bischoff. Next is Jordi Soler for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President.
Inflation, the American IRA, all this is casting a large shadow over our economies. But it also is offering us an opportunity, which is to provide for a common European response. We have already seen that when the EU opts for common solutions at European level, it yields positive results. Take, for instance, the Next Generation and the impact that the RRF has and is having in dodging a prolonged economic downturn, or hopefully in keeping the EU on the path of economic growth. If we leave the answer only in the hands of each member state, we know what happens. The gap will increase according, amongst others, to the capacity of those to their citizens and companies. We need now to mobilise new resources to accompany European industries in the much-needed green transition, to improve their capacity to compete internationally against other massive state aid schemes or against the lack of a level playing field. Therefore, I hope that the Green Deal industrial plan that has been announced today has a strong pillar in European common financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soler. I give the floor now.
Plan koji predviđa modernizaciju.
For 1.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President of the Council. Oliver is a baker, and he's not been paid for months. And both of these people have decided to close. Terrible experiences of people, bakers, butchers, shopkeepers, overcome by energy bills which have multiplied by 4 and even 5 times, and they're closing their doors. And what they want to be able to do is live from the fruits of their labours. They want to create a sustainable business. They want to pay a fair price for their energy, which is regulated and their debts will be the taxes of tomorrow. The refusal to question the rules on energy and particularly the tying of electricity prices to gas is creating problems. But Spain and Portugal have shown that these problems can be overcome. And what is at stake here is the existence of France of initiative living together, and all of the small shops, bistros, etc. that we have. This way of life that the collapse of this. We need to stop with failed approaches for thousands of companies. This is vital. Thank you.
Merci. Adesso do la parola a Nicola Procaccini.
Let me now give the floor to Nicola Procaccini for 1 minute, please. Thank you, President. Well, it's taken a long time since the last European Council meeting for us to finally come up with a gas price ceiling on which the price of electricity is based. And it stopped speculation on the Amsterdam markets. And yesterday the price of gas was 50 per megawatt hour. Now, one of the biggest opponents of the price cap was the German socialist government, whose Minister for the Economy, the Green Minister of the Economy, yesterday said that, yes, it's true, in August we destroyed the gas market and massively increased gas prices, but we had to refill our storage, and I think we did the right thing. Well, no, it wasn't the right thing to do. It was a suicidal choice which enriched Putin, which cost 200 million euros to German citizens, tens of millions to Italian citizens, and caused massive suffering to businesses and families right across Europe. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. I give the floor now to Katerina Konečná for 1 minute.
Děkuji, paní předsedkyně, nepřítomná předsedkyně komise.
Thank you very much, President. President of the Commission. We have just seen how interested the Commission is in our debate. But thank you very much to Mr. Michel, who's staying till the end, I hope. I'm very shocked by what I'm hearing here. You're saying that support for Ukraine means supplying tax. This is really sad. 3 billion euros that have of taxpayers' money.
Evropská rada, komise, nic jiného.
What the purpose is, and it seems that the Commission can't do anything else. Think about peace. What are the reasons for the creation of the European coal and steel community? It was to prevent war, but you've all forgotten that. And now you seem to be seeing the solution in the Green Deal. But what about your policies? People can't heat their houses with their plans. People are working, but they're not getting fair wages. And that is something that we need to tackle, because otherwise people
Jeg forstår ikke meningen med
in these institutions.
Thank you, Ms. Konečná. I'm going to give the floor now to Martin Gyöngyösi for 1 minute.
President, and I wish you a happy birthday. Dear colleagues, the autonomy of universities was perhaps the first freedom to appear in the European civilization, and it made Europe one of the world's most developed regions over the centuries. It paved the path to the Renaissance, Enlightenment, the great discoveries, universal rights, democracy, and indeed the nation-state. Today, the freedom of universities is trampled upon by the Orban regime in Hungary, when he puts pro-government politicians into the governing seats of universities. You all know our Fidesz delegated fellow MEP László Trócsányi. Did you know that he has
visto la situación de un colega nuestro, el señor Deutschein.
Party politician? It comes hence as no surprise that the Council, on the Commission's proposal, banned most Hungarian universities from the Erasmus and Horizon programs. But what I'm asking you is not to punish Hungarian students and researchers. Instead, punish Orban and his government, punish his cronies, and impose the same kind of economic sanctions on them as you imposed on the operators of Putin's system. It's time to take action and protect our values. Thank you.
I give the floor now to Francis Fitzgerald for 1 minute.
Shocking news again today from Ukraine, and of course our deepest sympathy. Last Saturday in Europe, a pregnant woman and her husband were slaughtered, along with so many others, as the bombs rained over Dnipro. President, as she said, a yellow kitchen, a sad reminder of lives lost and lives. It's the one-year anniversary of this dreadful war. It should strengthen our resolve and support for Ukraine and its people, as we see from the Commission. That is the direction we have to go, and indeed the Council. This is a defence of the global order. It is a defence of democracy. We must also make sure that the sanctions are monitored and implemented in an ongoing way. In relation to energy policy, we are making good progress, but we must protect the most vulnerable. This year will also mark 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement, which ended another serious conflict. And that agreement laid the foundations for a new start and a peaceful future in Northern Ireland. We do not want this to be put in jeopardy. And Commissioner, I want to thank you for your very serious and committed and patient work and the ongoing discussions between the European Commission and the UK Government on the operation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. As we approach the anniversary, let us work towards an agreement and embed a hard-won peace for all our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Pedro Marques for 1 minute.
Muito obrigado, Presidente. Muitos parabéns na minha língua.
Thank you, President. Happy birthday. President of the Commission, President of the Council. During 2022, Europe unconditionally supported Ukraine. Today, several representatives and children in Ukraine have lost their lives. We support Ukrainians, but we also want to support from our political group those citizens in Europe who are suffering from the increases in the cost of life. Programs to assist vulnerable families are important. We need to bring bills down. That's our priority in the European context. No vulnerable family should see its energy contract broken off because it's not been able to pay. The European Commission should prioritise European families as it has done for businesses.
Zahradil for 1 minute.
Děkuji, paní předsedkyně. Dovolte mi, abych využil tohoto.
Madam President, may I take this opportunity to say a few words about the Czech presidency of Council, to assess it, because this was the last Council meeting under the Czech presidency. I hope you'll all agree with me in saying that the Czech presidency was successful. The Czech Republic showed itself as a patient negotiator, a facilitator that seeks to promote its own interests, and that is how it should be. The Czech presidency addressed a number of tangible issues. It also avoided ideological traps, for instance, when it came to changing treaties or the functioning of the institutions. There was the conference on the future of Europe. It dealt with that material. And allow me also to recall that this is the first time that we have a government with a president who came from my political group, the ECR. And I very much hope that we're not going to hear anything from the left side of the House regarding the so-called anti-European sentiments of our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zahradil. I give the floor now to Marcel de Graaf for 1 minute. Thank you.
Voorzitter.
President, Western weapons are going on the black market to Ukraine. And what are we doing in that country? When Iran was attacked by the US, we weren't there with sanctions. And the sanctions on gas and oil are affecting our industries, and financial support is undermining our economy. And the consequences of the war in Ukraine leading to measures here, these which are undermining member states, impoverishing us, and the citizens want peace, prosperity. I want with these measures and start working on peace.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Mr. Dan Nika for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. President Jean-Michel, I would like to salute the conclusions of the Council. We have a correction mechanism that can now actually work, and we would like to see these results happen. We're very sorry they didn't happen at the beginning of the year. We wouldn't have had these rankings of the best energy companies of huge profits. These companies have made profits. They paid the people, and now we need to stop. And these common purchase mechanism for gas, we need to see it put in place, and I hope that gas bills will reach a normal level. I'm very sorry that in this Council, Romania could not join the Schengen area, and I regret this in the name of entire Romanian population, a country that is profoundly pro-European, and just one country, Austria, could use...
Heeft dat kunnen tegenhouden.
Against the EU rules and regulations, and against what is obvious. Everyone said that Romania's done its job. And please fix this injustice, the huge economic repercussions. And now lorries are queuing for hours and days, wasted time, and Romania and Bulgaria do not deserve this. Please, Mr. President, do something right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nika. We now go to the Catch the Eye. We have multiple requests. So we will go in the order that they were received and across political groups, starting with Frank Bogovic. Seat 417.
Yeah. Hvala za besedo.
Thank you very much for the floor, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing a very important topic here today. Energy is one of those topics which has very much marked the year 2022 and will mark this coming year. We're also talking about American anti-inflation measures, the IRA, and one of these measures adopted by the US is very much linked to the use of nuclear energy. They have a clear plan on transforming coal regions into nuclear regions, how to develop the ecosystem of the production of new technological solutions, construction of power plants, of modular blocks and nuclear fusion. Is something like that possible in Europe? That is my question, because I stand convinced that it will not be enough for us to regulate markets, to talk only about renewables, because if this mix of low-carbon energy sources does not include nuclear energy, we won't make it, and we know that electrification is necessary for decarbonized society. Is this planned in the EU's measures this year? Thank you.
Dank u, voorzitter. Gefeliciteerd, Roberta. Gelukkig.
Thank you, President, and happy birthday, Roberta. President of the Council, Vice President of the Commission, well, we have heard the importance, given the current global context, of an ambitious European industrial industry to adapt the European economy vis-à-vis the energy and digital transition and to reduce our strategic dependencies. The Commission proposal for the creation of an investment fund, the Sovereignty Fund. Well, when are we going to get that proposal so that we can support European industrial policy? At the end of last year, Spain, France and Portugal jointly committed to a programme to fully integrate the three countries to the European internal electricity market. And I call on the Commission to do everything it can to ensure that this agreement is honoured. Funding needs to be made available. The timetable needs to be respected, because this is a key
momenti importanti a transizione
in building our strategic energy independence. Thank you.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, President. Peter Pedowski from a successful Dutch company talked about the regulation and said that things are getting more and more difficult and is threatening our industries. And hearing that there are more and more rules that are difficult for companies, but the source of these rules are here. New rules, new legislation, new bureaucratic structures that make things difficult for companies. And the sanctions, environmental requirements, etc. There are so many compliance requirements. But you need to slow down. You need to look at the rules. It's good to have reform, but we're destroying the investment climate, and that will prove expensive in the end.
Grazie, ben ritrovati colleghe e colleghi. Continuiamo col catch.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Let's continue with the catch the eye procedure. Mr. Pimenta Lopes, please.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Sr. Charles Michel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Charles Michel, you spoke about a right to health, education, housing. You spoke about peace.
A tu mamy przecież...
We see escalation, and we're not really seeing a call for peace. We have sanctions. Now, that is, of course, assuming that it is the people who will suffer the cost of these sanctions. What's being done is insufficient. And also, we're not doing enough to fight speculation. So all of this is serving the interests of big economic groups, and this is very much to the detriment of workers. And yet what we really need is a general increase in remuneration. We need to have price control. We need to regulate our markets. We need to make sure that the energy sector is in public hands, and we need to support national production. That is what we should be doing. And yet you've never defended that stance. You've never been on the side of the workers or of the people for peace and progress.
Papadimoulis, prego.
Thank you. Vice President Papadimoulis now, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Charles Michel, to try to beautify the whole situation. What you did, and Mrs. von der Leyen, trying to present things better. This is not a good advisor to do this. You need more diplomatic initiatives. The European Union needs more diplomatic initiatives beyond solidarity to Ukraine in order to set an end to the war. Because we have problems with the economy, we need stronger solidarity and support.
Mai multă solidaritate și măsuri de
vulnerable, because we have a restriction of the rule of law in the European Union and democracy. We need a stronger defense of the rule of law on behalf of the Council. Very often the Council works as a brake.
Holott a tanács általában fékezni.
European Parliament and the Commission asks, let's say, such as the sanctions against Hungary. And we need more transparency and zero tolerance concerning
la corrupción, para poder
and the European Union and turning the protectionist measures implemented and coordinated European answer, because protectionism is not a solution. Thank you.
Ora di intervenire l'onorevole Grappini.
Thank you, Mrs. Grappini.
Președinte al Consiliului, domnule comisar, trebuie să spun că
President, Mr. Charles Michel, I welcome your conclusions. They are fair, they are good, but we
Därför vi behöver ha
have an industry strategy, but we've had it for 2 years and we've not implemented it. Now we have a plan. I hope it won't suffer. Mr. Commissioner, Mr. President, you haven't mentioned anything about SMEs. What do we do about them? They are being crushed by the multiple crises, and I would really have liked to see measures for the SMEs in this plan. Secondly, of course, it's always good to have new trade agreements, but what is inside them is even more important. We need to be protected against unfair competition. And thirdly, I can't speak of a single market. I will speak of an internal market because the market is not yet single. That's why I believe you have to make sure that Romania and Bulgaria really join the single market. We have to be inside the area. We don't want this market to be fragmented. And yes, it would have been nice to hear the word peace. How do we go about to achieve peace between Ukraine and Russia, because the entire European continent is suffering because of it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez Aguilar now, please.
Presidente Picerno,
President of the Council, Vice President Šefčovič. There hasn't been one single debate on the Council conclusions during this parliamentary.
Smo govorili o migracijama te o stanju vladavine prava u određenim zemljama Europske unije.
That Putin's brutal war on Ukraine has changed things on these issues. When it comes to migration, the response from the European Union means an opportunity to finally come up with a balance between binding responsibility and solidarity, which is in line with the new roadmap on the new asylum and migration roadmap of the European Union. The Swedish presidency has said that it's going to resume hearings on the Article 7 procedure that relate not complying with the rule of law. And here I'm talking about Poland has reformed its disciplinary chamber and its laws in line with what's necessary under pressure of the rule of law activities. But I do wonder what role the European Parliament has played in this step forward. Thank you, President. Thank you. Mrs. Spiraki now, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Vice President Šefčovič, today we will welcome Commission's proposal to accelerate and facilitate investments for the clean tech sector. It is of paramount importance to deliver our Green Deal industrial plan. However, in the meantime, there are two issues, according to my opinion, on which we need immediate to take action. The first one is the urgent facilitation to our industry, and particularly to our SMEs, to transform themselves into green and digital entities, overall sustainable under the new competition circumstances. Second, it is the fast and effective adoption of our Green Deal industrial plan by the Member States. Too slow permitting, additional red tape are still here, creating additional barriers to the investors. Vice President Šefčovič, more focus on creating jobs, jobs and jobs. Thank you.
Onorevole, ha facoltà ora di intervenire l'onorevole Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly now, please.
Sad news from that we need to redouble our efforts, both militarily and economically, to help Ukraine win the war. and also to cut off all economic ties with Russia. We are also celebrating, of course, the single market, which has been a huge success. But side by side with that has been a growing regulation and red tape. Businesses across Europe, especially SMEs, are overburdened with this. And we have been talking about it for a long time, but we haven't done enough. So
En we moeten echt meer gaan doen voor kleine en middelgrote
years to reduce red tape to the minimum so that our businesses can
da se birokracija smanji na minimum i
should be our policy in relation to industry and businesses for the next decade.
Grazie, ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Now for the Commission, Vice President Šefčovič, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Minister, President of the Council, honourable members, my dear colleague, Commissioner Breton. First and foremost, clarity of your support for yet again today we learn about another lives, even the lives of the children. And I think that Mr. Mureșan put it very well when he to restore the past. But we Europeans and Ukrainians are clearly focused on the future. And therefore your support, the European support for Ukraine, will continue, and will continue in all its forms, be it financial. As you know, we just disbursed 3 billion euros to support
me siin 3 miljardit eraldasime
Ukraine militarily, but also will provide the political support for Ukraine and Ukrainians with a clear European perspective for Ukraine, as it was highlighted by Mr. Angel in his intervention. Mr. Séjourné, Mr. Lamberts and others underscored the importance of the European competitiveness and the potential risk of delocalization of the well-performing European companies elsewhere. Therefore, as our President highlighted this morning, we are laying out our Green Deal Industry Act. We will simplify and accelerate our procedures and our state aid assessment, and we will focus more than ever on the skills which are needed and required by our industry. There is also
Angel, avem și
of the level playing field in our single market. And I would like to reassure all honourable members that all schemes of the state aid which needed to be checked were properly checked. But also
odpowiednio prześwietlone.
Differences among the member states if it comes to the fiscal space. Therefore, we propose the creation of the Sovereignty Fund to make sure that we make our economy stronger, more competitive, that our strategic autonomy will be more present and the single market would deliver even more. So I think that we want you to prosper, and we want you to prosper in Europe, and I'm sure that we will have a very good debate on this topic with my colleague, Monsieur Breton, who is going to discuss how to boost the industrial competitiveness in the European Union. If you allow me to conclude on a very important point of Schengen. Madam Grappini, how important it is to make sure that Romania and Bulgaria will become the members of the Schengen, and therefore we also, on behalf of the Presidency, to include this item to the agenda of the next Justice and Home Affairs Council, because, as you know, the Commission firmly believes that the place of Bulgaria and Romania is in Schengen because they fulfilled all necessary criteria. So, Madam President, Madam Minister, honourable members, thank you very much.
Grazie, naturalmente grazie a tutte le colleghe.
Thank you, and obviously I'd like to thank all colleagues who spoke during this debate. This concludes this debate, And we now move on to the next item on the agenda, Council and Commission statements and EU strategy to boost industrial competitiveness, trade and quality jobs. And we begin our debate with Minister.
Z pracy jako pierwsza głos zabierze z ramienia.
Madam President, honourable members, Commissioner, let me first extend my deepest condolences to the families of the victims of those injured, many of them children, in the tragic helicopter crash in Ukraine. As we await more information, we are once again reminded the most. Let me take this moment once again to underline the Swedish presidency and the Council's unwavering support for Ukraine and for its people. Now, on the important topic. The multiple crises we have faced in recent years have showed us that Europe needs a strong, efficient and forward-looking approach on its economy. Numerous disruptions in global value chains and the significant increase of energy prices have
rast cijena energenata.
In addition, the US Inflation Reduction Act,
kielteisesti Euroopan talouteen.
Although the ambitious green objectives are to be welcomed, its discriminatory provisions could, depending on how the law is implemented, have considerable negative effects on EU industry. It is clear that further engagement with our US friends is needed to minimize the negative consequences for EU industries, and I encourage the Commission to continue this dialogue. These different challenges call for a smart European policy response based on the forthcoming Commission's analysis of how the IRA will affect European industry. Most importantly,
noastră. Cel mai important,
industrial and technical field. To do so, we must continue to accelerate the green and digital transition of our economy. Fortunately, European companies and global leaders in green technology. Going forward, we must continue to provide the right conditions for our companies to uphold this position and to push forward further for the boundaries. Member States are asking for a more targeted industrial policy strategy that support this. Energy costs
It's
difficult for European companies to compete with global peers. Europe needs more cheap, green energy in order to get that. So we must continue rolling out the Repower EU plan. In Europe, we have several assets, skills,
diversi punti positivi. La
first-rate infrastructure and our single market as the backbone. We should continue to build on these foundations. Our main goal should be to transform Europe's strong fundamentals into more job opportunities, increase
põhjal rohkem töökohti luua.
Growth. On Monday, we celebrated the 30th anniversary on the single market. In this context, let us not forget that the single market is the key asset, with clear benefits for European citizens and industries. State aid can in some cases be useful to nudge development and innovation in desired direction. But we should make sure that our rules are coordinated, balanced and based on proper analysis. And as many have pointed out, no one would gain from subsidy race, neither between the EU and the US or between EU member states. Finally, as suggested by the European Council conclusion from December, there is also a long-term work stream in relation to this. In other words, the short-term actions to mitigate consequences of the IRA should not be counterproductive and pose an obstacle to the long-term competitiveness. Aligned. The long-term competitiveness and productivity strategy is
ilgtermiņa konkurētspēju
and standing in the world economy. Businesses have a long-term perspectives and therefore need predictable, competitive framework conditions for their investments. Ultimately, this is what will decide where future economic growth will take place. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm really looking forward to this debate.
Ministra, ora ha facoltà di intervenire a nome della Commissione il commissario Breton.
Thank you.
Gospod komisar Breton, v imenu komisije.
Please.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, members of Parliament, Minister, I would like to start by thanking the European Parliament for having put this very important topic on the agenda this morning. We know the context, we're all too familiar with that, because in addition to the energy crisis which is having a greater impact here in Europe than in the rest of the world, Europe is facing efforts by third countries who capacity. The American legislation on the Inflation Reduction era is, of course, at the heart of our concerns and has been for a number of months now. But let's make no mistake, China is also encouraging high energy consuming companies to move their production, promising that they will get access to low energy costs and a less strict regulatory environment. As a result, companies are making decisions. As you know, the investments which are necessary to create a European industrial fintech industry for tomorrow are now moving outside the EU. And this is not just affecting large groups, it all affects all of the companies in the supply chain, and also in a very concerning way. Europe needs to take its destiny in its hands. I think that's something that we've heard a number of times since I've been commissioner. First of all, we need
enviare sinal.
Europe means business. Europe is business. And the future of industry will be built on our continent. That is the political signal we need to be giving, because Europe has innovation. We have qualified workers and also good infrastructure. And secondly, we need to accelerate the development of the manufacturing basis, which is necessary for our green transition, because with of supply and export capacity and the creation of jobs in Europe are at risk. We see
trend být odkázán na to, abychom byli čistým dovozcem
panels or electric vehicles, but we cannot resign ourselves to replacing our dependence on fossil fuels with new dependencies. Whether it's in. Thirdly, we need to implement sustainable solutions which work.
Rješenja trebaju funkcionirati za sve države.
Because given this new structure that we introduce, this can't just be to the benefit of a few larger countries in Europe. We need solutions which preserve the integrity of the single market and guarantees fair competition. In order to succeed with our digital transition, we were able to set an objective which was to increase the European share of production of semiconductors to 20% by 2030. And in reality, we have proposed, as you will be aware, the CHIP Act, which makes it possible for us to create a supply chain which is resilient in the area of
condutores. Ora, temos que fazer o mesmo.
Same thing for the green transition. We have the ambition to be the first carbon neutral continent by 2050. That's a fine ambition. It's our ambition. But it is up to us to ensure that this happens as a result of a European industrial basis, which is strong in the area of clean technology, the so-called clean tech. And so we need a Clean Tech Act like the CHIPS Act. And that is what we need to present today. The Net Zero Industry Act, which was presented by President von der Leyen, will make it possible to set clear regulatory objectives for an industrial base for clean tech. But by 2030, for the production of batteries, for instance, solar panels, wind turbines, and all of the related industries.
Lanca vrijednosti trebala bi se.
And we need to create conditions for clean tech development as a result of a reduced administrative burden, accelerated granting of licenses, and modifications to state aid rules, in making it possible to have equivalence with third countries to support clean tech manufacturing and for all stakeholders in clean tech, and also support through our public procurement. The Net Zero Industry Act will also be the policy approach, which will make it possible to guarantee transparency and European coordination rather than depending on
krajowych. Potrzebny będzie
a finance pillar for simplification and speed will be the keys. And while we're waiting for the sovereignty fund, which will be we need short-term financing solutions so that each member state has the capacity to support its industrial base. And we are currently evaluating the need to stabilize a set of tools, which is the only way to ensure consistency and fair competition. And all of this has to be related to a trade policy which is less naive. The rules which will come into force this summer will play a key role in this area.
Na scenu
procurement has become a geostrategic policy of significance. And I'd like to conclude with a few words about the role of SMEs in European countries. The 25 million SMEs which employ over 100 million people are clearly the backbone of our economy. But they are vulnerable, and that is why the Commission is preparing provisions specifically for these companies. The Late Payments Directive will be a key part of this, but our SMEs need more than that. For 55% of the SMEs, the administrative burden is
preoccupazione numero uno. And nonostante non si
the efforts that we have made to exempt them from some of these, the burden continues to increase. I am working with my colleagues in the college so that all new initiatives to be presented this year are subject to the full SME test. And I am counting on you as co-legislators to...
Aussi le drapeau des PME dans...
And we need to consider SMEs in all policy areas. And so this is a global response that we need. And I know that I'll be able to count on you. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille, Commissario Breton.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Breton. Let's now...
Να μιλήσει για 1,5 λεπτό, κυρία.
Mrs. De Lange now for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In a way, it's ironic
that it takes an Inflation Reduction Act.
Paradoxal, on a cet acte sur la réduction.
Put our industrial competitiveness higher on the agenda of this House. For the EPP, this should be a permanent priority, but unfortunately our calls to discuss it have often landed on deaf ears. So I'm happy we're discussing it today. And let me be clear, for us this is not about protecting the old or even the status quo. It's about ensuring that
vorbim despre a proteja status quo-ul.
Place. The unfair competition that we face from China, from the US and others goes to the heart of the Green Deal. If the Green Deal does not deliver sufficient,
the Green Deal, as the Green Deal niet zorgt voor,
will not succeed. And therefore it's time to act. We should not sit here and take it just because some of the threat comes from our American friends. But we should be smart and measured in our response. And therefore the EPP looks forward to the Commission's proposals, which we hope will be targeted, steering for the highest potential impact, not just the highest amount. We want them to be flexible when it comes to using existing funds, but also, and thank you for mentioning them, when it comes to speeding up planning procedures. And thirdly, we want us, that's our responsibility in this European House, we want them to be a solution for all, not for the lucky few. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Ha facoltà ora di intervenire.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Nitsa, please.
Mulțumesc, doamna.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, Madam Minister.
Competitivității industriei europene.
Industrial competitiveness in Europe, more jobs, quality, high-quality jobs, trade.
Kõrgekvaliteediliste töökohtade loomine.
Only if we move out of our industrial innocence. What do we need now? We need to be competitive against the big players on this market, China, the US, and how can we compete with them? With higher subsidies? No, we can't do that. But we can have a state subsidy system that is quick and efficient. It's not business as usual. It needs to be a system whereby permits need to be granted timely for investment and for other projects. This is what we now need. So otherwise, we will be shutting down our production capacities in the steel industry, in the fertilizer industry, and so many more, much more industries, because we cannot afford to do this unless we have a competitiveness when we are ranking high in terms of energy prices, and without a compensation system, we will not be able to succeed. This is why, Commissioner, please stay strong and take the necessary measures right now before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire la Vicepresidente.
Thank you. We now have Vice President Chancellor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, Mr. Commissioner. Europe is facing a turning point. After years of growth, success based on free trade, we are seeing the two of the world's largest economies setting out a vision based on subsidies by national acts. So which way do we go? Do we follow or we stick to the status quo? Clearly, we need to find a third way, European way. We need a united European solution which protects the single market while supporting critical sectors and European supply chains. Europe cannot afford a national subsidies race, both outside but also within Europe itself. We must act together to protect our businesses and to protect European jobs, and we must do so quickly. This is why Europe will act. The key, however, is that we must act in a way that supports both an open Europe based on open trade with like-minded nations, and that supports our businesses in these times of crisis and transformation. Temporarily, this might include European financial support. However, we must do even more. We want items made in Europe, But we want them to be made here because the business environment, our educated workers, and our regulations make businesses want to grow here. We do not want business to take subsidies and once subsidies end, to leave. Therefore, Renew Europe believes we need European support for critical European sectors, which supports our companies in all member states equally, which prevents the fragmentation of the single market. But any new European strategy must go beyond money alone. Europe will and must act to defend growth and jobs in Europe. But let's get this right. Millions of Europeans are counting on us. Thank you very much.
Grazie a lei. E ora facoltà di...
Thank you. Now we have Mrs. Mathieu, please.
Collega's, wat China...
Colleagues, what is something that the US is now starting to do, hundreds of millions of dollars of subsidies for American technology companies. Greening our industry calls for investment, but we shouldn't be starting a trade war.
Det rigtigt også for os, men vi skal ikke begynde en handels...
Our state aid rules being relaxed isn't a good idea because it's not a idea. We need European solidarity, and we need to have a permanent solidarity fund, like the Corona Recovery Fund that we have. Commissioner Breton has said that these resources are necessary. 1% of our GNP needs to be invested so that we reach our climate goals. We need this for the future of our industries so that they can invest in specific sectors.
Så de kan investere i specifikke sektorer.
Circular economy, because there's a huge potential there for local, sustainable, quality jobs for European workers in the circular economy. And I think that will make us less dependent on countries like China when we're talking about the essential raw materials that we need. Thank you.
Grazie a lei, onorevole. Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Mrs. Bilder for 2 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, we got it wrong on everything. Charles Michel speaks about Europe, assesses it, but it's an admission, and it's an admission that was actually published in Politico on the 15th of January last. After 3 decades of deindustrialization, the President of the European Council can no longer deny that it's been a complete failure, economically speaking. An aggressive industrial policy from China, from the United States of America. Faced with that, Brussels is realizing that these mountains of regulations are not helping us out. This basically served no purpose whatsoever. The massive plan for support in Europe of US companies, as well as the efforts made by China to support its industry, faced with our own crown jewels. Destroyed Pechiney, Arcelor, Technique, etc. Industrial voluntarism, defending our stance, that is what we should have been doing from the outset. And we in the Rassemblement National very much intend to do that, and we've been planning to do that for a long time. Thank you.
Thank
you. 1.5 minutes now for Mr. Bourgeois, please.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Minister, Commissioner. Finally, a debate about prosperity.
Endelig en forhandling om velfærd og jobskabelse.
For this debate, because our European economy is in the red. as a result of external factors, but also failing policy. The infamous Brussels effect of our standards is a problem. The attractiveness of our internal market is falling, and unfortunately, autocratic regimes are on the rise. The reality, colleagues, is that we have a loss of prosperity and jobs and our international clout. And what's the Commission's answer? Even more rules, expenditure, state aid, even more unsecured European expenditure, transfers,
endnu mere statsstøtte,
with the so-called sovereignty fund, and the step towards protection with the Buy European Act, which goes against WTO rules. We need a change. We need the completion of the internal market. We need to tackle protectionism. We need diversification of our supply lines with urgent new trade agreements, with a shift in the budget towards innovation and research and development, with limited and temporary state support to correct market failures, respecting a level playing field, more possibilities for our industries to experiment, and quicker granting of licenses, not only for renewable energy, but for all investment.
Thank you. Mr. Batenga now for 1 minute. Thank you, President, and thank you, Commissioner.
Deindustrialisering.
We're risking a new deindustrialization in Europe, and now we see what's happening in the US, and trying to get European industry to move, and then phoning up and saying, come and invest in us, don't stay in Europe. And we're in a crisis, and the US is trying to push us even further. They're not necessarily friendly. They're looking to their own interests, and we need to be less naive.
Tylko do tego, co robią USA, jaka więc będzie?
It's going to be. At the moment, I see the old recipes that haven't worked, saying, well, we'll give more.
Tudo isso falhou. São migalhas para sobre...
Nice to us, and we'll leave crumbs for workers. But this has failed. We need to ensure that industrial policy is taken in hand. We need to think about renationalizing some companies. We need to oblige companies to invest in green energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gyurk, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. European industry has been with us for more than 100 years, but it's facing its deepest crisis. We're seeing dismantlement, we're seeing companies leaving the EU. And this is the result of sanctions, wrong-headed sanctions, green policies, and a policy that is wrong. We have failed, let us be honest. The situation has become untenable, quite frankly. We are making efforts to try to re-establish industry, but we're talking about millions of people in Europe being affected by the present crisis. And therefore, instead of pursuing ideology, what we need here is rapid measures. The first step would be to lift sanctions that are so detrimental to so many of our companies. Also, when it comes to red tape, Brussels needs to remove red tape. It needs to provide financial support to industry. Honourable members of this House, European industry cannot be allowed to fail, to collapse. Let us be courageous and let us take the correct steps. Thank you.
Grazie. Intervenire l'onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Ehler now, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, when he presented the Green Deal in this House back in 2019, Vice President Timmermans said that the fundamental question before us was whether we would be masters of the momentous change ongoing in our industry or if we would be subject to what others decide. Through the Green Deal, we are supposed to be masters, and the American Inflation Reduction Act showed us that the Green Deal did not make us masters. We became subjects to what others decide. The Green Deal was supposed to be the growth strategy and was supposed to support our business to become world leaders in clean technology, but it never delivered on that. It delivered the Fit for 55 regulatory framework, which forces the European economy through a massive transformation, but it did not deliver the business case for that transformation. Yesterday, finally, the Green Deal Industrial Plan was announced, a plan that finally considers how to ensure there is a business case for the transition in Europe. We shouldn't fear the IRA. It shows us simply that the Americans incentivize this transformation and we regulate. And we need breathing space for our industry, we need deregulation, we need not additional burden, we have to reduce and to focus on what we want to achieve on 55 and not to add burden to the industry. That's what industry wants, not simply much more money. The end of this regulatory...
De vil ikke bare have flere penge, men de vil have sat en stopper for det.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire l'onorevole Toia.
Thank you. Mrs. Toia now, please. Thank you, President. Good morning, Commissioner. Well, finally, in Europe, we're talking about other things apart from the environment. We've got industry, competitiveness, jobs, skills. Finally, industry is back on the agenda because we've realised that our decarbonisation goals won't be able to be achieved without an appropriate industrial policy. We want sustainable mobility, but if we want that, we need to manufacture batteries here in Europe, and that means designing them here, it means building and producing them here, and it means preparing the skills necessary. If we want solar power in Europe, we want solar panels to be produced in Europe because we don't want to be dependent on other areas of the world, and we don't want to see our businesses moving abroad. Now, to do all of this, we need public and private resources urgently. We need private resources because we don't want to create an industrial desert in Europe. We need targeted resources, we need the appropriate assistance and investments, and we also have to use public money because state aid is not enough, Commissioner.
Fordi ellers vil vi have sunde og gode virksomheder, som
healthy, good countries which will simply find themselves without budgetary resources, which won't be able to help its citizens. We need a new next generation EU plan.
Inútil e produz poucos resultados.
Intervenire.
Thank you, Mrs. Toia. Now, Mrs. Heyer, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, Madam Minister, dear colleagues. 2023, we have an appointment with Europe. Inflation, energy crisis. Faced with that, Europe
partiront nos constructeurs automobiles. C'est en Asie que continue.
Car industry will move elsewhere. We need to build our own photovoltaic panels, our own batteries. The challenge is real. We have a health crisis. We have a war in Ukraine. It's reminded us that we as Europeans very much depend. For China now, providing subsidies in order to support its exports. The USA have just launched a new program, vast program, to help its own economy, Made in America First. Now, of course, that's very attractive for US companies, could also be for European companies. Some European companies have
wiedziały, że przestają budować w Hiszpanii.
Their projects in France, Spain, Germany, they're going to make the most of that project over there. Who could blame them for doing that? Our economy, and like our businesses, will make choices that are compatible with their interests. So how can we encourage investment in Europe? How can we continue to create jobs in Europe? We can do that by reacting together, quickly and robustly. We need to make sure that we give real support to that project. The European Commission, the states and the European Parliament all together must work in order to support our industry. We need more flexibility in state aid rules because the rules that were drawn up for ordinary times must not constitute an obstacle in extraordinary times. We call for prosperity, we call for opportunity, and we must not miss that possibility. The European Sovereignty Fund, we've been calling for it for a year now in this European...
Een absolute voorwaarde om
to maintain Europe's competitiveness, generally speaking, but also to help us remain autonomous. Commissioner, you said that our ambitions are global. Absolutely. We need to invest in our own industry,
a védelembe, az iparba,
materials, in our ecology, in Made in Europe. Let us not lose that momentum. Thank you.
Sì, onorevole, abbiamo una blue card.
Thank you, Mrs. Hare. We have a blue... Please, Mrs. Hare.
I have one question for you.
Una blue card per lei.
My speech will be on Polish language. Please.
Говорив польсько. Чи si lehko
Tak, wysłuchałem uważnie.
I have heard carefully what
lytter nøje til det, de sagde.
America is doing, what the United States are doing, what China is doing, and how you like a situation where within the European Union, Germany is giving 200 billion euros to their companies. 100 billion is given by French authorities to French companies, whereas other member states are not receiving such subsidies. Do you think this is not distorting the common market? Should we be trying to tell Americans how they should act and they should be waiting for our slowdown? That's my question. What do you think about this? Is this a fair situation that Germany, with their strong budget, they can support their companies? The French have the money, they can support their own companies, French companies. But other member states, Poland, Romania, Slovenia, poorer countries who cannot afford to provide the public support, isn't this a lack of solidarity in your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if you'd listened to me carefully, I talked about state aid, but not just about that. With my group, we believe that we need to step up the pace with the Sovereignty Fund. Last spring already we called for that coordinated action at EU level in order to avoid this kind of fragmentation of the single market. And as for actions undertaken by China or by the USA, yes, we must act. We should not wait for the Americans to take a decision. The USA, China, they're not waiting for us to decide things. We should act on our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Commissioner for talking about a European Net Zero Industry Act. It's right, we do need to be leaders in the future green technologies, solar panels, wind turbines, and energy storage. The green climate industry needs to replace the fossil fuel-based industry and become the industry of the future. And this has started. And Europe is lagging behind. And for that reason, we need to have a European approach. Three things. We need the debt provisions shouldn't be an obstacle to industry. We need to support industry in all regions. And thirdly, we need high European standards for the recyclability, environmental friendlyability, and also for workers. And the change to a circular economy, we need to do that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Ra for 1.5 minutes, please. President, colleagues, today we're talking about promoting the competitiveness of European industry and creating high-quality jobs. Now, there are still high-quality jobs in Germany's export-oriented economy, thank goodness, particularly in the car industry. But what these businesses need to maintain these jobs is affordable energy, and we don't have that anymore. And the fault there is in EU climate policy, because that's what's caused the problem. And now we're talking about another fund which is going to provide billions to industry to mitigate the effects. These are billions that we don't have. And this isn't going to prevent businesses moving to China and the US anyway. So I'm wondering why this fund is going to be established. I mean, it's exactly what the Greens want, and it's exactly in line with... We want change in the industry. They say they want to see deindustrialization. They don't want these jobs when people get themselves dirty. The Greens don't want to see those kinds of jobs. They want jobs for people
co nic nie potrafią, nie umieją i tak dalej. Jeszcze
anything, and they want these people to earn a lot of money so that they can just talk nonsense. But these jobs are...
oikeassa elämässä näitä töitä ei ole.
Party. In the real world, these kinds of jobs don't exist. We want jobs for real people, people who want to feed their families and work hard. Those are the kind of jobs we need. We don't want jobs for Greens. They have jobs in the Parliament and in their party, and unfortunately there are too many jobs for them already. Thank you.
Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Mr. Ross now, please.
In Sri Lanka stortte vorig jaar de economie in.
The economy collapsed in Sri Lanka. There was a lack of essential products. And people were angry.
Manifestacji, ludzie są wściekli. Ciekawe.
An almost perfect score of 98.1 in the ESG. ESG stands for Environmental, Social Government is a big fan of that concept. But with Sri Lanka, we see what it leads to. ESG means that there's no more investment on the basis of assessment of risk, etc. But instead, it's a question of whether or not something is climate neutral enough or whether it's woke enough. ESG can deal a fatal blow to our earning power, our innovation, and even our democracy.
Van onze economie. Het getuigt van
and it shows the folly of not learning the lessons from Sri Lanka, and we need to make sure that ESG is not part of the new strategy. Fewer rules, not more rules. That should be part of our strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Mrs. Mazur, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, the European Commission has the ambition to reindustrialise Europe to produce what we need and to implement the environmental transition. It wants to boost the competitiveness of European industry. But I have a simple question on this. How can we reindustrialise our continent without protectionism and without controlling the price of what is essential for industry, energy? How can we talk about competitiveness when the electricity bills are pushing our SMEs and craftsmen to leave Europe? Everyone else, including the
naših malih I srednjih poduzeća
to regulate energy prices by attracting our industries to come to them. Plan and regulate things. We sign free trade agreements, but our competitors protect and subsidise their strategic production. So yes, we need a European industrial strategy, but we need to move away from the free market ideas towards strategic considerations. This is important for our sovereignty. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Giori now, please.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, how can it be that you waited 6 months for Europe to give an adequate response to the US Inflation Reduction Act? In fact, at the beginning, you actually welcomed that act.
Na początku się pan z tego bardzo ucieszył.
Member states now. What have you been doing all this time? There is a danger that the most modern Europe and the main losers will be SMEs. Hungary will be particularly hard hit because we have invested a lot in industry that supports sustainability. EU's competitiveness has been a problem for a long time now. If you look at the 20 biggest companies in the world, none of them are European. Energy prices are several times higher than in competitor states because of war and sanctions, and Europe's economy is going to stagnate this year. I call on the Commission to introduce measures to protect industry, to improve the attractiveness of Europe as a place of investment, and make sure that smaller member states can benefit equally from facilitation available. You need to adapt state aid rules to current circumstances. And as for the Parliament, please stop blocking free trade agreements on ideological grounds. Give European companies access to opportunities. The Commission is deliberately putting Hungary and Poland at a competitive disadvantage by withholding the money that we are owed. We expect neutrality, we expect impartiality, so release these funds to which we are entitled, release them as soon as possible to guarantee equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Now 1 minute for Mr. Hansen, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Monsieur le Vice-Président,
On Monday, we celebrated the success of our 30th year single market anniversary. Today, unchecked state largesse threatens its continued existence in the form of undue subsidies. Picking winners and losers fragments the internal market, and it is divisive internally when smaller member states like Belgium and my own Luxembourg see their spending power eclipsed by their larger neighbours. And it is divisive externally when it locks us into doomed race to the bottom against our allies like the US. Dislocating the foundations of our single market, fighting US protectionism with similar foolishness is not how we restore our competitiveness. We should instead play our strength. Build trade partnerships that benefit all member states alike. And in this frame, I welcome very much as well the commitment of Ursula von der Leyen for Mercosur as well. We have to secure access to the raw materials that will drive our green transition, that create as well new opportunities and drive costs down for our companies. Thank you.
Grazie. È facoltà ora di intervenire.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Rapazi, please.
Sì, stiamo attendendo la verifica.
We're just waiting for a check on interpretation. Can you now hear the interpretation? Thank you, President. Commissioner. Colleagues. The danger of the delocalization of future-oriented industries has been correctly analysed. Digitalization and green energy, these are important things that have been mentioned, and these are important goals. But let's face it, as the European Union, we don't have the financial resources to do what we want to do. Just because we find it good here in plenary, that doesn't mean that anything's going to change in the European economy. We need state money to steer our economies in the right direction. But where's it going to come from? Either from the EU, but we haven't got any money. We do have an internal market, though. Or the money is going to come from member states who have money, but not an internal market. Let's not sacrifice the internal market here. Just because some member states can afford it, we shouldn't relax the rules so that it damages the single market. Standards, but I think what we mainly need is more EU firepower. The MFF isn't enough. We need permanent debt-financed investment funds, and that's what we need to talk about now if we don't want to sacrifice European competitiveness or the single market. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. D'Amato now, please. Thank you, President. The Commissioner and President von der Leyen have announced an industrial plan for the Green Deal and for the zero emissions transition while avoiding delocalizations.
Nélküli gazdaságot.
Aid for energy guzzling industries. And I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about a particular case here. In Italy, in Taranto, of euros to keep a steelworks running in compliance with the law. And that sounds paradoxical, but it's the truth, because during the last 10 years, all governments have made it possible for the plant to continue to produce without any possibility for the judiciary to get involved. First instance on the environmental impact of the plant that dates back to 2012. And what's happening now? Well, the Meloni government has introduced legal protection for those who run the former Ilva steel plant.
Para quem polui pode continuar a produzir
impunity. Stakeholders, green activists and citizens have stood up and taken to the streets in Taranto. And in one of the neighbourhoods of Taranto, the Tamburi neighbourhood, there are reports of dangerous levels of benzene in the air, which is cancerogenic. Now, if the industrial plan for the Green Deal is based on the same premises that have led to tragedy in my city, it won't be only us in Toronto that are crying, it will be all of Europe. Let's give meaning to our treaties and our directives by shutting down this plant for once and for all. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Rafalska, please.
Przewodnicząca, panie komisarzu, panie ministrze.
Madam President, Commissioner, Minister, the new EU strategy should focus on key technologies and areas of our industry which influence the competitiveness of our economy. This is hugely important also because of creation of good quality jobs. That should focus on digitalization and developing digital skills in our society, especially in a work environment. Over there, we need more and more new technologies. However, not too many people have the adequate competences in that field, and not everyone has equal access to those technologies. High-quality jobs and their creation are absolutely vital for our 2020 strategy in Europe for growth, competitiveness, and social inclusion. On the one hand, our economy and the world are changing. Also, the work relationships are changing. People want flexible working solutions. Unfortunately, many people still cannot support themselves, even though they work full time. This kind of poverty is creeping up on us. So we should first focus on good quality, well-paid jobs.
Thanks very much. Mr. Scholz is our next speaker.
Madam President, Commissioner, Council, the Americans are using American workers first as a policy to invest in future tech, reviving their industrial production sites, modernizing their ailing infrastructure, creating jobs. China is also investing heavily. However, the EU has remained paralyzed for a long, long time now by the implications of neoliberal allergies to state involvement in meaningful production and in future-oriented investments. The President of the European Commission gave a speech, Ursula von der Leyen, signal for high public investment in Europe's future. Finally, we've heard announcements about the Net Zero Industry Act. Now, please make sure that this is not yet another underfunded bureaucratic monster like the CHIPS Act. So please, my appeal to Council and Commission, put your money where your mouth is. We need large and courageous investments in all three economic centres of the world in order to stop climate change. We need to be courageous, and we need to do this around the world so that together we can actually counter climate change. We can also organise an economic restructuring that is socially and environmentally compatible. We want to make sure that Europe doesn't fall behind as a place of investment, but at the same time we need to act responsibly. Global economy, I'm talking about the global south, I'm talking about Africa, because for far too long Europe has been acting at the expense of others.
Thank you. Mr. Castaldo is our next speaker.
Grazie, Presidente, gentile Commissario Bertrand.
Thank you, President, Minister, President in office. We need a powerful EU response to the challenges.
Een antwoord op de uitdagingen die zich...
Delocalization of our industry outside the EU, particularly to competitive markets like the US and China. The goals which we set ourselves through the Zero Emissions Pact are still crucially important. Our response needs to be a European response, a united response which supports the general interests of the EU. That's why we need equal conditions inside the EU as well as outside. They're both equally important. We need a big public fund making sure that countries with more tax leeway
också att vissa länder
of others. The pandemic showed that we can only defend our Europe and our citizens together. We can only promote genuine autonomy and sovereignty in Europe with both industrial and technological if we work together. Let's make certain that we've learned that message. It's more than an imperative, political imperative, it's a moral imperative too. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Del Castillo. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thanks, Madam President, Commissioner, Council. There's a lot of intense competition at international level now, and the EU needs to be smart and determined. Some of our partners are already doing that. We can see what's happening in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act. We need to strengthen our competitiveness and strengthen our industry as well. There are various levels on which we need to act. For example, through an energy policy which is much more integrated than we have now, eliminating red tape and making it easier to issue licenses for new industries to be created and attract investment in that way, and also increasing financial assistance of various
slags i hvert fald til de en marcha. También para su funcionamiento,
but to allow them to function in the medium term when necessary. We celebrated the 30th anniversary of the single market this week, one of the great future. The Climate Act needs to be very carefully approached so that we avoid distortions because of the different indebtedness capacities of the various member states. Thanks very much. Thank you, says the President. Our next speaker is Ms. Jongerius.
Dank u, voorzitter, commissaris, minister.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. The EU claims to offer billions to businesses and citizens, but we face a crisis with energy in Ukraine, and at the same time, the US is supporting its industry. We have to make sure that our businesses can play their role. Need support. The economy is going to be in big trouble, as the Commission has rightly underlined. I would just like to warn the Commission. Investing in a public fund is going to have to come with a number of conditions. We have to have fair remuneration, for example. We don't want public funds used and abused for the wrong things. We have to be constructive, otherwise that's the only way we can go upwards rather than downwards.
Thank you, Mr. Berenson.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Commissioner, I've heard you talking about reactions to the American IRA. I think we shouldn't react. We should strengthen our own position. I was rapporteur on the Industry Committee last September. In my report, we called for a green policy, a green industrial policy. We need to have efficient cooperation to bring down energy prices. That's what businesses need to be competitive. We have to invest in strategic industries for the future. Batteries, chips, and other technologies to reduce our dependence on others. And we need to protect IPR. The idea is to guarantee the fact that our businesses shouldn't be taken over by countries like China and disappear from Europe. I think that we shouldn't have a reaction, rather a action.
Rodriguez Pinheiro, prego.
Mr. Rodriguez Pinheiro.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta, señor Comisario.
Thanks very much, Madam President. Commissioner, there's no question that we are in a very tricky situation strengthened by the US IRA, which is definitely a turn in a protectionist direction. And there's going to be a whole chain now of subsidies where the most protected rather than the most competitive will win out. Europe needs a proper industrial, technological, trade and innovation policy which will guarantee fair rules
ligelige regler for vores virksomheder, der sikrer
to develop. In order for that to happen, we need to stop delocalization. That's happened before. It was a mistake. It shouldn't happen again. Europe needs a plan. It needs a plan right now. And my question is, do we have an overall plan? How are we going to guarantee a proper single market and a fair go for each of the member states? That's not happened up till now. We need to keep talking to the US as well so that the measures in the Inflation Reduction Act are corrected so as to not discriminate against European companies. My group will support a smart strategy which combines all of those elements, but we need a plan where Parliament's role is crucial as well. Thank you. Thank you, says the President. Now it's time for down, and we can start with Ms. Carvalho.
Prego. Cara Presidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, European industry was hard hit by the energy price increases, and many countries have decided to respond powerfully to this, but unfortunately that wasn't the case in Portugal, whose government did too little too late to try to address the problems in the sector. I do hope another approach not just in terms of financing, but to make sure that we do something in terms of reducing the amount of red tape, allow the justice system to work better, and provide possibilities for industry to develop when it comes to innovation and growth. That's the only way we'll be able to generate. President. Thank you. Mr. Kanev.
Thank you, Chair, and dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear colleagues. I'm afraid today we're not brave enough in this House, facing the challenges from the biggest clean tech investment plan in US and I would rather say in Western history. We are not brave enough because
Nós estamos a ser suficientemente corajosos.
There is not discuss protectionism and not certainly discuss nationalization, but discuss the revival of transatlantic free trade negotiations. Discuss maybe the opportunity to have a clean tech transatlantic free trade agreement between the largest democratic blocs and the blocs that are really devoted to the green transition in the world we live in, which is far, far from perfect. And secondly, we're not brave enough to dare to say that we must literally turn the tide of over-regulation and endless paperwork that investors...
Overregulering og det endeløse papir.
Európai cleantech ágazatot most sújtja.
Thank you very much, Ms. Virkkunen.
Madam President, Presidency, Commissioner, dear colleagues, I'm pleased to see that we are discussing about enhancing the competitiveness of Europe. However, I want to underline that the way of boosting Europe's competitiveness is not done by relaxing the state aid rules. Not at all. In order to be competitive on the global markets, Europe needs successful companies, industries and jobs. For achieving that, we need to have regulation that encourages investments and innovations in Europe. We have to cut red tape from our businesses, SMEs and industries. Lion has promised to perform a competitiveness check on all new regulations being introduced. This is an important step.
Nye regler. Det er et væsentligt skridt.
Europe needs to invest more in research and development. In this regard, we have fallen behind USA and China. And thirdly, we need to ensure that Europe has skilled workforce. We know that the lack of skilled workforce is a crucial issue, especially on the digital sector, which is a
v digitálním sektoru.
Productivity and economic growth.
Thanks very much. Mr. Kelly, please.
Okay, so we have a problem.
Goed. We hebben een probleem met China.
Friends in the US. But our biggest problem is with ourselves. As Commissioner Breton said, we've been too naive. My friend Esther de Lange said we need to be smart and flexible.
Qalet irridu nkunu intelligenti u flessibbli.
We've allowed galloping regulation stifle our industries and drive them out of Europe. Who's to blame for that? Ultimately, politicians, because politicians are supposed to rule. So we've got to get hold of it here in the European Parliament and get rid of regulation that's not helping us to be competitive. And ministers in governments across Europe have to get hold of the civil servants who are gold-plating regulation, making it even worse than it is here in Europe. When we have done that and dealt with it and got a good knife and got rid of all the unnecessary regulation, then we can talk about dealing with our friends in the US and those in China.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di
Thank you. Ms. Grappini, please.
Doamna președintă, domnule comisar, sigur este bine că analizăm cum să creștem.
Commissioner.
W jaki sposób podwyższyć konkurencyjność przemysłu?
To look at how we can improve our industrial competitiveness, we need EU industry. We can't be dependent on imports. And that goes across the board for all industrial products. At the moment, they're all imported.
De investiții țintite și
invest now. And we need targeted investment. We've heard, Commissioner, mention of the US America First strategy. Perhaps we should have
reiz padomāt par to, kā mēs varētu Eiropu
look how we can improve our value chains, help SMEs, and how we can bolster member states through use of the
questo e organizzarsi a tal fine.
In innovation, because at the end of the day that will pay off.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. Thank you, Madam President. In today's debate on industrial strategy, we need to see how countries like Portugal has starved its productive capacity for decades, and huge parts of the country have been made into industrial deserts, and social and economic development has been stymied. We've had a problem with the asymmetrical nature of industrial policies, and we need to recover national sovereignty in industry, agriculture, fisheries and trade, and as well as energy. Improving competitiveness in the single market won't change the results and will still punish countries like Portugal. My group's strategy is to promote national production and tap into the country's
externa e afirma uma via soberana de
external dependence and having a sovereign development policy, supporting SMEs.
Vietoj to turėtume skatinti mažas
rights for workers who can live in dignity, not forcing workers to move abroad to find a job. Thank you. Thank you, says the President. Ms. Daly, please.
Grazie, Presidente. So, Europe is all aflutter now with the new industrial strategy. The Swedish presidency has put competitiveness at the top of its agenda, and we hear Charles...
Προεδρία του Συμβουλίου μας είπε ότι βρίσκεται αυτό το ζήτημα πολύ ψηλά στην ατζέντα.
Well, God knows somebody needs to do something, because right now Europeans wake up every single day a little poorer than they were the day before. And will this strategy fix it? I have to say I have my doubts, because the problems facing us are much bigger than some
wątpliwości, ponieważ problemy, wobec których
the EU is currently doing everything it can to alienate our largest trading partner, China. It's hell-bent on fanning the flames of war in what used to be our largest gas supplier. Caught flat-footed by the new American protectionism and its energy gouging, we're flailing around now pretending we've a plan to stop Europe going underwater. Well, you can be absolutely guaranteed that unless you abandon neoliberalism, start examining renationalisation in the key areas of energy and infrastructure...
di settori chiave come le infrastrutture e le energie, allora...
ora ha facoltà di intervenire.
Now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Reinders.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished members, the European objectives for a green transition and digital transition are well underway. When it comes to technology, the renewable sources of energy are more competitive than fossil fuels, and the co-legislators have adopted the necessary measures to make sure that we'll achieve the Fit for 55 objectives in 2030 and climate neutrality in 2050. So far, perhaps we didn't look at the industrial aspect of this transition enough.
Mert ez az energia és klímát.
Only be successful if we have strong European industry which is competitive and creating jobs. Today, we have to look at the major risk of deindustrialization that we're faced by, looking at the question of energy costs, which is a push factor, and reacting to the support given by our competitors, which is a pull factor. Thierry Breton, who had to leave us, is alerting to this risk and has been doing so since September. The Commission President yesterday set a course with a net zero industrial act so that we have a clean tech industry in Europe. She has also called for a pragmatic approach when it comes to financing around an analysis of the needs, allowing us to respond to the risks of fragmentation of the single market, which state aids can entail. This financing can be in two prongs. First of all, bridge financing.
For bridge financing, så att man snabbt
to have an immediate support, and then a sovereignty fund for the medium term for a more structural response. Financial perspectives. The Commission knows it can count on the European Parliament and the Member States to reinforce competitiveness of European industry and protect the single market. Today's debate has confirmed the need to act quickly. We will implement these various implements starting from the start of February with the Commission's contribution to the European Council also in February, because there's no time to lose for a strong response together, showing solidarity for the benefit of all Europeans and for a clean tech industry made in Europe. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Dziękuję bardzo, a teraz w imieniu...
Now on behalf of the Council, Ms. Roswell. Go ahead, please.
Madam President, honourable members, lugupeetud president, lugupeetud juhataja, lugupeetud volinik. For this very interesting debate and for the various points of view on the future of Europe's industry. This debate has confirmed that we face complex challenges, in particular in the issues of high energy prices. I think that we all can agree that the EU industry needs affordable, safe and sustainable energy in order to remain globally competitive. At the same time, this debate has shown that Europe needs to boost public and private investment to accelerate the energy transition and to promote clean tech industry in Europe. Thirdly, the EU has to diversify its access to technologies and resources, notably the raw material, needed for the green transformation of our industry. The discovery of rare earth metals last week is for this. We also need to build sufficient European production capacity for these technologies. Trade policy and further development of a network of strategic partnerships are important instruments in securing a supply of reasonable costs. Last but not least, besides the ERA response, the EU needs a long-term strategy to boost competitiveness and productivity, not least for the SMEs who are the backbone of the European economy. The Single Market's 30th anniversary provides an excellent occasion to launch this work. So again, thank you very much for the debate and for your attention.
Grazie, grazie a lei, Ministra.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The debate is closed. Thanks to all of those colleagues who took part in the debate, and the votes will be held in the first February part session. I will suspend the sitting for a few minutes and we'll resume with votes at noon. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. A couple of announcements. First of all, pursuant to Rule 158, paragraph 2, and following discussions in the Conference of Presidents, I would like to propose to the House to postpone to the part session of the 1st and 2nd of February the plenary votes on the decision of the EMPL Committee to enter into negotiations on the basis of the report on improving working conditions in platform work and the report by
formové pracovníky a zprávě pana
Council's directive that were scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday, the 19th of January. I would like to ask whether there would be any objection to that. If there is not, then we will postpone them and the changes are adopted. The rest of the votes take place. Also, at today's meeting of the Conference of Presidents, which just ended, there was a decision to extend the term of office, lessons learned and recommendations for the future. The term of the office of the Committee of Inquiry to investigate the use of Pegasus and equivalent surveillance spyware, and the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in all democratic processes in the European Union, including disinformation, for a 3-month period.
U Europskoj uniji, znači imali
Toto prodloužení bylo nezbytné vzhledem k práci
committees and the Committee of Inquiry to fulfill fully and correctly their mandate. If no objections are raised in the following 24 hours, these extensions will be deemed to be approved, and then these extensions will at a later date be put to a vote of this plenary. The next item on our agenda is the election. Sorry, I can't.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I would just like to make a point of order. The European Union is a key player when it comes to Iran, and our High Representative is the coordinator for the nuclear program and the nuclear here matters for the future of Iran and the Middle East, and the European Parliament has a role in that. Yet, for 3 times now, the High Representative did not show up for a debate with this Parliament on the issue of Iran, despite the fact that he was in town. On November 9, he couldn't be there, so we rescheduled the debate for November 22, where right when we started the debate, he walked out of the plenary. So we had an anonymous message from the Conference of Presidents to him that he would better be here for the debate yesterday. Yet again, yesterday, Mr. Borrell was in Strasbourg, but he wasn't here in the evening. And colleagues, we are talking about one afternoon a month where we ask him to adjust his schedule to our plenary debates. And I have to say, I find it difficult not to interpret this behaviour as a sign of disrespect to the Parliament, but also to the 12,000 people who were here on Monday. And I understand very much that we cannot drag him here by...
shvaćam da ne možemo ga
être présent. Alors peut-être que
to also define what else they can do to make him appear here next time. Otherwise, I promise you, I will make this point of order again.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah, for your point. Ms. Neumann, thank you. The next item is the election of a Vice President of the European Parliament to replace
Parlamentu Europejskiego.
Would like to remind you that pursuant to Rule 20 of Parliament's Rules of Procedure, the newly elected Vice President shall take the place of his or her predecessor in the order of precedence. For the election to be held for a Vice President to replace Ms. Kiley, I have received the nominations of Mr. Mark Angel, nominated by the S&D Group, Ms. Gwendoline Delbos Corfield, nominated by the Green Group, and Ms. Annalisa Tardino, nominated by the ID Group. Since the candidates have confirmed to me their consent to their candidacies, as the number to be filled, we shall hold a secret ballot in accordance with Rule 17, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure. The ballot will take place electronically. Let me also remind members of the provision of Rule 17, paragraph 1. The Vice Presidents shall be elected on a single ballot. Those who on the first ballot, up to the number of 14, secure an absolute majority of the votes cast, shall be declared to have been elected in the order of the number of votes obtained. If the number of candidates elected is less than the number of seats to be filled, the second ballot shall be held under the same conditions to fill the remaining seats. If a third ballot is necessary, a relative majority shall suffice for election. In the event of a tie, the oldest candidate shall be declared to have been elected. Blank or void ballots will not be regarded as votes cast. As we've done in the past, we shall first hold familiar with the electronic voting system. So once the vote has been declared open, you will see on your screen the subject of the vote, the list of the 3 candidates, the number of seats to be filled, which is 1. You will cast your vote by pressing the plus button, the left-hand button on the terminal. The blue voting light will come on and an asterisk will appear.
Ci sarà la luce blu.
In favour will be counted. To safeguard voting confidentiality, move the cursor to make the asterisk disappear from the screen. If you wish to abstain, you may use the 0 button, in other words, the center button on your terminal. You can meg a konzoljukon. A szavazatokat closed. To do so,
Tai yra galite keisti balsavimą, kol dar nebus paskelbta.
And use the plus button to cancel your vote. The asterisk against the name will disappear. You can only vote for one candidate or you can abstain. So go ahead. You cannot vote against the candidate.
Nem lehet jelöltek ellen szavazni.
Stromae. Still many members that need to vote, colleagues. Okay. Okay. We close the vote. Quite close. So, members voting. So as you can see here,
La maggioranza.
And 64 votes, and neither of the candidates received the absolute majority. Tight competition between Iglesias and Paradis. So let's go to the real vote now.
Voto.
Some silence, please. So let's now hold the real vote. We shall now hold the election for the Vice President replacing Ms. Eva Kaili. I remind you that you can vote for one candidate or you can abstain, but you cannot vote against a candidate. The vote is open.
Protiv kandidata otvaram glasovanje.
Wait, is the vote open? No, the vote is not open yet. The system is being charged. Enrique Iglesias and Stromae. It's now ready, so the vote is open. Vote is closed. So the results are as follows. Members voting 648. Votes cast 555. Absolute majority needed 278. The results are as follows. Marc Angel 263. Annalisa Tardino 179. Gwendolyn Delbos-Corfield 100.
Gwendolyn Delbos-Corfield
je 113.
And 13. This means that no candidate has obtained.
To znamená, že žádný kandidát neobdržel absolutní.
First and a second ballot will be necessary. I need to ask whether any of the candidates will withdraw. If not, I take it that the candidates in the first ballot are still standing. That seems to be the case, and therefore the candidates in the first ballot will also stand in the second ballot. So, same as for the first round, also for the second ballot, in accordance with Rule 17, paragraph 1, in order to be elected, a candidate must obtain an absolute majority of the votes cast. Blank or void ballots will not be regarded.
De afgivne stemmer
räknas som avgivna röster. Omröstningen är påbörjad.
Has everybody voted? I see colleagues that haven't. Okay, the vote is closed. So the number of members voting is 645.
Glasalo. Suzdržan.
590. Absolute majority needed 296.
Agora a leitura ao resultado.
And 7. Annalisa, I will continue to read the results. Annalisa Tardino, 185 votes. And Gwendolyn Delbos-Corfield, 98 votes. That means that Marc Angel has been elected Vice President of the European Parliament. Congratulations to Mr. Angel. We now move to the rest of the votes for today. We start with the resolution by the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection on the 30th.
Ψήφισμα για την 30η επέτειο της...
Roll call, the vote is open. Vote is open. Yes. Not yet.
It takes a few seconds.
Hasn't opened yet. Just a few seconds while the system is switched. Okay, I can see that the system now works. The vote.
Sākam balsot.
Yes, it's open. on Amendment 2. Vote is closed. And it is rejected.
Respinto. Emendamento
Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 8, original text in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open.
Név szerint megnyitom az első részt.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open.
Dio, otvaram glasovanje.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 45, original text in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open.
Primeira parte, está aberta a votação.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 50, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favor by show of hands, who's against?
Tko je za, tko je protiv?
Vote is closed. And it is adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. We move to the report by Adriana Maldonado Lopez on consumer protection in online video games, a European single market approach. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. We move now to the report. Congratulations to the rapporteur. We move now to the report by David McAllister on the implementation of the Common Foreign and Security Policy Annual Report 2022. Amendment 71 by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Votul.
Two by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 73 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 74 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 75 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 35 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. So we vote on Amendment 76 by roll call. Vote is open.
Votação nominal, está aberta a votação.
Vote is closed.
Respinto. 77 favorevole.
Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 78. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 79. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 80. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 81. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 82 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 83 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 84. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 85 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. Amendment 86, who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 87, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 26, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Not clear. Let's check this. Vote is open. Bless you. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 41, who's in favour?
Proti,
Adopted. Amendment 88, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted.
Vedtaget 89.
We check 88. Let's check 88, please. Vote is closed, and it is adopted. Amendment 89 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 90 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 91. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 92. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 93. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 94. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 95. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 42. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 96. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. 43. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 44. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 15. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. It's not clear. Let's check 15, but I think it was rejected.
For lige elektronisk ændringsforslag.
Vote is closed, and it is adopted. Paragraph 48, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 97 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 98. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 45. Who's in favour? Who abstains? Adopted. 99. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? I would say adopted. Amendment 100. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 101 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 46. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 27. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 47. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. So we vote on Amendment 48. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Not clear. We check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Amendment 16. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 49. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 50. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 102 falls. 103 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Not clear. We vote on it. Vote. Open the vote. We've closed the vote. And it is adopted. Amendment 104. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 51 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 105. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 18. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 52. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Oh, again. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who's against? Who abstains? This is not clear. We check. Amendment 53. Vote closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 4. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. That means we vote on amendment. We want to vote on check on amendment 4. We check amendment 4. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We vote on amendments 19 and 54. Who is in favour? Who is against? Abstains? Adopted. Paragraph, that means it falls. Amendment 55 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 120 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 36 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 28. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? It's not clear. We check. Close the vote. And it is adopted. Clear. Amendment 29.
29 voor.
Abstains? Adopted. 30. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 31. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 57. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 58. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 106 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 59 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 107 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 108. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 8. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment...
Rejeitada. 9 a favor. Contra.
Adopted. Amendment 60. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We have to check this. I open the vote. I think it's rejected.
Ich glaube, es ist abgelehnt.
Not sure. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We vote therefore on paragraph 137, original text. Who is in favour? Who is against? Abstains? Adopted. Amendment 22. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 23. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 109 in two parts. Vote by roll call. First part. I open the vote. Close the vote. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We therefore vote on Amendment 24. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 25 in two parts. First part. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? No, not clearer. I open the vote. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 61. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 34. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 11.
11 for, imod, hverken for.
Adopted. Amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 62 by roll call. Vote is open.
Прекратете гласуване.
7. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 63. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 64. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 65. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 66 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 67 by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 39. We check Amendment 13. No, 67. We check Amendment 67. Vote is open. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 68. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 69. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 40 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 14 falls. Amendment 70. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Congratulations, Mr. McAllister. We move now to the report by Tom van den Kendelare on the implementation of the Common Security and Defence Policy, Annual Report 2022. Amendment 22 by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call. Vote is open.
Έκλεισε ψηφοφορία.
53 by roll call. Vote is open. Adopted. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 24. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We therefore vote on Amendment 45. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 46. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 7. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 8. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 13 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 25 by roll call. Vote.
25 hlasujeme elektronicky.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 47. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 26. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 48. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 9. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Adopted. Amendment 27 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 28 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 29. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 30 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. Therefore, we vote on the original text by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Amendment 31. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains. Rejected. Amendment 32. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains. Rejected. Amendment 10. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Therefore, Amendment 14 falls. I will give the floor now to Alvina Alamezza to move an oral amendment to modify the text of Amendment 15. Seat 93, please. It will come. It will happen. Wait. Soon. I hope. Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. I would like to propose an oral amendment to Amendment 15, which should be inserted at the beginning of the text of paragraph 35 and read like this. Stresses the need to increase civil military...
de aumentar la coordinación civil y militar.
Thank you so much.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε.
No opposition, so I put Amendment 15 as amended orally to the vote.
Towards l'emenda.
So there is an opposition, therefore the amendment cannot be taken. There is a point of order. I need my glasses or I don't. Oh yes, Ninas, go ahead. Mr. Nina. (644), please.
Dear President, you had made the decision to take the oral amendment to a vote. The opposition has been expressed after the decision of the President has been made. Therefore, I request that the decision stands as it has been proposed to the Parliament, and therefore we vote on the amendment as proposed by the colleague.
Thank you for that. However, and this will happen to all groups, if there is opposition that was expressed, because Mr. Złotowski said it and I heard him, then that happened. So that is in the context of the vote as had already been in motion. Therefore, the oral amendment cannot be taken and we vote on Amendment 15 as originally tabled. Who is in favour? Who is against? Abstains? Now we have to check it. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. We move to Amendment 33. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 50. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 51. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains?
Abstenções. Aprovada. 52 a favor.
Abstains? Adopted. 53. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 54. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 55. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 56. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 57 in 3 parts. First part by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 11. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 34. Who's in favour?
Kes on poolt, vastu, erapooletud, tagasi lükatud.
Team by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. Amendment 57. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 35. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains rejected. Therefore, we vote on Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains rejected. Amendment 36. Who's in favour? Who votes against? Who abstains? It's adopted. 37. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 38. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 17 and 39. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 40. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Amendment 18 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 1 by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 41. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 42. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 19 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 43. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 20. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 44. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 21. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Congratulations to the rapporteur. We move to the report by Isabel Wissler-Lima on human rights and democracy in the world and the European Union's policy on the matter, Annual Report 2022, paragraph 7, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Paragraph 12, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Amendment 2, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 17, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on Amendment 1, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 29, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3.
3, vot cu apel nominal, s-a deschis votul.
Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 4, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 5, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 50, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? This is not clear. We open the vote. I think it's adopted. Vote is closed.
Votazione chiusa. Approvato.
Original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 56, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted.
Se adoptă. Aliniatul 57, text original.
First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second and third part by roll call. We start with the second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Third part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Paragraph 58, original text in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 18 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. Amendment 19. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Vote est clos.
They will vote on Amendment 6. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. You want to check Amendment 6? We've opened the vote on Amendment 6. Vote is closed. Rejected. We therefore vote on paragraph 63 original text in two parts, both by roll call. First part vote. Vote is closed.
Balsavimas baigtas. Priimta antroji dalis.
Vote is closed. It is adopted. Paragraph 64 original text. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 65. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains?
Ne.
Vote is closed. It is clear. It is adopted. Amendment 20. Who's in favour? Please show your hands. Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 21. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 68 in 3.
68 ursprungstexten, tredje eller första delen, ja-röster. Nej.
Abstains. Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 9 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 83 original text in two parts. First part. Who's in favour?
3, kdo je pro?
Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 85, original text in three parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 22 by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. It is rejected. Amendment 23. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Amendment 24 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 91, original text in 5 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fourth part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fifth part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 11 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call. Vote is open.
Поименно гласуване, моля гласувайте.
Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 13. Who's in favour? Who's against? abstains, rejected. Amendment 14, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains, rejected. Amendment 15, who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains, rejected. Amendment 16, by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We therefore vote on the resolution as a whole. By roll call, the vote is open.
O rezoluciji u cijelini poimenično otvaram glas.
Vote is closed. And it is adopted. I'm not very good with these things. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I tend to blush at these things. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Marc Angel. Thank you very much to all of you. This has been a difficult week. Can I also tell you that, that all members who are on the speakers list for the first debate in the afternoon to remain in the chamber, since the debate will start immediately after the votes. Thank you and have a nice afternoon. So, dear colleagues, we would like to proceed with the next topic. Congratulations to the new Vice President Marc Angel, but could you please do the rest outside because we would like to continue. Thank you very much. Commissioners already there, welcome. I will switch to German. Das Protokoll der gestrigen Sitzung und
the minutes of yesterday's sitting are available. Are there any objections to the minutes? I don't see any. The minutes are therefore adopted. We now come to the debates.
In the debate, please.
Gå udenfor og fortsætte.
Possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
The next item on the agenda is the debate on a topical item, protecting the rule of law against impunity in Spain. I point out to members that there will be no blue cards or any spontaneous interventions allowed. First of all, I'd like to ask the rapporteur, Ms. Montserrat, to speak.
Presidenta, Comisario Reinders.
Thanks, Madam President. Commissioner Reinders. There's a worrying drift to worsening democratic and institutional institutions in Spain because of recent government decisions taken by the Spanish government. We're raising this because defence of the rule of law and institutions and legal authorities is something that this Parliament has power to do. We can't keep silent, whereas the government is making huge problems as far as Spain's legal system is concerned. The government is something which is now not reflective of the country. It's carried out some anti-constitutional freeing of people from jail. And it's a government which has scrapped the crime of sedition, violent rebellion, which is one which is designed to protect Spain from coups against democracy. It's also bargained down some sentences for misappropriation of funds in the battle against corruption. Far from protecting women, this government is actually also reducing sentences and has freed some sex offenders. Who have been jailed will benefit from this. And if that's not enough, they've also now put a high representative of the government onto the Constitutional Court. This means we've got a government which claims to be a government.
Ser o governo da transparência,
The EPP believes that the General Council needs to be changed and that there should be reforms. This is something which the Spanish government does not want. Colleagues, let's be clear.
Měl bychom to říci jasně, zločinci.
Be able to reform the legal code, the criminal code. They can't be at the service. The code can't be at the service of the government, and sex offenders should never benefit because the democratic institutions of countries and citizens' protection is vitally important for the future of the whole European Union, as you'll understand. Look the other way while things like this are happening. Spain is a great nation. It's a full democracy and it's a country with a profoundly European vocation. That's why we can't allow misgovernment to jeopardise everything that we Spaniards have achieved together. Thank you, Madam President.
Now for the Commission, Commissioner Reinders has the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames.
Dziękuję Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
And members of the House, thank you for including this debate on the situation of the rule of law in Spain on your agenda. More than ever, we should defend the rule of law and democracy in the EU. the Commission has redoubled its efforts to do this. The annual human rights report is a central plank in this area. In July last year, the Commission published its third edition of the report, which includes specific recommendations for all member states. Into our recommendations in respect to the rule of law in Spain and bring you up to speed with recent developments.
The 2022 Rule of Law report highlights that the renewal of the Council for the Judiciary has been pending since the end of 2018. In this context, there have been further calls to modify the appointment system in the Council in line with European standards. In particular, the Commission has recommended to Spain to proceed with the renewal of the Council for the Judiciary as a matter of priority. We also recommend to initiate, immediately after such renewal, a process in view of adapting the appointment of its judge members, taking into account European standards. We continue to call all parties involved to take the necessary actions for the successful implementation of this recommendation. In relation to the Prosecutor General, the 2022 Rule of Law report refers to legal amendments adopted in Spain, which aim at increasing the transparency of its relations with the government. However, the Commission noted that concerns remain because the term of office of the Prosecutor General and of the government coincide. The Commission has therefore recommended to strengthen the statutes of the Prosecutor General, in particular with respect to avoiding such coincidence of the terms of office. As regards the quality of Spanish justice system, the report acknowledges progress in several areas, such as measures facilitating
domenii, cum ar fi, de exemplu, măsuri de facilitare.
The ongoing reform of the Code of Criminal Procedure, or the fact that the digitalization of justice is progressing. The length of proceedings remains a challenge in Spain, although work is ongoing on draft laws to enhance the organizational
Resta un grande problema, bisogna
of the justice system. As regards the anti-corruption framework, the report underlines that work is ongoing to adopt a law on the transparency and integrity of interest groups. The Commission has encouraged Spain to continue those efforts, in particular with the establishment of a mandatory public register for lobbyists. We understand that since the publication of the report, a law has been tabled to this end, which is currently being discussed in the Spanish Parliament. The report also acknowledges that resources have been increased for the prosecution services. At the same time, we also highlighted that the investigation and prosecution of high-level corruption remains a concern, as proceedings continue to be lengthy and complex. The Commission has therefore recommended to Spain to pay specific attention to this challenge. As regards media freedom and pluralism, a law on audiovisual communication was adopted, attributing new competences to the audiovisual regulator. In this context, the Commission has recommended to ensure adequate resources for this regulator to enable it to carry out its functions properly. Work is also ongoing to strengthen access to information. In this context, the Commission has encouraged Spain to continue the work on the revision concernant in order to make access to official information easier for journalists and citizens at large. We understand that last August, the government presented a first draft of a law on classified information that will replace the law on official secrets, and that this text is now in the phase of consultation with stakeholders. Moreover, a draft law for the protection of the professional secrecy of journalism was presented last December. The government has also continued the implementation of an agreement aimed at facilitating the work of media professionals. We also noted that journalists are still confronted with some challenges. Finally, when it comes to checks and balances, the report reflects that several constitutional bodies, including the Ombudsperson, saw their members appointed by the Spanish Parliament. The report also refers to the efforts that the government is undertaking with several initiatives aimed at increasing public participation in policy making. Moreover, actions aimed at reinforcing the cooperation between the public administration and civil society are being taken. Moreover, a number of developments have been taking place after the publication of the report. The Commission is aware that the legal proposal was tabled in the Spanish Parliament to modify some aspects of the appointment of members of the Constitutional Court. In this context, interim measures were taken by the Constitutional Court, suspending the vote of this proposal in the Senate. We are also aware that in the meantime, in December last year, 4 new members of the Constitutional Court have been appointed, 2 by the government and 2 by the Council for the Judiciary. Those appointments were pending since June 2022. These appointments are important as the functioning of constitutional organs is an essential element of the rule of law.
see samm on olnud väga oluline õigusriikluse tagamisel.
Information available to the Commission, a reform of the Spanish Criminal Code has been approved in Parliament. This reform introduced changes to
en viktig aspekt.
The crime of embezzlement. The Commission is currently analysing these new provisions to verify the compliance of this reform with EU law, notably as
denna lagstiftnings förenlighet med EUs lagstiftning.
Interest. The Commission will continue following these developments in the context of the preparation of our 2023 Rule of Law report. I want to insist on the fact that in the 2023 Rule of Law report, we will, of course, assess the implementation of the recommendations. And I have said we have asked as a matter of priority the renewal of the National Council for the Judiciary and then to start immediately after the process for a reform. It's an important element that I have myself mentioned during my visit to Spain at the end of September, if I well remember, last year. And I'm sure that it's very important to continue to work on it because the top bodies of the judiciary are the most important pieces to organize a real promotion, protection of the rule of law, but to have also a very good perception in the population about the independence of the judiciary. I thank you for your attention. Thanks for the debate, but of course I'm looking forward to listening to your interventions and your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I give the floor to the representatives of the groups. First of all, Mr. Rangel.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Commissioner, we are concerned, we are deeply concerned with the situation of rule of law in Spain. We are used to speak here about Hungary and Poland, and rightly so. But the measures that the Spanish government has taken in the last year and in the last years are very, very concerning. We cannot forget that the Consejo General del Poder Judicial, the Judicial Council, is totally paralyzed by decisions of the government, that the high implemented, the Minister of Education has not implemented decisions of High Court on Catalonia, that there are pardons and amnesties for people that were condemned by the High Court, and that the crime of sedition was totally changed, and al malversación also. And this means in a procedure that was accelerated are photo loss. They were done. They were approved to favor people whose names and face we know. They are totally unconstitutional. And by the way, about the Constitutional Court, Mr. Commissioner, please don't forget that a minister and someone that was very close to the government, they were nominated to be judges of the Constitutional Court. And the problem is not they are former ministers. The problem is that they were members of this government, of this majority. I've never seen this in all Europe. To nominate someone that was a member, a minister of a government. This is totally against the rule of law. I've never seen this, and I regret that a country like Spain, that was a role model for all of us with their democratic transition,
jeżeli chodzi o transformację
this problem of independence of judicial power. This is, I say, a shame for us, because we were used to admire
parce que nous avions l'habitude d'admirer
respect for the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Als nächstes spricht für die
The next speaker for the S&D Group, Mr. Lopez Aguilar.
Gracias, señora presidenta, comisario.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Commissioner Reinders, we have
l'honneur de représenter les citoyens espagnols ici.
Građane ovdje u Europskom parlamentu i tu čast.
6-monthly presidency is a chance to show unity and commitment to Europe under our shared values. Aren't you ashamed in the EPP to use this opportunity to have this confrontational attitude to Spanish governments? You're trying to damage it, concealing the fact that what the Commission has showed in its report on Spain is the blockage of the constitutional bodies which read parliamentary majorities, qualified majorities, to be renewed. It's a kidnapping that's occurring. What they have done is block the Judicial Council. 5 years on, it was the EPP that started doing this. They didn't respect the results of the elections. They are trying to perpetuate the absolute majority they had back in 2011 but lost in 2015. 8 years have gone by. No one is fooled by what you're doing. You are damaging the fundamental rights of our citizens and the whole of the legal system, including access to a fair legal system, with your refusal to renew the Judicial Council and people in the Partido Popular. You need to that exists in your parliament, respecting minorities. That's perfectly true. Minorities need to be respected. But something more important is that the European idea of democracy is knowing when you've lost and accept the results of elections when you've lost. And that's something that the Partido Popular has refused to do. You couldn't stand losing those elections, so now you're dragging this out and continuing to try to deal with it, just like Trump and Bolsonaro. They refused to accept the results of the elections as well. You need in the EPP and the people
De la démocratie européenne implique que l'on respecte
results of the elections which you lost. You've got a chance to learn something here. We had 40 years of coexistence in Spain. And now, back in December, let's make certain that you lose the elections once again?
Für die Renew-Fraktion der Kollege Cañas, bitte schön.
Next for Renew, Mr. Cañas.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thanks, Madam President. If the President of the Council refused to apply laws and respect legal decisions and appointed as Minister of Justice someone from as a head of the legal council, someone from their own government, and refused to apply the law, and if they would surely you'd write to Mr. Reinders and say that the rule of law was under.
Praworządności. Jeżeli jakiś premier...
The Judicial Council was appointed, including people who have been found guilty of the crime of embezzlement. Surely huge complaints will be made about that. Are we talking about
Di Orban? No, di Pedro Sanchez.
Doing all of this? I know you don't...
Taču tie ir fakti.
Spain is more than Pedro Sanchez, is more than...
Ni son gouvernement, ni le Parti social.
Separatist mates. Spain escaped and survived a coup attempt. It can survive this government as well. Your government is the threat to everybody being equal under the law, a basic principle, the equality of all citizens before the law and the separation of powers. You're the biggest threat to that. But remember, back in 1985, you realised that things were changing, but you've not yet accepted it fully.
Next for the Greens, Mr. Urtasun.
El Partido Popular hoy nos trae un debate sobre el Estado de Derecho en España. Yo creo que los problemas...
By the Partido Popular on the rule of law in Spain. There's been two problems, I think. Corruption, with lots of people from the EPP being given jobs, which has greatly damaged the country. And secondly, the EPP boycott.
Som säger att
that the constitution doesn't need to be applied.
Boikoti, kui nad ei saa oma tahtmist.
That's why we've got 6 members of the Judicial Council whose mandate has expired and is causing a huge problem.
Slower, our translators.
Thank you. Yes, no problem. Bueno, yo creo que ahora hay otra cosa.
Is that now we've got a new presidency and in 6 months there'll be a Spanish presidency. It's happened. Hundreds of thousands of people are working very hard in Spain for this to be a success. But its biggest problem will be that you're already starting to boycott the presidency, the Spanish presidency. You've already begun it in the EPP. And there's no party that's as hostile to the interests of its own country as the Partido Popular in Spain. You can do all you want, but you won't undo the good work that this coalition government is doing with the Recovery Fund, Inter-Iberian Cooperation. You can make all the racket that you want, but this government is doing a good job and you won't be able to prevent it doing so. The Spanish presidency is going to be great, despite you.
Next,
Mr. Fest.
Herr Kommissar.
Madam President, Commissioner, we're talking about the rule of law.
Di diritto. Sorprendentemente, stavolta.
Law in Hungary or Poland, but in Spain. As I've said before, I don't like these debates. It's up to the member states to make their laws. But imagine the Polish or Hungarian government would have decided to reduce the crimes for sexual crimes.
Socijalisti i liberali bi bili vrlo uzorni.
Rights of women are going back into the dark ages, and there would have been a call for
grandi sanzioni. Invece
in Spain, with a reduction of
ha sido encaminada.
Socialist government. Hundreds
ovog zakona prijevremeno pušteni na slobodu ili su njihove kazne drastično smanjene. Što to
released. What this means for the victims, you can just imagine. But the socialist government hasn't just looked at sexual crimes, but also criminals who've embezzled public funds. So here too, the Poles and Hungarians, if they'd enacted these
de loi, on aurait un véritable scandale.
It would have been huge, and the Commission would have frozen the funds. But now it's Spain, and these laws come from the socialists. And there are new standards.
Jāsaka, mēs parlamentā strādājam pie jauniem standartiem.
It isn't colleagues from PiS or Fidesz who have taken money from the Qataris. Rather, it is just socialists. The Commission and those on the left have a problem. If you want to protect women and want to fight corruption and embezzlement, you need to take action against Spain. If you don't do that, you'll make it clear that the protection of the rule of law depends whether a country has a pro-EU government or not. Thank you very much.
Next speaker for the ECR, Mr. Bouchet-Villalba.
Thank you, Madam President.
Sigurno ste svi čitali George Orwella, njegov 1984.
George Orwell put it in 1984, if the leader says something didn't happen, then it didn't happen. That's what's happening with the rule of law and democracy and freedom in Spain. We're getting this high-flown rhetoric, but it's basically the principle of equality that they want to undermine.
Je tu, odnosno Pedro Sánchez.
Constitutional bodies are undermined.
Järjestelmän neuvoa antavia tiloja, mutta
laws and helping groups in Parliament to deal
tämän ylemmän tuomioneuvoston ja
Council. It's the only country that since 2021 has a judicial council which can't appoint people because Big Brother doesn't want it to happen. He's got the complicity of all parties apart from Vox to do this. The procedures show that there are legitimate concerns about points of that judge's impartiality, but Sanchez is appointing people who were actually working in his cabinet just a few months before to the Judicial Council, if he can. Big Brother wants to corrupt the institutions before the courts are properly dealt with. The courts he was accusing of hampering democracy just a couple of years.
Y la víctima, humillación.
And now the huge problems with, for
Gestern die Opfer von ETA, heute
women violence, of sexual abuse and rape. See how their people who did these terrible things to them are either let out of prison or have their sentences greatly reduced. This is the truth.
Par aucune propagande. Big Brother Sanchez.
Propaganda can't conceal this. He's trying to rewrite history to change the future. We have seen that tombs are being profaned, that the names of monuments and streets are being changed, and as G.K. Chesterton put it, things that are dead follow the current. Only things that are alive can go against the current. We are going against the current to try to bring Spain back to its principles of equality and prosperity and freedom for everybody.
Für die Linksfraktion die Kollegin
Peri, la sinistra, onorevole Rico.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. This debate is one which is being exploited by the Partido Popular, which is trying to question the legitimacy of the government in Spain, just like the extreme right in other parts of the world, particularly if we look at history and we look at their vision of legality in the Partido Popular. There were funds which were reserved for the police to spy on members of their own party. That was illegal. They have bodies which were funded. Was illegal. Its president, Mr. Rajoy, ended stepping down because of the biggest corruption scandal in Spain's history. And there were also attacks on the rule of law, where they ignored the constitution and have prevented the Judicial Council from having new members appointed to it, working in Castilla and León with the extreme right. All of these things have been done by the Partido Popular. There's now more attempts in parts of Spain to circumscribe women's right to abortion. I don't have, in the 2 minutes I've got, enough time to tell you about the appalling things that they've been doing. But the biggest threat to the rule of law is the Partido Popular in Spain. Things have to be improved, that's certainly true. But this is definitely one of the governments in the EU that's made most advances as far as democracy is concerned. There's been an increase in the minimum wages, fixed contracts, labour law reforms, and finally there are protection for women against sexual violence, the abortion law, strengthening the public pension system,
Muy importante, la ley de memoria que cierra el
Zatim želimo uvesti minimalne mirovine.
Darkest chapter in Spain's history and is cancelling fascism in our country. These are enough examples. I could go on, but these are enough examples.
Tämän salin mieliä ja tuottaneet
zamieszania w tym parlamencie debatami, które mają...
It's talking about rights, but is actually trying to just run an election campaign. Thank you.
Die Kollegin.
Next, sponsor team Obios.
Thank you, President. Really, nobody really cares about the rule of law in Spain, no matter how much you fuss about it.
Svarbu, kiek ilgai kalbėsi apie tai, kas vyksta Ispanijoje.
Points at home, even though they themselves shamelessly instrumentalize Spain's institutions over and over again. Under their watch, there have been illegal police operations and relentless political prosecution.
Si zatiskali oči, pogledali stran in tako dalje.
For the repression of a peaceful political movement through any means necessary, including political espionage. And this parliament, well, it has never expressed serious concern about the serious systematic violations of the rule of law in Spain, and now it bears itself to be used as a pawn in this petty, ridiculous political fight. Do you want to debate impunity in Spain? Start looking at how socialist and the scandalous corruption of the Spanish crown. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank. A lot of time for the group speakers, so now I will be a lot more for the next speakers. So next speaker is Jeroen Lennars no, not for the EPP, for himself.
Last week we had the Spanish Minister of Justice in the Libe Committee to discuss the rule of law in Spain. Vaccination strategies, about green hydrogen energy, about organ transplants, but she didn't say much about justice, which you could think is strange for a Minister of Justice. But looking back, it actually makes sense, because there's not much about justice and rule of law that a minister can proudly share in Spain. And the interests of this Spanish government are certainly not with justice, separation of powers, or checks and balances. When they don't like the composition of the Council of the Judiciary, they just adopt a law to prevent it from functioning. When they need to appoint an independent attorney general, a Minister of Justice, when they need judges in the Constitutional Court, Director General. No wonder the Minister of Justice last week, political body, when they adopt new legislation against and ignoring all those advisory reports, and the consequences are that the sentences are reduced and sexual offenders and rapists are released early, what do? They blame the judges for misinterpreting the law. And when they find parliamentary democracy too difficult, they just rule by decree. And this is truly bizarre, because 2.5 years ago, Irache Garcia stood here and she blamed Viktor Orban for ruling by decree. And she said it is like trying to rule like a proper dictator. And I agree with her. Racism to Prime Minister Sanchez then, who is breaking home. Truly, he is the king of decrees. Is that democracy, dear colleagues of the SND, or is that trying to rule like a dictator? You cannot have it both ways. packing courts and independent bodies with your political friends, politicising the judiciary, ruling by decree, blaming judges for your own mess, page by page out of the populist and autocrat playbook. It is beneath Spain. It is.
See on häbiväärne, see on allpool Hispaania
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Regner. President. This is an attack on women's rights. Women are only free if they can decide.
Vrij kan beslissen over haar lichaam.
Every woman should be able to decide whether or not to terminate a pregnancy. Free means
bez ikakvog pritiska izvana.
Pressure. If on the way to an abortion clinic a woman is shown pictures of aborted fetuses, or they're played the sound of fetal heartbeats, then that woman is not free. And that's happening in Spain, and this reminds us of Orban's Hungary. It's going on, but it's unacceptable. And this has a terrible effect on the lives of these women. They are intimidated. You don't get fewer abortions, you get more dangerous abortions. And this
está jugando con la vida de las.
The Spanish government has done a lot of good for women. It gives them a real free choice, and it's something that we have to defend. France can. This should go. Freedom to terminate pregnancy should be enshrined in the constitution. In Spain, it's going to be part of the criminal code, and that means women will say to themselves, "I'm forbidden," but the church will pardon them. And no one else can decide on her own. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Bilbao Barandica.
Thanks, Madam President. The Spanish Partido Popular is presenting a legal technical problem as if it was some attempt to help sex offenders. The law was designed to have the the legal definition of rape. Since we share the same goal, please moderate your rhetoric and help us agree to a better text in the Spanish Parliament. And remember that Spain doesn't have a problem of impunity. It's got a problem of legal independence. The idea of renewing the Constitutional Court and the Judicial Council came from a bipartisan system which no longer works and no longer exists. The same people who are talking about this have been used to politicising the judiciary. And the people are now annoyed because they're not the ones who are in charge anymore. State nationalism and the abuse of power is more important to these people than the law. We shouldn't deal with political trials as if they were criminal cases. We need to respect diversity. And they started, for example, by applauding an unjust guilty verdict against the President of the Basque Parliament for obeying the law. And now there's a shock because a constitutional court which has an expired mandate has stopped Parliament debating these issues. It's a terrible example of political activism where we're supposed to have constitutional values guaranteed. I call upon the European Union to help Spain re-establish dialogue in this way. And remember that all of our predictions in this area have now come absolutely true. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Riba Iguiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, many of us have a great interest in the health of democracy in the Spanish state because our freedom depends on it. Do you want to talk about those issues which are a real threat? Which moved from the Franco era to democracy without being reformed and is controlled by people who you can recognise, and it's the weapon of choice for the right, extreme right and the not so extreme right. We are also Moving on then to a gag law which is stopping civil society from talking about this, and this law still hasn't been repealed. I don't have enough time to go into all of the problems that the two big parties have caused in all of this area. But there's no kind of control on these issues. That's why we're so pleased that the rule of law in Spain is at the heart of the European agenda. Let's hope that promoting their electoral debate should actually look at the problems that they've caused, which have lasted for decades.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Jaki.
Dziękuję, pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you, President, Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Left-wing government the Spanish government is doing the opposite to what it says. For years, it's been criticising Poland for choosing its Judiciary Council, and now it does exactly the same thing in exactly the same way. They've just called they've just nominated their own politicians as judges.
Politici, la vostra
This is Spanish and the German judiciaries are the most politicised in Europe. You've taken made many resolutions in this House, the left and the EPP, saying that politicians shouldn't choose judges, and then you go back to your countries and do that very thing. You talk about defending women and gender here, and then you go back to your country and change the criminal code, reducing the sentences for
kobiety są teraz w większym niebezpieczeństwie.
Free, and now women are less safe than they were before. You want a Europe where the communists and the left can lie, free rapists and the like, and you're saying that you're doing that in the name of justice, the rule of law, and
que eso lo hacen ustedes en nombre de la verdad y del Estado de Derecho.
Pero darkest, right there in the spotlight.
The next speaker, Ms. Rodriguez Palop.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thanks, Madam President. Commissioner, this debate is being used because of the electoral ambitions of a seditious party that
vill använda det i valet. De har inte
results in the constitution for 4 years, and they claim the Spanish government is illegitimate simply because they're not the ones in power. We all know it's their fault that the Judicial Council has not been renewed. It's not the first time this has happened. It's happened actually 3 times ever since the 1978 Constitution was adopted, and the Partido Popular has always been doing it. It lasted 8 months and then 1 year and 10 months, and now 49 months of blockage have occurred because of the EPP. It's pure opportunism. They've tried to colonise the legal system, and when they failed to do that, they've tried to prevent it from being renewed. They tried to change the law, and they said that Europe was demanding these changes, but that's not true. And the Commission only wanted to have an immediate renewal of the membership of the Judicial Council, which is what the Partido Popular has been preventing. We have political representation bodies, and we've got people who have legal careers. Obviously, as the Constitutional Court said back in 1986, pointed this out. But both sides can be equally problematic. As the Venice Convention says, judges need to be autonomous and not dependent on one party, and the Partido Popular is stopping that from happening as well. If you can't compare it with Hungary or Poland, because, of course, it's the opposition in government that's trying to control the judges.
Controlar a magistratura.
Used to provide proper guarantees. Despite the Partido Popular, this government has become the leading Europe country.
Har sagt, at de vil kæmpe for grundlæggende frihedsrettigheder.
Thank you. Next. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Pignadoli.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the situation which has happened in Spain is a clear example of how can't ever be taken for granted, but requires constant monitoring and constant work to keep it in place. The legal authority should deal only with the administrative aspect of the legal system, no matter what the colour of the government. The executive should never have a goal of controlling legal bodies. The key point which we need to bring out in this debate is the fragility of one of the pillars underpinning the rule of law, represented by the interaction between legal authorities and the executive. We've seen in various states of the European Union governments who have tried to influence their legal systems, and they've been highly criticised in this House. But on the other hand, we shouldn't accept the politicisation of the legal services and legal system either. That's equally bad, and it's happening in quite a lot of member states, including my own Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Sathaleos.
Señora Presidenta, señor Comisario,
Commissioner, President, I would start by saying that Spain doesn't have a problem with the rule of law, but the rule of law has got a problem with the current government of Spain. Our constitution, the development of its democratic institutions, have made Spain a vigorous democracy. 3 generations of Spaniards are proud to have helped build a system of freedom since the transition from dictatorship to democracy, with a reconciliation pact and a widely shared national project. Many of us want this to continue. But today, the EPP can make all the attacks that it wants, but please don't insult women by saying that these 200 sex offenders have had their sentences reduced and 19 have been released from prison.
Attaccate il Partito Popolare, però non
to taxpayers when embezzlers of public funds and corrupt politicians are going to see their sentences reduced. And when it comes to corruption, we are still trying to get some of the money back that's already been embezzled by the other people. When you do all of this, you are weakening the protections of the rule of law by suppressing the crime of sedition by a legal reform agreed with the people carrying out the seditions in the first place. All of law. The problem of the Judicial Council not being reappointed is very important. It's good to compare the makeup of the Council with other constitutional courts in the rest of the European Union. It's not just a national issue. It's already a European problem. And
κάθε χρόνο η Επιτροπή ετοιμάζει μια έκθεση
rule of law in the European Union. This has been made absolutely clear by the Minister of Justice in Brussels last week. They say they don't intend to apply with the recommendations of the EU and the Council of Europe. This is the reality which we want to stress today and which you, unfortunately, Mr. Commissioner, will have to continue to try to deal with.
Doamna Ionceva, cum are cuvântul.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Estimados colegas, hablaré en bulgar.
Dear colleagues, what is the goal of today's debate? The EPP once again has called for a thematic debate just like last year, when we had a debate on a topic connected with Bulgaria. We had a debate lay in the past. We're talking about a country according to this country is one of the first 20 countries, Spain, that is. If the facts speak, politicians must take note of these facts. Where were you when your party friend, Borisov, destroyed media freedom in Bulgaria? When Orban in Hungary dismantled the rule of law? When were you in the case of Cunha? If this is your conduct, colleagues,
Portandovi così, colleghi, the
rule of law in Spain is not a political game. It's not something which can be used whenever you feel like abusing it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Pagatha Urtundua.
Gracias, Presidenta. Señoría.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, the Sanchez government
Kolegos, Sanchez
by supporting the identity politics of Catalonia. And unfortunately, we're seeing the dismantling of important safeguards for a democratic state, including the question of total partial impunity for people who are guilty of serious crimes against the rule of law. There have been a series of legal reforms which will who have not been tried for the serious events of 2017, the most serious attack on the rule of law in a member state of the EU. There's also the end of the crime of embezzlement. Don't forget that that again was part of the crimes carried out by the people attacking Spanish.
Vi talar om straffriheten så
Recognized by the people themselves.
En toch blijft het maar afglijden.
The Commissioner, that when it comes to fundamental rights, these sentences need to be served. And we've seen this time and again. Thank you very much.
Okay, next witness.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Terch.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Well, about time. This Parliament is finally looking at the most scandalous case of anti-democratic degradation in Europe, which is what's happening in Spain. In 3 years under Pedro Sanchez and his government of socialists and communists, we are seeing something similar to what happened in the Chavez state in South America. There's government propaganda being pumped out, attacks on the opposition, criminalisation of the opposition. It's basically what non-democratic states do. This is not a...
Demokraatliku riigid ei ole juhus.
Which are closely linked in terms of...
Blisko povezano u smislu ideologije, u smislu korupcije.
In Venezuela, and sending
Venezuela
from narco states like Venezuela and Bolivia. We've seen all sorts of pressure exerted on judges and changes of the law and trusted people put into place.
Ako se ljudi od povjerenja stavljaju na
people propagating coups. Until the final day of his campaign, he promised he wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do precisely what he went on to do after he'd won, working with criminals to get the votes of criminals.
Next witness, the colleague Hitvig.
The next speaker, Mr. Hitvigi.
Thank you. The Spanish Minister of Justice said here in the European Parliament last week that everything is all right if a politician is nominated as a member of the Constitutional Court, because that is a political... They appointed their former minister, a Spanish socialist politician, as a judge at the Constitutional Court. Imagine if this would happen in Poland or in Hungary.
Kujutage ette, kui selline asi oleks aset leidnud Poolas või
Hypocrisy and of politicians who are calling for democracy would start immediately sanctions and everything else against Poland or Hungary. Funnily enough, against Spain, you didn't trigger an Article 7 or any other procedure, and no one is cutting back on EU resources reimbursed to Spain, because there is a government in place which accepts everything, swallows everything coming from Brussels. Well, this is a clear example of double standards. It's high time to acknowledge that using the rule of law for political purposes, abusing this, is a negative thing, undermines democracy. Everyone should be measured with the same rule, even the Spanish socialist government.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Mello.
Sr. Presidente, colegas.
Madam President, colleagues. As a Portuguese citizen, I feel a great attachment to Spain, a country which we share borders, culture and affection. So it's with great respect that I say that I very much regret that in Spain, as in Portugal, the socialists are basically both guilty of the same defects. For socialists, all that matters is power, for power's sake. And to achieve power, basically anything that they can do takes precedence over questions of principle. In Portugal, in order to govern, despite having lost the elections, Antonio Costa and the socialists allied themselves with the extreme left that rejects the euro, rejects NATO, and rejects the EU itself. In Spain, a similar thing. Socialists and Pedro Sanchez give left-wing radicals and the independence seekers whatever they want, whatever it takes to stay in power. When the rule of law is attacked, the acts are reprehensible for issues of principle, and not because a government happens to be left-wing. The socialists and Pedro Sanchez wish to control the country and control the judiciary, ending a decades-long democratic consensus. What we condemn in Hungary or condemn in Poland, we should also condemn when it happens in Spain. And this Parliament needs to raise its voice. It needs to fight for the defence of the principle of the separation of powers and the rule of law in Spain. Rule of law in Spain, we're fighting for democracy in the whole of Europe.
The next speaker, Mr. García del Blanco.
España, como se ha dicho aquí.
As we've heard, there's not a problem with the rule of law in Spain. The problem is with the opposition and the kind of things that the opposition is doing. Because a party, the Popular Party, is a part of the system and it's behaving that it's doing all it can to follow the extreme right because they're unable to handle the rise of the extreme right. And this debate in the European Parliament is focusing on the failure to renew the Judicial Council. That's the big problem, as the Commissioner said, the failure to renew that body which guides the magistracy and legal system in Spain. It's not saying that the magistrates are not independent in Spain and the system isn't working. They are, but the failure to renew the council is what's causing the problems. And it's been going on for more than 1,500 days, 1,506 to be precise. And I would call upon all the people who've spoken and all of their friends to look at what is happening. The loads of excuses that the Partido Popular has put forward for this 1,500 days of blockage, the refusal to negotiate with the government so the criminal code was changed. Now they want to change a law which was approved by themselves. They put through themselves in 2013 under Mariano Rajoy. They should be following this law itself and they should allow the Judicial Council to be renewed. That's vitally important for Spain. Allowing your party to get away with anything, it's actually following the law. And I can't see that any other party in the European Parliament constantly trying to bring about these debates in the Parliament and in plenary with the shameful actions of the chair of the Petitions Committee, inviting people to talk trash about Spain. I think what we need is to change all of that. Thank you.
Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin Popčeva.
Our next speaker is our colleague Popčeva.
Vielen Dank, Frau Vorsitzende, Commissioner Reynders. La imagen de España la embarran aquellos.
The image of Spain is shown by those who represent the institutions, and it was agreed that on the question of sedition with those people who actually committed the crime, organising a referendum in the Institutional Court, and the government's argument pensa che dovremmo adattare to that of other European countries. Well, that's a lie. In the European Union, there is no harmonisation regarding criminal tailored to the specific circumstances of each member
da sedição.
Of sedition, because nationalists are on a daily basis threatening to break the links between citizens. Now, do you think that other European countries wouldn't defend themselves against a coup d'etat? Let's not undermine those institutions. It's taken us so long to.
Μας τα εργαλεία που χρειάζονται για να προστατεύσουν το κράτος δικαίου.
Ms. Kemper has the floor. Dziękuję bardzo. Zacytuję tutaj.
Well, thank you very much. Let me. European democracy teaches you how to lose. So let me ask you, Mr. Lopez Aguilar. Didn't he pass on this motto to the Polish opposition? You supported Polish opposition with great vigour. Even in Poland itself, you used this argument. So do you see how much it hurts? Because now it is about your government. Far be it from me to try and interfere in internal affairs of another member state, because it was in Poland that we said that the rule of law and the judiciary is not a
las potestades de la Unión.
You fell in the trap that you tried to set yourselves. But I disagree that freedom of religion is limited in Europe, which is in your country. That's what you did. I also disagree that sexual offenders are allowed to run free because their sentences are limited. I disagree that women should feel unsafe. So I'm saying this to you, and please stop interfering with our affairs.
Colleague Jury.
Colleague Jury is the next speaker.
Necesitamos un grande escándalo.
Colleagues, what you need is a big corruption scandal involving several MEPs in this House for the S&D group to accept the issue of Spain being put on the agenda. The Sanchez government works thanks to a number of anti-constitutional pacts with the far left, and there is an agenda to dismantle the state and dismantle freedoms, to interfere in private life. And this and changing the rule book in order to validate and justify their positions. Now, you dare to
krytykować
a rule of law, Hungary, and it will never allow for this to happen. You use cohesion funds in a very opaque way, and at the same time you ask the Commission, put pressure on the Commission to withhold funds to our country. Well, conservative governments that represent freedoms of and rights of families are being attacked.
And now to our colleague Halski.
Dear colleagues,
caros colegas,
committee, and as person from Poland, a member of Polish opposition, also as an ex-minister, I have very friendly advice to you. You would like to lead Common Europe in several months. With the lady who was in Brussels last week, so aggressive minister who was not answering any question, let's think about your image. The standards are the same for everybody in Europe. The law also. You cannot be over.
Pour toutes en Europe. On ne peut pas se placer au-dessus de la loi.
Government. So let's think. On a green light, you can go, but on the red, even if you love this color, you cannot go.
Mesmo que goste muito do país, não pode.
And I have the advice to exchange this person, because I cannot imagine the European Council meeting with the person who would like to protect the rule of law with this language, which is very similar to our colleagues from the very right wing. And the second advice, which is much more important, you have to change.
Još jedan savjet.
And this is the highest time to change it, because you are on a slippery way, very similar to well-known two other ways.
Jste na velmi
This is my friendly advice to you.
Det her langdrag, men det er et godt kammeratligt råd fra min.
Okay, nächster Redner ist der Kollege Silva Pereira.
Our next speaker is Mr. Silva Pereira.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. A serious political debate on a very serious interinstitutional crisis going on in Spain is perfectly sensible thing. But it must happen in the right forum, which is the Spanish Parliament, not the European.
Mhux il-Parlament Ewropew.
Agenda by the EPP is yet another attempt to use the European stage to pursue partisan debates that belong in Spain. The rule of law is a
L-istat ta' dritt huwa valur Ewropew.
Rule of law are indeed European affairs, as has been said with regard to many different member states. And this is, however, not the case for Spain. We've heard about all the progress that's been made with regard to democracy and the rule of law. Now, if indeed there were problems
É precisamente naqueles dois pontos.
Spain, then in fact the problems lie in the two areas that the proponents of this debate have been denying. The idea of what constitutes the judicial power, and the powers of the courts, which go far beyond their mandate and perpetuate a political climate that favours the right. And secondly, there's this interference of judiciary in other affairs where
para impedir a votação no Senado.
Votes are being influenced during the legislative process in the Senate and as well. This is something that has no precedent in Spain or anywhere else for that matter. And so the decision is something that contributes to the rule of law, and it is right to untie this deadlock. Now, the Partido Popular, if it indeed takes its concerns seriously, then it must unblock the decisions that are languishing in the judicial reform in Spain.
Danke. Nächste Rednerin ist die
Thank you. And our next speaker is our colleague Wisniewska.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Yesterday we discussed corruption in our Parliament, the corruption scandal involving mainly the left in the Parliament.
A la parte izquierda del hemiciclo.
Spain. This whole discussion boils down to a laying bare of the double standards among the socialists. It was the socialists who attacked Poland and Hungary most cruelly. What they accused Poland of was 100% false. Apparently, the rule of law in Poland was breached. So, Commissioner, let's look at those milestones. The Spanish milestones, do they include the Council for the Judiciary in Spain? Do they
Justiitsnõukogu.
funds if Spain should not increase penalties for corruption? Because it was in Spain that penalties for corruption were reduced. Sentences to rapists as well. Was President von der Leyen here enraged that in Spain penalties for sexual offences were reduced and therefore Spain should be sanctioned? No. So what we are discussing now is the double standards and the socialists, their mouths of.
Cuando hay problemas reales, la
presidencia down to nothing. Thank you.
Der nächste Redner ist der
Our next speaker is our colleague Pospíšil.
Děkuji pěkně, paní předsedající, dámy a pánové.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, as an MEP from the Czech Republic, I don't want to express my opinion on an internal situation in Spain. This is not what this discussion is about. It's not about the political situation in Spain. It's about one of the key values of the European Union being the rule of law, and it is under threat in one of the member states. Therefore, this discussion is entirely legitimate. It belongs here in this chamber, and we as MEPs are obliged, wherever we come from, to debate whether the rule of law in Spain is under threat or not. And I'm a lawyer by profession. I was the Minister of Justice. I'm an academician.
Akademiker, og jeg arbejder med.
I must say that I'm concerned deeply by what's happening about the Supreme Council of the Judiciary. It's blocked, it's not functioning, and the government is trying to exert its political influence over the Spanish justice, which is something that we have to talk about, just like we did in the case of Poland and Hungary. Whoever is the perpetrator, it doesn't matter. It's impossible that some countries were not part of the debate just because the government accepted this principle. Then our protection of rule of law could be abused or relativized, and it would be perceived as Brussels pressing on government who are hostile to it. Therefore, dear Commissioner, please don't underestimate the situation in Spain. Please start a dialogue with the Spanish government, a dialogue about how to remedy this situation where the General Council of Judiciary is blocked. There is an unprecedented decision of the Spanish Constitutional Court.
Безпрецедентно решение на испанския конституционен.
So let's do our utmost for Spain to remain.
Poučinimo da sve kako
zagrożona. Dziękuję bardzo i
tak, ledamot Zoido Alvarez.
Señor comisario.
Panie komisarzu.
As a magistrate, I am very upset by the fact that the EU has pointed the finger at my country in this way. We understand that, well, the S&D shouldn't be giving lessons in patriotism, and the EPP should not be receiving any lessons in that. Lessons in patriotism, well, is an aggression vis-à-vis the head of the delegation of the Partido Popular in the group. And I'm very happy, Commissioner, to hear that you're going to continue to rules suggested by the EU, but unfortunately, it's not a surprise that it's about interfering in the situation. In 1985, when there was an absolute majority and the law was changed to change the election system, and that's when things started. Then, with a different president, we moved into a different stage, and it's coming to a head now. The Minister of Justice the other day in the European Parliament recognised that the Constitutional Court is a political court and that the government had nothing to do with the renewal of the Consejo General, and the Mr. Molano is involved in that. So we are seeing an unprecedented situation, which is really undermining what Alfonso Guerra was saying. And Spain is one of the most advanced democracies in Europe, but Mr. Sanchez has committed
Esta democracia é uma das mais avançadas da Europa. Está
seeing that with all of the institutions and how their images are being affected. It's the same with the penal code. We've seen so many changes, and that's never been seen before. And I will conclude. They are looking for any pretext to come back to we should come back to the original text, which is in line with the
kommissionens rådgivning.
Für die Kommission nun, Herr Kommissar Reinders, bitte sehr.
Thank you very much indeed. And now the floor goes back to the Commission. Mr. Reinders.
Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, je me réjouis.
Thank you very much, President. I'm very happy that we can continue to discuss the state of law in a number of countries. As you know, I'm at the disposal of the European Parliament for this, be it in a committee, be it in the plenary or anywhere else. Now, focusing particularly on the situation in Spain,
Wil ik graag herhalen
the willingness of the Spanish authorities to dialogue with the Commission on the necessary reforms. Nevertheless, I would like
quanto à necessidade de chegar a bom porto.
Implementing all necessary
onafhankelijkheid en efficiëntie van de
judiciary, the fight against fraud, the freedom of the press, and to implement these reforms. With an eye to this, the Commission has issued a number of recommendations to the Spanish authorities in last July's report on the state of law.
Judiciary, both its renewal and its reform are essential. This is what the Commission highlights in the Rule of Law report, and this is part of our recommendation to Spain. The Commission also emphasises that the reform should be initiated immediately after the Council is renewed. What it is important is to avoid that the Council for the Judiciary to politicisation. Moreover, the Rule of Law report also by the Spanish Supreme Court, the lack of renewal of the Council is already having an impact on the efficiency of justice. We acknowledge that the discussions are very complex, and the Commission has taken into account the complexity while drafting its recommendation. We regret that the negotiations to renew the Council were suspended again in October last year, and we continue to call all parties involved to take the necessary actions for the successful implementation
a aplicação total de todas as recomendações.
While associations of judges are involved in the proposal of potential candidates to the Council, for the moment, in the appointment of its judge members is for the Parliament, which still has a lot of discretion to decide. What is important is to avoid that the Council for the Judiciary is perceived as vulnerable again to politicisation. European standards, such as Greco recommendations, provide that political authorities, such as the Parliament or the Executive, should not be involved at any stage in the selection process of judge members. Concerning the reform of the criminal code, the Commission is aware, I've said that in my first remarks, of the reform of the provision of the crime of embezzlement in the Spanish criminal code. As I said, we are currently analysing the new Spanish provisions on embezzlement, including the lowering of penalty levels incurred for such offences, to assess their compliance with EU law. And it's very important to continue to protect the financial interests of the Union by such an analysis of the compliance with the EU law. The Commission is also aware of the reform of the provisions on the crime of sedition in the Spanish criminal code. However, as most criminal offences, the crime of sedition falls exclusively within the competence of the Member States, which means that Member States remain free to adopt or amend legislation in this field as they deem appropriate, as far as they respect their international Et comme je l'ai dit, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés tout à l'heure,
as I said earlier, by way of conclusion, I'd like to say that we will, of course, continue to monitor the states, particularly in the context of drawing up the report for 2023. And in this report, it'll be up to us to evaluate the implementation of the report of last July, particularly the recommendation that we drafted, which we said was urgent, which was the renewal of the upper chamber of the judiciary. I continue to be at your disposal, of course, not only to discuss issues of
apie kiekvienos valstybės narės įstatymų viršenybės
law in any member state of the EU. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Reinders. That brings us to the end of that debate. The next from Ms. Vinci, Control of Financial Activities of European Investment Bank, Annual Report 2021. And I will give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Vinci. President, Commissioner, Vice President Peters, ladies and gentlemen, the European Investment Bank is the only international financial institution which is owned by our member states and with the help of our legislation contributes to achieving our joint objectives. It's doing some excellent work and has particularly done some excellent work during 2021, during the pandemic, and this is the year we're discussing today. The report shows very clearly that the EIB continually is prepared to innovate and contribute to developments on the financial markets and exercises very strict standards. Although there was a considerable impact by the pandemic, nevertheless...
Please continue the discussions outside of the plenary because we want to show respect to the speakers. Thank you.
Nicht nur die Großbetriebe, sondern vor allem
not just big companies, but also SMEs are significantly supported by the EIB. 2021, 431 were loaned. Tune of 45 million euros. This contributes obviously to maintaining jobs at the time of the pandemic. At the moment, high energy prices and inflation has a negative impact on SMEs in Europe, and the question is whether current subsidies will be enough or whether additional measures need to be taken. In any case, it's essential that access to financing can contribute to digitalization. This means that innovating SMEs must get the possibility of acceding to financing in the context of research and development, and that on a level playing field. I welcome the investments made in the area of training and education and thus directly in jobs. Qualified workers are the pillars.
Ich wünsche mir, dass wir mit diesen Mitteln für Bildung
these funds for training and education should support Europe because experience in Germany and Austria has shown that this is the best way of ensuring employment and countering unemployment in Europe. This would mean that we would need
mondialiseringsfonds
in order to support people re-entering the labor market. The pandemic has shown that there are structural differences between the member states which need to be reduced. A possible solution for this is to implement the cohesion recommendations for 2021. Between the 2021 and
aportará 26
to tune 26.2 million. Together with Next Generation years, we end up with more than 372 billion. This is together with private finance. This is for SMEs and innovative research and digitalization. This big responsibility of the EIB in managing EU funds requires controls and transparency in order to ensure that these investments are effective. To this extent, increased cooperation between the EIB and the EPO is an important step to protect our funds from money laundering and fraud. The transformation of society can only happen through innovation, research and digitalization. This means that these subjects must continue to be the top priorities for the EIB, because we shouldn't lose our place in the world and risk European companies going elsewhere, because that would mean a reduction of welfare and standard of living in Europe. Thank you very much. Can I now give the floor to Vice President Peters for the EIB?
Thank you, President. Dear members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here with you today. First of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Madam Angela, the good cooperation and the relevance of the report. It is always strange to talk about activities looking back as the report analyzes year 2000. Since then, but the EIB performed well, being instrumental in the EU response to multiple crises without losing sight of our... There is a common thread between past and current crises.
Uma ameaça comum.
Crises always put investment at risk, whether it is private or public money. This is the reason why institutions like the EIB play a key role in providing stabilizing effects and sending signals to the market. When you talk about financial performance, as rightly acknowledged in the report, the EIB Group is an effective instrument in support of EU policies. For the second year in a row, the EIB Bank focused on fighting on COVID-19 crisis, while increasing its financing for green projects. The EIB Group worked with partners in Europe and globally to deliver a record of 95 billion euros in financing. It's 23% increase for from 2020. All of the group's financing, 54 billion euros, went to small and medium-sized enterprises hit hard by the pandemic. The European Investment Fund, as part of the EIB Group, has played an instrumental role in that respect. As the report mentioned, our financial support in 2021 to small and medium-sized enterprises sustained 4.5 million jobs. Now say something about the fight against COVID-19 and the crisis. Think of the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, or the urgent to mitigate climate change. We have moved towards permanent crisis management. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, the EIB Group has approved almost 72 billion euros in targeted support for the public health sector, delivery of vaccines, and for businesses hit by the crisis. Thank you for acknowledging this in the report. On Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, the bank acted swiftly in supporting the country with its immediate finance needs. The EIB quickly reallocated and distributed over 1.7 billion euros to support the most urgent reconstruction needs, with the support and the guarantee from the European budget, of course. The EIB's engagement complements EIB budget financing under the microfinance assistance instrument and the new MFA+. Ladies and gentlemen, the war security and defence policy. I'm happy with last year's adoption of the Strategic European Security Initiative, SESI, which aims to mobilise investment in support of Europeans' dual-use security and defence industry and civil security infrastructure. Until 2027, we have the ambition to finance about €1 billion a year in dual-use projects. And I'm glad, dear colleagues, to announce today that in the first year, the year 2022, we have a total of €1.5 billion for projects that qualify under SESI, this Strategic European Security Initiative. Let me say something about the green transitions. Crises do not distract us from our core responsibilities. The EIB has a key role to play in supporting and managing transitions. Together with the European Commission, we have been looking at how to make a lasting contribution to cope with the EU's energy crisis. Currently, the EIB Group is stepping up its efforts in supporting the Repower EU. Last October, our board endorsed an additional €30 billion in loans and equity financing over the next 5 years. We will increase our support to renewable energy efficiency, grids and storage, electrical vehicle charging infrastructure and breakthrough technologies such as low-carbon hydrogen. This approach is in line with our ambition and achievements as EU Climate Bank. In 2021, 51% of EIB's investments went to Another important step in line with our Climate Bank roadmap is the adoption of our revisited transport lending policy last year to ensure that the bank's activities in transport sector to underpin a resilient transition, more support is also needed in research and development, already mentioned by the rapporteur, carried out by European companies, notably at the crucial intersection between digital and technology. That is why the EIB provides financing to cutting-edge technologies firms with facilities ranging from standard senior debts to the very popular non-dilutive venture debt, specifically for startups. It is our ability to innovate within the EU that will help us strengthening our strategic autonomy. But resilience has to go hand in hand with inclusiveness. Climate action and just transition are complementary goals. Cohesion, like mentioned also by the rapporteur, will therefore remain part of our DNA. By 2025, the EIB will aim to commit 55% of its total financing in the European Union to support projects in transition and less developed regions. Finally, transparency and accountability. I am very much aware that accountability and integrity and our related policies and practices are also important to you, as much, ladies and gentlemen, as much as it is to us. I fully agree with you that we cannot become complacent in that respect, and we take your recommendations very seriously. At the bank, we are committed to raising the bar. On transparency, I am happy to see that the report welcomes our revisit policy, which lays down provisions for the proactive publication of information and documents, as well as a possible disclosure. Furthermore, we are constantly improving our policies and practices in various fields, notably related to the well-being of our staff, gender and diversity, anti-corruption safeguards, protection of whistleblowers, and so on. We also revisited and adopted our environmental and social sustainability framework, as well as our whistleblowing policy in 2021, which also grants
Tittar du på 2021 är också skydd.
persons. Last but not least, outside EU. Finally, let me say some words about our operations outside. About 10% of our activities. It is increasingly important for the EU to be able to offer financial support in building partnerships with emerging and developing economies around the world and in promoting policy goals and initiatives of the EU. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we created EIB Global, which officially started its operations in January 2020.
To je firma, která oficiálně zahájila svoji
flexible and agile Team Europe partner that contributes to effective EU external action in response to crises, as well as long-term sustainable solutions. In the years ahead, we expect to deliver financing around 10 billion annually outside the EU. I thank once again the rapporteur. I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to listen to the reactions. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Vizepräsident.
Thank you very much, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Welcome to you. And now, Commissioner Johansson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I start on the topic at hand, I want to make a brief statement on the tragic event in Kiev this morning. The death of Denis Monastyrsky has shocked
che è venuta a Kiev oggi, la morte di tutti quei bambini.
his life together with 17 other victims in including children. My thoughts are with each of these families. Denis was the Minister of Interior of Ukraine. And more importantly, he was the husband of Sanna and the father of 2 children. He was only 42 years old. Denis is a true Ukrainian hero, over the last year leading with bravery and stoicism. That
priekšzīmīgi izrādot savu drosmi.
Statečnost byla jasná, když často
in Kiev and the air raid Syrian started, he didn't flinch. Don't worry, we are safe, he said. I liked him very much. He was a warm person and a great leader, and it's been an honor to work close together with him.
Un onore poter lavorare in stretto contatto con lui.
A great loss for the Ukrainian government, where he played a pivotal role. It would be a great loss for all of us that worked close with him, and I talk also about the 27 ministers of interior of member states, and of course, most importantly, for his family. And my promise is that we will continue to stand by Ukraine as long as it takes. We will not let Putin win. Thank you. I now turn to the topic. I would like to welcome the report and thank the European Parliament, and in particular the rapporteur, also on behalf of Vice President Dombrovskis, who cannot be here today. The European Investment Bank is a crucial partner for implementing EU policies inside and outside of the Union. I welcome this opportunity today to discuss the main findings of the CONT Committee report on the bank's activities. I look forward to the Parliament's views and recommendations with regard to how the EIB can better help the EU to achieve our global policy goals. While the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic were fading away, Russia's unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and the resulting energy crisis have presented our societies with extraordinary challenges that require us to respond with decisive and coordinated EU Key partners, including the European Investment Bank, is important for providing and leveraging investments aligned with EU policy priorities, including green and digital transformations that leave no one behind, and to boost energy efficiency. For example, through the Repower EU and energy efficiency targets, and put significant resources into achieving them. The EIB group answered our call with its Repower EU package from own resources, which adds much needed
piešķirot līdzekļus no saviem.
Crisis. Invest EU, our flagship investment program, is a powerful tool to achieve the EU's policy priorities. I would like to say a few words on its successful deployment and the role played by the EIB.
Provedba Invest
EU
and the European Investment Fund are moving forward and already generating operations under the Invest EU fund. Invest EU is already out on the financial market, supporting SMEs, investments in solar, wind energy, energy efficiency, renewable hydrogen, and in the social and
vesiniku kasutamise ning
also allows for innovative ways of supporting
InvestEU ļauj atbalstīt
organization of the EU economy, such as the EU Catalyst Partnership, which brings together the European Commission, the EIB, and the Breakthrough Energy Catalyst in a unique public-private partnership. With regard to the EIB activities outside the EU, I would like to highlight our joint efforts to support Ukraine last year. I appreciate that the EIB mobilized urgent financial support for Ukraine with unprecedented speed. It managed this by the repurposing and early disbursement of several loans, backed by the EU budget guarantee.
Specialių paskolų suteikiant specialią
and 1.7 billion euros in 2022 were achieved in close cooperation with the Commission. This complemented the microfinancial assistance that the Commission provided to Ukraine in 2022, which totaled more than 7 billion euros, offering immediate financial assistance to Ukraine on very favourable terms when its funding needs were acute. Support from the EU, including from the EIB, contributed to making sure that the most critical functions of the Ukrainian state could continue. We also
države Ukrajine se mogu
to finance projects contributing to solidarity lanes and encourage EIB to accelerate identification of such projects and ensure their timely implementation. The bank will play an important role in financing the reconstruction of Ukraine. To this end, we expect the EIB to maintain national institutions and national promotional banks that are active in Ukraine. Externally, many other challenges lie ahead, including climate change, connectivity, and the need to achieve an inclusive post-pandemic recovery. We also look forward to discussing with the EIB the strategic orientation of the EIB Global Branch. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to listen to the intervention in the debate.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin, und auch
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Commissioner, and thank you also for your very moving words on the occasion of the death of Denis Monastyrsky, as well as all the other victims, children, and the other victims. We move now to the debate, and we will hear first from the representatives of political groups. The first speaker will be Monica Hohlmeier on behalf of the EPP.
Gruppe EPL.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear EIB team, if I can call you that, I'm very pleased to see you here amongst us and for us to be able to have today's discussion. I thank the Commissioner, and I wish to echo her words and express my deep condolences to the people of Ukraine. We see on a daily basis the suffering that people are undergoing and the devastating circumstances under which they're living. So my sincere condolences to Ukraine. Coming back to the EIB, in 2021, the EIB didn't have the easiest of tasks. It needed to cope with the impact of the pandemic, and the crisis situations didn't let up. It was a new crisis each day, a crisis a day. And bank, such as the EIB, has a difficult task as a multilateral organisation. I thank the EIB for its commitment to supporting the healthcare sector, over 4 billion euros that went to such sectors, and I think the focus on healthcare and competitiveness and independence from third countries, our self-sufficiency is something that we need to work on, and here the EIB has a pivotal role to play. I thank you also for supporting medical institutes and research centres looking into vaccines and other treatments as well. BioNTech, Pfizer was one of such projects to benefit, and in fact it was the first multilateral bank to invest, and I thank you for that very pioneering approach. I also thank you for the partnership with the EPPO. I think that's very important. Now, the criticism doesn't go to the EIB, but there's an urgent request from the Commission when it comes to space exploration. There are many SMEs, and there have been criticism regarding the willingness only to cooperate with larger businesses. And so there's a need for the smaller businesses, smaller enterprises also to access financing. And I would call upon the Commission to make this possible. It's not just the larger players that should be supported in this way. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. I've been a bit generous with speaking time, but let's try and be disciplined, and I want everyone. I'd request that everyone stick to speaking time, please. Next, on behalf of the S&D Group, Corina Cretu, you have the floor.
For the moving words that you have expressed here today, and I would like also to share our, I think, solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much for what you are doing for our countries. I am from Romania, so thank you once again. Coming back to the report, Mr. Vice President, the report that we are discussing today clearly outlines that the European Investment Bank is of great importance for the European Parliament, as it is the biggest lending arm of the European Union. EIB is the biggest creditor in the world, and it plays a special importance in overpassing the tumultuous day we live. Here I am referring to the different crises that we are facing, meaning the COVID measures, the war in Ukraine, and the global energy crisis. I welcome the new EIB cohesion. You know that I was Commissioner for Cohesion Policy, so which is very important for me. The cohesion orientation 2021 to 2027, it's very important. It's an effort in terms of continuation of all EIB signature within the member states to fund projects and beneficiaries located in EIB cohesion priority regions, identified as less developed regions and transition regions. I also welcome the InvestEU program, which will provide the European Union with crucial long-term funding by leveraging substantial private and public funds in support of sustainable recovery. Moreover, by implementing 75% of the InvestEU, the EIB Group's goal are to generate investments mainly for sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation, digitalization, SMEs, access to finance, social investments and skills. However, I suggest to continue to enhance transparency. Thank you very much.
Danke vielmals.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's try, please, to be disciplined with speaking time. The next speaker on behalf of the Renew Group is Alin Mitutsa.
Mulțumesc, doamnă președintă.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2021 has been indeed a most difficult year with many crises triggered by the pandemic, and the bank has played an important role helping provide vaccines, helping support the healthcare infrastructure and the companies that were severely affected. But the more of them now, so we still need this bank to be at the forefront supporting the EU economy and the green and the digital transitions. And we also need this bank to fulfill its traditional role as an investor in the European infrastructure and in European cohesion. For all that, must lay more stress on providing technical assistance to those regions that need it the most, and should also prioritize the investments in the healthcare infrastructure in order to reduce the gaps between member states, to support investments in the energy transition and autonomy in the EU, as well as in the candidate countries who are facing serious problems, Moldova, a case in point, to invest in food security, in agriculture and the rural areas, sometimes fields that are overlooked, and to continue providing transparency and ethical behavior in all fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now on behalf of the Green Group, Madam Viola von Kramon-Taubadel has the floor.
Thank you, President, colleagues, and also my big thank you to you, Madam Commissioner, for your warm words regarding this unbearable tragedy. What we have seen today,
borzalmas tragédiával kapcsolatban mondott el.
We are facing now is affecting our work and our life every day. It's not easy to come back to this rather technical topic now regarding the annual report of the EIB activities in 2021, which is very detailed, reflects the challenges of that year still in pandemic mode and with institutions expanding. However, there are areas where the Greens have been repeatedly calling on the EIB to take decisive actions. Firstly, we want to underline the importance of green and sustainable investment. It was mentioned. But while the EIB has increased its support for renewables and an energy efficiency project, it still provides significant funding for fossil fuel investments. This is concerning, as the EU has committed to reach the net zero green gas emissions by 2050. Mainstreaming of green investment and not spending money on anything that has a negative
investimenti fuq dak kollu
so that the EIB becomes truly the EU's climate bank. The report also fails to provide sufficient information on social and environmental effects to the EIB's investments. It is of utmost importance that the EIB's investering det er uhyre vigtigt at clear rules in this direction. While the EIB annual report highlights some positive development, it is clear that there are also areas for improvement. Thank you.
Dankeschön für die ID-Fraktion.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ID Group, Joachim Kuss will now take the floor.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The only good thing that I can say about this very complete report, or the only good thing I can take from it, rather, is that the EIB should give the Court of Auditors more right of insight, as we've called for over and over again. So thank you for that. Other than that, the EIB has less and less to do with the investments within the EU. The monies for the EIB should really be invested in our future and the future of our children, instead of which we calls for social inclusion, whatever that may be, climate protection measures, and gender mainstreaming. And this is simply going to weaken our families. Between the time of reading this, and you've confirmed this, Vice President, the report even calls for the EIB being transferred into a climate bank, which will protect not only Europe but the whole of the world against climate change. Unfortunately, I'm sure that it won't be long before European taxpayers and others, taxpayers, Germany and elsewhere, will have to pay for climate change in Pakistan and Brazil and elsewhere. Our monies must be used more for investments which are good for the people that we represent in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank
you. On behalf of the ECR group, Mr. Czarnecki has the floor.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani
President, Vice President, dear Commissioner, solidarity with Ukraine, this is what binds us above political party divisions. But why don't you show solidarity with those countries that help Ukraine? Poland, for instance, which hitherto has received very little in the way of financial assistance to Ukrainian refugees. We took in 9 million Ukrainian refugees, and we are expecting a fraction of the assistance that you gave to Turkey, for instance. 2021 was the year of the pandemic. EIB signed credit contracts in order to protect 450,000 SMEs. Thank you very much, dear EIB. But what about financing of nuclear energy? Because you are helping with wind farms, etc. But now, in light of the current energy crisis, it seems energy.
Att man då ska se att
attention to nuclear energy.
Thank you. The
Ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of the EU, the Croatian government has 2 weeks ago decided to renounce the Croatian traditional kuna and take on the euro. And in a matter of couple of days, the prices in Croatia grew by 10 to 50%, and the living standard of Croatian citizens now is devastated. So I would like to know now what the European Investment Bank will do. Will it still continue investing into vaccines which are not vaccines, into countries which are not EU member states, or will it do something to reduce the loss Croatian citizens have suffered due to introduction of the euro as the new currency? Please, I would like to have a direct answer to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Eero Heinäluoma.
Euroopan investointipankilla on keskeinen rooli.
Thank you, Madam President. The EIB plays a central role in achieving legislative points in the EU. Now it's playing a major point in infrastructure, research, green change and innovation. Throughout the corona pandemic, vaccines were developed with the help of the EIB. Once again, the bank is showing its importance through support to Ukraine. The use of public funds needs to be dealt with carefully with supervision. And on supervision and oversight, the Parliament has an important role to play. We should be grateful in many respects to the EIB, but I think we can still tighten up further. The EIB is taking ambitious steps to increase its openness and transparency. Particularly important is the question of combating fraud and irregularities. If increasing amounts of funds are flowing, that means that the role of the supervisory bodies has to be further stressed. Thank you. And the next speaker will be Billy Kelleher.
Having spoken previously in this House on the European Investment Bank annual reports, I was often critical when we were speaking about fraud issues and non-protection of whistleblowers. But reading this report and looking at what has been achieved in recent times, particularly guiding ourselves through the COVID pandemic and the impact that was having on real economies, real lives, small and medium-sized businesses and employment.
Reale asupra IMM-urilor, pot să spun că am salutat
of the EIB in terms of navigating small, medium-sized businesses and broader economies through that particular.
Att hjälpa små och medelstora företag genom denna omfattande.
EIB has taken its statements in previous times that it wanted to become the climate bank seriously. It is now well committed to funding the transition, both in the digital economy and also in climate change directly itself. And I do welcome very much its commitment to Repower EU. We have to continue with that, both because of the geopolitical reasons with regard to the invasion of Ukraine and Russia's aggression, but also due to the fact that there is huge opportunity in terms of protecting the environment and the climate, but also innovating and creating jobs in those particular areas to do with the transition and the digital economy. So I do commend the report and welcome the continued commitment to the climate agenda. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Der nächste Sprecher.
Thank you. The next speaker is our colleague Johan van Overtveld.
Voorzitter, vicevoorzitter.
President, Vice President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that we need to work towards sustainable investments to the benefit of the environment and the climate, and the EIB does this very well. But this should not be the only priority. The strategic investments of the EIB must also continue to monitor and stimulate the level of welfare in society, whether or not related to the climate. The net return on climate-directed investments in terms of growth and jobs is actually less obvious than some would claim. And while I'm at it, would it not be appropriate to return to a more positive? I'm thinking of mining and the nuclear industry. I would therefore plead for less dogma and more balance in order better to serve society, the economy and welfare in the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Next speaker in this debate is Maria Grappini.
Madam Commissioner, distinguished representatives of the EIB, dear colleagues, Madam Chair, we all know that banks in general play a very important role in economic development and in the social life of citizens. But now we're talking about the European Investment Bank, which has experienced the hard times of the pandemic, of the other crisis. We all know them because we've all went through this crisis. As a member of the CONT committee, I always say that you should always factor in the fact that everything you do has an impact on the economy and on the SMEs in particular. And you said here that you did offer credit lines to SMEs, and I think you should lay more stress on that in the future because, after all, the SMEs are the backbone of the European economy, as we all say. And I cannot conclude without stating that, yes, it is most salutary that we have the 2021 then correct afterwards. So I believe that the prevention of and detection of risk is important. And one message to the Commission: be more transparent when you issue your approvals, specifying the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Mauri Pekkarinen.
Puhemies, tieto muuttuu Euroopassa aivan liian hitaasti uusiksi tuotteiksi.
Now, we know that it takes far too long for us to develop new products in Europe, and the EIB has been doing good work, however. We need to build Europe's clout and power in this sector, make us more competitive. Strengthening and boosting the role of the EIB would be a good thing, so that we could really provide an answer to the United States. With our investment bank, we need to strengthen.
De momento, a situação é bocadinho confusa.
Spiraling out of control right now. some member states were able to use national funds to prop up businesses, something that would normally not be permitted. Billion worth of
Sada dano 80% od njih u Njemačkoj i Franciji.
or around that in Germany and elsewhere. A stronger EIB is the real solution to all these problems.
Rookmaker ist unsere nächste Sprecherin.
Thank you. And now Doreen Rookmaker has the floor.
Dank u wel, vicevoorzitter.
Thank you very much, Vice President, Commissioner. The EIB gives more than 60 billion euro in loans at very good conditions. Now, there are two things that I'd like to bring to your attention. First of all, the rapporteur has said that we should shift the private banks at the moment have difficulties with loans.
A beruházási bank nem pont ezt
To get loans because of the rules on money laundering, and we need to tackle that. And secondly, the imbalance in the granting of credits needs to be looked at. 42% of the loans are given to 3 countries. We could tackle the EIB to do what it was set up to do, in other words, to finance a proper network in the EU to ensure for sustainability and have a more balanced provision of credit so that everybody has the same conditions. Thank you.
Dan nu collega Udo Bull.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, Vice President, dear colleagues, yes, we do need the European Investment Bank, and Ms. Vincik is absolutely right. And the fact that in 2021 there was a decision to set up a new department for global support, well, that's right. But I think the fundamental goal is to implement European policies, and there's one institution that really needs to ensure that European funds are used in line with European political goals, and surely that institution should be the European Parliament. There was an overt call for the EIB to strengthen cooperation with the African Investment Bank, and in fact to establish a subsidiary and to report back on the next steps. We think this is an effective partnership. It's part of making that partnership even more effective. We look forward to this dialogue actually coming to be. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor now goes to Charles Goerens.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. In these lean budgetary times, financial institutions that have made the strategic choice to support the political choices of the I'm thinking first and foremost of the EIB. But I think we have to place its work in
selle panga tegevusi laiemalt.
On a global scale, the EIB has quite some potential to continue to achieve energy and digital transitions. Moreover, the EIB is increasingly committed to financing developing countries. As the only multilateral bank to fully meet the EU's fundamental rights requirements, it's now called upon to consolidate its leading position in financing policies of the future. The EIB has a full role to play in the future development of financial architecture, where it has a crucial role to play in constantly seeking synergy with other international banks, particularly the EBRD. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Angelika Moszczanowska.
Dziękuję bardzo, Pani Przewodnicząca. Pani
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, President. Billions of euros were spent in 2021 in
ogromne svote u
SMEs got nearly 2 billion euros in terms of co-financing, and over 600,000 jobs were created or supported. This is a major achievement of
rolę w walce z kryzysem COVID-19 w całej Unii Europejskiej.
Role in fighting the COVID pandemic in Europe.
Vi skulle bekæmpe covid-pandemien
under support packages, which is
paramos paketus ir tai įrodo
reacting swiftly and providing financing for key sectors of our economies. Subsequent crises, rising prices of energy and resources have a direct impact on the competitiveness of SMEs in Europe. This in turn means EIB should continue supporting SME
Ces PME ont besoin de plus de
so that our companies can expand and go and grow in Europe and
crescere in Europa e oltre. Grazie.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Now my Vice President colleague, Pedro Silva Pereira, has the floor.
President.
Thank you, President. Once again, the European Parliament is carrying out its democratic scrutiny function, this time vis-à-vis the EIB. And this is the subject we're discussing. We're discussing the year 2021, a very challenging year due to the impact of the pandemic on our societies and economies. 2021, however, also once again confirmed the decisive role of the European Investment Bank in its role, supporting role for the European economy and European policies when it comes to emergency funding and support for economic recovery, as well as support to SMEs. Right now, the EIB needs to continue in its efforts to achieve geographical balance and focus on regions that are less attractive to investors. And at the same time, it needs to carry out its role as the climate bank for Europe. In the previous edition of this report, defended the key role of the EIB. I think now, following the invasion of Ukraine, we see that role is ever more important in leveraging investment in Europe. Thank you.
Schön. Die Rednerinnenliste ist.
Thank you. And that closes the speakers list, and we now come to the
Kommissionären först. Varsågod.
Thank you very much, participants, for today's valuable debate. The Cont Committee report on a good path, particularly as a front-runner in climate action and as a role model for other international financial institutions in their quest to become aligned with the Paris Agreement. Nevertheless, and some of them have been raised by you here in the debate. And this is a warrant for a closer than ever cooperation with the EIB group to ensure that its activities are aligned with the evolving context and EU policy priorities. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön, Frau Kommissarin. Und nun...
Thank you, Commissioner. Now for the European Investment Bank, Mr. Peters has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the European Parliament, first I would like to thank the Commissioner Johnson for your work and my condolences, and it's of course a very tragic accident. Secondly, thank you, dear members of the European Parliament, for your interventions, certainly for the positive reactions, but also for the comments and the questions. And I shall try to give some answers to your questions. First of all, there was the suggestion, what can we do more in education and educational sector? You know that we are already the largest lender when you speak about education.
Laenuandja haridus.
2000, we invest €2 billion each year, and that is in the sector of education, infrastructure, research centers, but also vocational and professional training, as well as, for example, student housing and student loans. But we shall take the suggestions and proposals into account and see what we can do more in the future.
За да обмислим какво можем да предприемем в
Several members of this parliament
Der var inde på spørgsmålet om
small and medium-sized enterprises are and remains a priority for the bank. I've already mentioned this 45 billion euros that we invested in 2021, and you know that also we provide some loans to banks, and the purpose of these loans is that the banks provide at their turn
support
enterprises. And also I mentioned the very popular product or instrument that we deliver for small and medium-sized enterprises in the sector of innovation, the venture debt product. Also that is very important to support the small and medium-sized enterprises and
malih i srednjih poduzeća. Kao što je povjerenica rekla,
to provide the small and medium-sized enterprises with this kind of products and instruments. I think also that was mentioned by one of the members of the European Parliament, that we must, of course, think what we can do more in certain areas like space area, where we need, of course, guarantees when we provide these kind of instruments. And I hope that also the European Commission can support us when we talk about that kind of investments in very risky sectors like space. Coming to climate and Repower EU, I think that everyone underlined that we have put on the table 30 billion euros extra to stimulate renewable energy, energy efficiency, innovation, and so on. And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that we do not finance new.
Que não vamos financiar.
In our climate bank roadmap.
Isso é muito claro, está estabelecido no nosso roteiro.
About that, but I can once again assure you that we are very clear about this. There were also some reactions about cohesion to say, okay, we have done a lot, and I can tell you that we are very eager to
ali želimo
also to go further than the goals that we put in front, and I can tell you that we are above the goals that we have put on the table. This cohesion is also for us very important. Then Ukraine, a lot of interventions underlined that we support Ukraine, that for sure, and I hope that also in the future we can have the opportunity to support also in the future with loans the European reconstruction and
paskolomis užtikrinti.
Tell you that also about migration, and certainly in the countries in the neighborhood of Ukraine, we have provided some loans for the refugees and so on. This I don't understand very well why this reaction was on the table by some members of the European Parliament, but we also support not only countries like Poland and a lot of others,
nie tylko Polskę,
and to support the costs and the infrastructure for the refugees. I think that
infrastrukturę, oferowanie pomocy uchodźcom.
what we are doing, of course, we play a lot of emphasis on the impact of our loans to make our companies more competitive and also to create jobs. And I can tell you that now we have a discussion also in the dialogue with the European Commission and with the Council, what we can do in the area of the discussion Inflation Reduction Act of the United States of America. What role can the bank play in this endeavor, and what can be solutions at the European level. Last but not least, transparency. It was mentioned. We have done a lot to be very clear also to this European Parliament that transparency is also for us a very important issue and policy. We have reached an agreement with the European Court of Auditors. We have a new tripartite agreement. I've met the president of ECA. We try to cooperate at a very high and a very good level. Dus also there, I hope in the next reports we can have the support of the European Parliament that with this new tripartite agreement and with the cooperation of ECA and the European Parliament that we are on the right track. Dus, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's for me very important to have this debate with you when you want to have some specific debates in the commissions. We are there. You call us and we shall be there where you need us. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Vizepräsident.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Finally, let me give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Winzig. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for the discussion and also for excellent cooperation on this report. We know
verslag
is not going to run out of work. Indeed, they will be faced with increasingly great challenges, whether it is financial support for Ukraine or a sustainable transformation of the economy, right up to meeting the IRA and
Także reakcji na
as a number of colleagues have mentioned today. I'd like to thank the Commissioner. I'd like to thank the EIB team, and I can but wish you the best of luck in your future work. Thank you.
Dank, Frau Abgeordnete.
Thank you very much.
Esam beiguši debats par
close. The vote will take place tomorrow. That brings us to the next debate.
Järgmine päevakorrapunkt.
Report of Ms. Pignedoli, Protection of the EU's Financial Interests, Combating Fraud, Annual Report 2021. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Grazie Presidente, Commissario.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner. Well, I'm going to start with some figures for cases of fraud and irregularities identified in 2021. Cases is stable, but what is really striking and which is cause for concern is the value of these irregularities, which have increased by 121%.
3,24 miljard.
4 billion. In the report that I'm presenting, we have underscored the instruments for protecting the EU's financial interests. One of the main ones, which is now up and running, and I think is of extreme importance, is the prosecutor's office, and that is competences should be extended well. For example, environmental crimes. Europol and Olaf shouldn't be forgotten either. They must be provided with the adequate resources because, well, we're not talking about expenditure for these agencies, but rather investment in order to protect the EU's needs, which are stressed within the reports, are quite diverse. The need, for example, of member states to sign up to the PIF regulation, 17 have still not adequately done so. And then the guidelines have to be updated for national audits which go back to 2015. We also need to focus on transparency and have an annual anti-corruption report which is different to the one on fraud, rendering Arachne mandatory and correctly implementing provisions on
Importanti wkoll imbagħad ikun hemm trasparenza.
Have transparency about effective beneficiaries and to avoid payments to companies which have their HQs in tax havens. I'd like to stress also the question of combating organised crime, also of a mafia nature. The EU's financial interests depend and are seriously affected by organised crime, including the mafia. And it's therefore important that we should have provisions at European level, but also within member states, which have to be more specific and more effective in all member states, because organised crime can count on transnationality and also large numbers of professionals who support them in creating the fraud. We also have to think about protecting both journalists and whistleblowers, which bring so many of these cases to light. It's therefore crucial for the EU to commit to their protection. To conclude my presentation, I would like to say thank you, not strictly linked to the report itself, but within the framework of organised crime. I have to thank the Italian Carabinieri and Teuzzi for his commitment to the anti-mafia struggle. You've read the newspapers. The Cosa Nostra head has recently been arrested. For 30 years, he has been moving undisturbed throughout Europe, from Spain to the Netherlands to other countries. And I would like to thank the Carabinieri for their work. But now it's crucial that we bring to light everything about institutional cover and truth about the attacks which have taken place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Johansson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members. I would like to thank also on behalf of Commissioner Hahn, the rapporteur and the members of the Committee on Budgetary Control for this thorough report on the protection of the EU's financial interest and the fight against fraud for 2021. The EU's crisis response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine and the related energy challenges demonstrate how essential effective EU action is to the lives of EU citizens. The EU budget and Next Generation EU aim at building resilience and at creating a more secure and sustainable future. We must all strive to ensure that EU funds are spent correctly. By doing so, we not only protect taxpayers' money, but also our common future. Fraud and corruption are damaging to the EU as a whole, whether they occur in member states or in EU institutions. It's imperative to any allegations to be fully investigated so that the EU and our actions do not lose in credibility. We have strong tools in place to protect the Union's financial interest. The mandate of OLAF includes serious matters relating to the discharge of professional duties, including corruption. OLAF carries out administrative investigations into serious misconduct by EU staff and members of the EU institutions, bodies, offices and agencies. The European Public Prosecutor's Office prosecutes criminal offences affecting corruption. The Union's staff regulations establish a strict disciplinary system and enable the necessary high protection standards.
Sankcji systeem en een...
You know, the Commission triggered the conditionality regulation in relation to the protection of the Union budget against the consequences of breaches of the rule of law in Hungary. This is testament to the importance that the Commission attached to the rule of law and the protection of the EU budget. Today's report focuses on exactly those key areas. First, enhanced operational coordination,
de operationele coördinatie,
activities and effective harmonization and transposition of the relevant directives is key. Directives such as the Directive on the Protection of the EU's Financial Interest, the Fifth Anti-Money Laundering Directive, and the Directive on the Protection of Whistleblowers. The Commission is following up the corrective measures taken by the Member States following the infringement procedures launched over the past years. Secondly, digitalisation and interoperability of data. It's clear that the fight against fraud, corruption and conflict of interest must adapt to the digital world. We need tools that enable us to handle increasing amounts of data and foster a cultural change to enable those managing and protecting EU resources to use up-to-date technologies. The targeted adjustment of the financial regulation offers an opportunity to improve the reliability, especially on recipients of union funding and transparency on the use of EU funds. The recent Commission initiative on VAT in the digital age, in particular the real-time digital reporting of transactions, would be key in protecting the VAT revenue source for national and EU budgets. The Commission is also revising the action plan to the anti-fraud strategy. The revision will focus on the current multi-annual financial framework, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, digitalisation and conflict of interest. Thirdly, fighting corruption and organised crime. As announced by President von der Leyen during the State of the Union address, we will soon bring. As part of the package, we will set out the priorities of the EU and the actions to fight corruption. We will also propose an update of the EU legislation to ensure that all forms of corruption are criminalised in all member states, that legal persons of offences and that these offences incur effective proportionate. All the initiatives that I have mentioned today are key examples of our actions in the fight against fraud. They are part of the tremendous work that goes on to protect crucial aspects of the European project and its funding. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to a constructive debate.
Dankeschön, Frau Kommissarin, für die klaren Worte.
Thank you for those very clear words. We now have the speakers from the groups. The first for the EPP is Mr. David Lega.
Is it low? Yep. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Tack så mycket, fru talman.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner Johansson. To protect the financial interests of the EU is essential for the confidence of the taxpayers. We have to make sure that the taxpayers' money is used correctly and in accordance with our objectives. Money laundering and fraud leads to uncertainty and lack of confidence, and therefore it's got to be clear that the EP has zero tolerance to abuse of EU funding. Whether we're talking about organised crime or not, we must tackle this issue, irrespective of whether it's a single company. We got entire member states which are not complying with the rules. We need to look at everything. We have to be very pernickety about this, and this is why it's so essential that we continue to combat fraud. But there's one thing that is missing, and this is the EU funds which are spent out with the EU borders. I think it's important that we don't just focus on fraud within the EU and not looking at the amounts that go to
over grænserne, at vi ser på de midler, der
countries. We have to make sure that we combat fraud in all countries. So we show, if we show the partners, or if the partner countries are unable to combat fraud, then they should.
Que haya fondos europeos que sigan.
Got majority from some member states, and the text has some new recommendations. For example, that you should withdraw support to countries which do not combat fraud, and that combating fraud should be more should be higher on the agenda. I hope we get massive support for this tomorrow. I think we could reduce the funding, but whatever we feel about the size of the budget, I think we can all agree that fraud and corruption must be combated. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr Abgeordneter. Und nun für die
Thank you very much. Now for S&D, Katerini Cinici.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, 2021 was an important year for the protection of the EU's financial interests, and it was marked by significant innovations. The investigatory activity were the first significant results, and that shows how necessary
notwendig war.
Vi får også styrket resiliens.
It came into action, which was a response from the EU to the pandemic, and resources available from 2021 to 27, which will allow irregularity and fraud to be more clearly fought against. Also, the risk of infiltration of organised crime. Now, that commitment has to involve everyone. National authorities, which have to adopt a proactive approach in combating fraud and damage to the EU finances. The
Europos finansams, Europos Sąjungos.
OLAF and Europol, which already provide crucial value added in this sector too, but they should further strengthen their cooperation and collaboration. The EU institutions, all of them, including this Parliament and all of us, were all called upon to adopt an approach aiming at transparency, combating illegal lobbying and conflicts of interest, and to avoid situations. So combating these issues has to be done even more broadly. We need to have an exchange of information. We have to come across get beyond the fragmentary basis of our approach, and we have to harmonise and add to the legislation. We also need new and more modern definition of organised crime, which should be common across the face of Europe and which is in a position to playing legislation of member states against each other in order to infiltrate our countries. We have to protect the EU's financial interests and its budget, and that means protecting the rights and interests of the very European citizens who are facing particularly difficult times now, given the financial crisis which has been fueled by the pandemic in our countries and further fueled by the outfall of the war in Ukraine. We have to ensure that EU funds are spent to their benefit in full respect of the law. That has to be our priority so that we can retain the trust of our citizens in European institutions. To conclude, Madam Chair, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mrs. Pignadoli, and the other shadow rapporteur colleagues for all of their work carried out in full cooperation with a shared aim supported by the chair of the Cont Committee as well, to further strengthen protection of the EU's financial interests. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Renew Group, Katarina Tse has the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, colleagues. When it comes to matters of budget control, you very often hear me standing here delivering very impatient and very critical remarks. But this time, let's
komentiram. Ampak tokrat bi izkoristila
her for an excellent job, but also to take a much more positive approach. Because the European Commission's recent decision to reform the EU's blacklist and exclude fraudulent applications from receiving EU contracts is a very important breakthrough. And it is also a victory for this Parliament. And also, let me add, maybe a bit of a personal legislative success for me, myself, and the Renew team, because right from the start of this mandate, we have been calling for an effective blacklist. We raised the specific case of Viktor Orban's son-in-law, who continued to receive large amounts of EU money, even though he has a record of fraud concluded by the EU's own investigators. So why aren't such applicants blacklisted, we kept asking. And we digged into the legislation and found that the EU indeed does have a blacklist, the so-called early detection and exclusion system, but not for funds jointly managed with member states. So in other words, it failed to cover 80% of the funds.
Worden beheerd, dus 80% van de fondsen.
And then the Commission agreed with us, which is great, that this glaring loophole needs to be closed. This is just common sense, colleagues. The EU must not give second and third and 11 chances after a proven record of fraud. EU funds are not a right, but a privilege. And those who already proved to be underserving should not be granted this privilege. And I'm very glad that as a result of the work of the Renew team and myself, our EU legislation now reflects this. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm. Next speaker, unser nächster Sprecher.
Thank you. Our next speaker, on behalf of the Green Group, is Mr. Peska.
Dámy a pánové, ne všichni.
Ladies and gentlemen, not all politicians are corrupted. It is not normal to take bribes, to go to unannounced paid trips, and it is not normal for prime ministers to steal public money. We are working on all these things, so there is some hope for the Czech Republic and the EU. The protection of EU. Olaf has been investigating many cases, but only 30% of them end up in court because there is a lack of political will. Thanks to the new EPO office in the EU, we are now able to get a lot of money that has been stolen back without any lengthy national procedures. During the first 6 months, we have been able to recover more than 145 million euro. So every euro invested in the EPO brings us €4 back. It is no surprise that in Poland and Hungary, there's no interest to be involved in the EPO office because they have a lot of to hide, I think. And we also need to protect public institutions against corruption. We have seen a huge scandal in the European Parliament last month, which means that we need more transparency and a better...
parlamentu, znači trebamo I bolju zaštitu.
I have been trying to establish a ethical body in the European Union. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Gunnar Beck für die Idee.
Gunnar Beck is our
Thank you very much, Madam President. The European Union must now finally tackle corruption. In the very heart of the Qatar Gate, you've got two NGOs, Fight Impunity and Improve Justice. And back in 2018, the European Court of Auditors published a damning report about transparency and EU funds. Now, there are many organisations are excluded from money laundering regulation, and this means that there's supposedly not enough information about how EU funds are being spent by NGOs. And this is why the Court of Auditors is asking for a Europe-wide definition of NGOs to be introduced to improve transparency. But the Commission and Parliament remain lethargic. And when it comes to, for example, politically exposed people being included on the list of potentially at risk of corruption, that's being rejected. If you look at certain S&D members or
sotsiaaldemokraatide esindaja, kes on saanud
and others linked to Goldman Sachs, one thing remains clear. the supporters of the majority. It's just a matter of finding a scapegoat.
Karnecki zu Wort gemeldet.
Mr. Czarnecki, please.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, Poland, in terms of
In termini di numeri,
is signaled or put forward, is one of the leading countries. In 2001, we reported 1,200 cases, which ranked us fourth in the EU. I'm giving you this information to show you that the Polish system of implementation and control over EU funds is fully efficient and effective, and that Poland fully cooperates with the judiciary and the European control level, and we fully abide by the reporting requirements within the EU. Even though we do not participate in the European Prosecutor's Office, many countries that do have lower, worse
hebben juist slechtere cijfers.
Discovering and prosecution of corruption cases. Even though in the media this is often presented differently. Our country is being pointed, is being shown, but other countries which fare much worse in terms of irregularities and corruption, such countries are not named and shamed. You know what countries they are. I will not enumerate them now. So thank you very much. Thank you all who worked on this report.
Danke. Wir kommen zu dem nächsten Sprecher.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Petri Sarvamaa.
Dear colleagues, the report that we have at hand here is really a very important one. It's a yearly exercise, of course, but it helps us to guide, and it guides our work, actually, in our fight against fraud and corruption as well, to some extent. And of course, it's a huge task because, as we know, the member states manage more than 85% of EU expenditure and collect the EU's traditional own resources. So therefore, it's worth mentioning a couple of things. First of all, the number of cases of fraud and irregularities compared to 2020, but the total sum involving fraud increased to 3.24 billion euros. This was mostly because there was a limited number of very large cases in some member states. And then, of course, it's good to bear in mind that that the scrutiny over spending under the next generation EU recovery package and RRF at the same time started, and the regulation was adopted in February 21. So, therefore, this
Dėl to šis parlamentas ir ypatingai
should have a very strong role also in the RRF's governance, including through regular structured dialogues where the Commission is invited to discuss the implementation of the RRF, with the Commission being required to take into account the views rising therefrom. So, in conclusion, I would say that it's exactly the detailed nature of this report,
dettagliata di questa relazione
combating fraud, that makes it so valuable asset, and I highly welcome, of course, the work of everyone involved in this report. Thank you.
Die betrokken was bij dit verslag. Dank u wel.
Und nun erhält.
Thank you very much. Maria Grappini is the next speaker.
Doamna președinte, doamna comisar. Madam President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, combating fraud and protecting public money should be our permanent occupation. If we are to analyze the figures, actually we are at a stalemate, because if we were to consider the causes for fraud in 2021 as compared to 2020, they are the same. We have a new institution, the we have it now, but I still believe we have to work more on prevention. I believe we should actually focus on the way in
Fokusirati na način na koji
situation for fraud to happen. For instance, public procurement. We never know who the final beneficiary of the public procurement process is, and we keep debating this matter in the Budgetary Committee. It's good to discuss and analyze the conflict of interest. It's good that you have some aims in this matter, but what matters in the end is the results. It's not only necessary to analyze where money goes, but to focus on major threats like cross-border criminality. And here we need to involve all relevant institutions.
Istituzione che sia responsabile della lotta contro questo fenomeno.
Thank you. Gilles Boyer is the next speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Risks on European funds are huge, actually. We're talking about enormous figures that are being discussed in the context of the Recovery Fund. And a lot of effort's been made to consolidate the anti-fraud architecture with the introduction of the Public Prosecutor's Office, and it's really marked a positive trend. Now we need to consolidate this effort and equip ourselves with a solid anti-fraud architecture and flesh it out with enough human resources and financial resources for Olaf and the public prosecutor, and in this way combat organized crime and fraud more effectively. We're working in this regard to develop effective tools and instruments to deal with money laundering and tax evasion. And that's the Europe that we want to see. And because let's not forget, we're talking here about the interests of European citizens and taxpayers that are at stake.
Gilles Le Breton is
Thank you very much. Gilles Breton is the next speaker.
Chers collègues, le rapport
One report on combating fraud is based on the fact that there are over 3 billion euros in irregularities, twice what it was just a couple of years ago. We need to adopt measures to address that. For example, the requirement for
Komission tulisi antaa vuosittainen kertomus.
That's a welcome proposal, bearing in mind Qatargate. Other people try to use this situation to accelerate federalization. Proposal to increase Olaf's and the prosecutors' powers, which also the question of stigmatization of those 5 member states who refuse to sign up to the prosecutor's office, which is their full right so to do, and against conditionality mechanisms, which would undermine subsidies to those states that don't work together with Olaf and the prosecutor's office. It's not by working in this way that we restore our credibility in Europe.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist der Herr Abgeordnete Joachim Bruczynski.
Thank you. Joachim Bruczynski is the next speaker.
Bardzo dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca. Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. In this there is accusations against my country, Poland. In this report, nowhere has Poland been mentioned and any irregularities as regards the spending of EU funds. As Mr. Czarnecki rightly said, Poland is one of the best use and spending of EU funds and as regards reporting of any irregularities. So why has Poland so far not received any funds from the reconstruction funds? We keep hearing nonsense to the effect that rule of law is breached in Poland. What is it really about? Here, at the very heart of the EU, we keep hearing day in, day out very worrying news. The left here, who have been criticized us, now they are engulfed all those reports against Poland. Who was it? Qatar, Morocco, or maybe Russia, who's been trying to destroy our image? Poland is a country of rule of law, and our money that we are entitled to are being spent correctly.
Hält Ivan Sinčić das Wort.
Thank you. Mr. Sinčić is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we talk about the protection of financial interests, organizations consist of people. The financial interest must be the interest of our citizens.
Είναι οικονομικά συμφέροντα των φορολογουμένων.
Prices are going up. Some people would say that this is the free market, but in the past few years we have seen that very little has remained of the liberal market, free market. Banks and other institutions have taken over power. The interest of our citizens is not protected. The interest of the EU that Croatia pays more into the EU budget, and EU money ends in the pockets of criminals. You have false information about the area that is being under crops. What about the financial interests of the European Union? When the president of the Commission talks on her mobile phone about vital interests, you should stop taking money from our citizens in this way. Thank you.
Als nächstes erhält Frau Monika Hohlmeier das Wort.
Thank you. The next speaker is Monika Hohlmeier.
Frau Präsidentin, Frau Kommissarin.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the rapporteur very much for this report and congratulate her on it. I'm not going to list all the content.
A fost prezentat atât de bine și toate aceste puncte.
But it is really a very excellent report. There are
Davvero, 3 punti però. Innanzitutto la tematica.
Subject which is of concern to us in the context of Qatar Gate, and that is the role of NGOs. I'm somebody who feels that there's some NGOs who do excellent work, but unfortunately very difficult to find a proper definition. We have small local companies, we big companies which are trying to get international power. Universities are covered by NGOs. The Red Cross, which is a big organization, is covered as well. So we want to have transparency of flows of monies into non-governmental organizations. We need transparency to stop sham organizations getting too much influence, either in political or criminal terms. And then the RRF. In the context of the RRF, I see the problem that the auditing function for the European Parliament, the auditing authorities, is not sufficient. If the internal authorities don't have access and cannot control, and when the Court of Auditors only has limited insight, and when the EP has no traceability, then it becomes very difficult. The RRF should not become something which spends 700 billion money without it being properly accounted for. You've got to make sure that you can see that the monies are spent. Our point is we are to have a code of ethics or a code of ethics. It's got to be based on the rule of law. So if we're to have an ethics authority, we can't have an authority which legislates.
Portanto.
So if we're going to talk about rules of law, let's stick to rules of law.
I know that there's an awful lot to say, but I would ask people please to respect the timing. And now the floor goes to my Austrian colleague, Hannes Haider.
Frau Präsidentin, Frau
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Effective combating of fraud is something that's of great importance for the budget, but also is significant for citizens across Europe. And the staffing
bronić interesy Unii Europejskiej.
Major issues when it comes to Olaf. We need to increase the staffing levels. If you look at the number of irregularities and cases of fraud, and they stayed roughly stable between 2020 and 2021. However, the volume of money concerned increased more than twofold. And this, using the 45 million budget
mere end 250 millioner
did sterling work with those resources. So we need to strengthen our
transparantie inzake de bestrijding van fraude en corruptie.
Crucial time so that we can strengthen trust and confidence of our citizens in our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Ramona Strugariu.
The 2021 PIF report revealed that the number of cases of fraud and irregularities reported by the competent EU and national authorities remained stable in 2021 compared to 2020. Euro 1.46 billion in 2020 to Euro 3.24 billion in 2021, and this is really worrying. Detection of fraud and irregularities simply takes too long, averaging from 2.5 to 3 years until they are reported to the Commission. We need to work together in order to change this. EPO and OLAF are doing a very good job, but Member States have to also improve their detection methods in order to decrease this significant delay. On June 1st, 2021, the EPO finally started its operational activities and proved its capabilities and cost-effectiveness, despite the minimal resources and extreme time pressure. Although the EPO's budget for 2021 was less than
a falta de recursos, conseguiu de facto desempenho.
Seizure of more than 250 million. We in this House and at home need to ensure full support and full speed to this institution. It is one of the most performance projects of Europe so far. They need money, human resources and trust. Let us give them the means and we will all succeed to better counter fraud in the European Union.
Thank you. So, Frau Kollegin Strugariu, und wir fahren.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we continue with our colleague Van Overtveld. You have the floor.
Voorzitter, collega's, het rapport.
President, ladies and gentlemen, the report that we're discussing today refers repeatedly to the RRF, the Recovery Fund, endowed with about 720 million euro, about half of which is in the form of subsidies. This falls out with the normal budget and is therefore more difficult to monitor. You would expect a new source of financing. However, the RRF does not meet that requirement. The Council has always seen fit to claim the role of auditing for the Member States. Here, once again, we're talking about a limited number of big countries which claim most of the funds and subsidies. Leaving the Member States to police themselves is asking for trouble. I repeat my call bodies to be given a real objective auditing role. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege, und wir fahren fort mit Herrn Kollegen.
Thank you very much indeed, and we continue with our colleague Deli. You have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, biztos asszony, képviselőtársaim. Közismert mindannyiunk számára, hogy a bizottság.
Thank you very much indeed. I think everyone is aware of the fact that every year the Commission produces a report on protecting the EU's financial interests, and the Parliament, for its side, also approves a report.
La corruzione, le frodi. Però
states are told as if by a teacher what they're supposed to do. Now, It's
megvesztegetési hálózat működni itt magában az
EPO. It's interesting to see how beyond that it was possible to build up a network of corruption in the European Parliament. How can the Parliament lay down the law about what should be done when corruption has been flourishing for years? The Cont Committee, I think, needs to address this. We will not support the report. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And now our colleague Novakov has the floor.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, organized crime has long seems to be what we remember back in the 90s. Or what
saistām ar 90. gadiem.
Organized crime today has its protagonists, well-educated, good-looking people, well-educated from the right universities. They provide innovative financial products. This glamorous image is just the package, the external packaging. Sometimes inside there is financial fraud, money laundering, funding of political parties, or evasion of sanctions against the Russian Federation. There was a large-scale investigation involving the US, Great Britain and Bulgaria. The alleged financial pyramid Nexo turns out to have affected tens of thousands of people worth tens of millions of euros. Why do we care about this? Because this financial pyramid financed the Yes Party, Bulgaria. I think that we cannot have a selective approach. The European Union has to look into this matter
Tiene que velar por
approach and to show that the transparency of EU funding prevails over everything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And now our colleague Mr. Keller has the floor.
Welcome the report. The EU and Member States share responsibility in many aspects of this particular report. The Member States authorities manage the largest share of EU expenditure.
Podíl výdajů Evropské unie a výběr
fund over the next number of years will inject 1.8 trillion into the European economy in supports and grants. And certainly the issue of money laundering, tax evasion, procurement and public contracts being awarded, and a very significant issue that we have to deal with as well is the VAT gap that is consistently being highlighted. Of course, if we don't have rule of law, if we don't have independence of police forces, tax authorities, revenue authorities, audit authorities and prosecutor authorities, and ultimately the independence of the judiciary, well then we will always have significant challenges in holding individuals or authorities to account when they fail to do their duty at Member State level in ensuring that EU funds are spent appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. We continue now with our colleague Jurica. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will speak Slovak. Ak chceme efektívne peniaze, potrebujeme zlepšiť veľa vecí.
If we want to be effective in protecting our union, we need to be much more effective and efficient. Let me mention a few things. Union. Well, when it comes to
moraju biti objavljeni javno kao što to čini Slovačka.
As Slovakia does, for example. And we need to also check who the final beneficiary of any agreement is. That actually is a good safeguard against corruption. And also in the IMF, we need to understand who the beneficial owner is. We need to look at outcomes, not inputs. If you look at the number of kilometres of roads that are being built, that's not the key metric. We should be looking at how smooth traffic runs along those roads. We need to ensure that we can effectively pick up on these errors.
Thank you, President. Organised crime and fraud cost 5.4 billion in 2021, according to Olaf, and this is a significant amount of money, and that's why it's so important that we now have an EPPO which is dedicated to detecting cross-border fraud. There's every reason to increase its powers and its budget. Organised cross-border crime grows all the time, and the European cooperation needs to be able to keep up. Crime must not pay. Poland, Ireland,
Taani
are not involved in the cooperation with the EPPO, which just makes life easier for the organized criminals. So can I urge the
que por favor se apunten a formar
as soon as possible? Everybody has to join in.
Thank you. And now our colleague Dorian Rockbacker has the floor.
Thank you very much. The money that the EU has granted, it got through the member states and indirectly from the tax.
Aby podejmować z ich wykorzystaniem.
The member states are responsible for the proper use of EU funds and thus combating fraud. I think it's more important to prevent fraud than to trying to drag criminals to the courts afterwards.
Vykdo tokius pažeidimus, reikia daug
more transparency rather than more reporting. It should be clear for all EU monies is intended for. So briefly, I would have a more modern and a very different way of combating fraud. If all taxpayers could see at a glance exactly what all the monies are used for, we would be able to monitor it much more easily. We have the technology. It's time for action.
Frau Kollegin, und wir fahren fort mit.
Thank you. And now Mr. Kuzmiuk has the floor.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Even though Poland hasn't joined the EPO and we don't have a strategy for fighting with fraud, it seems we are a leader when it comes to reporting such irregularities to European institutions. 17% of all such reports are from Poland, which means that the Polish institutions which fight corruption and fraud as regards... Now, the Commissioner mentioned VAT fraud, and it so happens that the Polish government over the last 80 years has doubled public budget revenue from VAT. And as regards the so-called VAT gap, it was reduced from 24% down to 4% in 2021. So it is the European institutions which should follow the Polish example, because we know how to fight corruption and fraud.
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much indeed. And that takes us to Catch the Eye. I have just one speaker from the floor, Mr. Lopez Aguilar. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I welcome the fact that we're having this debate in the European Parliament on combating fraud and corruption, and that this is a regular event. It's an institutionalized event. Some time ago,
Jag kommer mycket väl ihåg den första strategin mot korruption.
Strategy to counter corruption, which was introduced. I was a rapporteur for the directive on the criminal side of things, which calls for the European prosecutor to be established. Now, this is not a federalist institution in any way. Don't fear this. It's a cooperation across the member states to defend European interests and finances. Now, No institution is actually trying to replace any member state here. So the public prosecutor will be needing a constant flow of information. Interruption.
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege. Und da
Thank you. And that takes us once again to the Commission. Commissioner Johansson to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for this very good debate. I think it has been a very fruitful debate. I appreciate really the support that you give and the hard work that you put into this important policy area. Effective protection of the financial
boa proteção dos interesses financeiros da União,
coordinated efforts from all EU institutions and from all member states. The Commission will continue to do everything in its power to improve and increase the level of protection that is already in place. But we and our operational bodies will need support from partners in the EU to make sure that the budget and equally the reputations of the EU institutions are properly protected from those that seek to harm it. European Parliament, and in particular the Budgetary Control Committee, has a particularly important role to play in this respect. I would like to thank you again, and I look forward to continuing our close cooperation on this topic.
Onze nauwe samenwerking op dit gebied. Dank u wel.
Commissarin, und damit kommen wir noch.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. And now, I nearly forgot you. We have the rapporteur, Mrs. Pignedoli.
Госпожо комисар, сега ще дам думата на
I wanted to thank everyone who has spoken in the course of this debate. They give me some interesting ideas. It was very important to hear from the Commissioner and from so many colleagues as well, who stressed that combating organised crime has to be a priority. So, say, many interesting ideas have been put forward: transparency of financial flows, the timing involved in discovering frauds, and also the point of recovering the money. I would like to thank the shadow rapporteurs who worked together with me in order to draw up this report. We did some good work together, I believe. I'd also like to thank Monica Hohlmeier, Chair of the committee, and all the members of the committee. It's always a pleasure to work constructively together with you. I do hope that we will have a strong vote tomorrow to show that the European Parliament stands united against fraud and against corruption, and in order to regain and maintain credibility vis-à-vis the citizens. Thank you.
Die Aussprache geschlossen und die Berichterstattung.
Thank you. This concludes the debate. And as mentioned, the vote will take place tomorrow. We move on to the next item, the Commission and Council statement on terrorist threats posed by
sur l'ordre démocratique.
The democratic constitutional order. As usual, we will hear from Council first of all. Minister, the floor is yours.
Honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for inviting me to speak.
A intervenire a questo dibattito. Vorrei iniziare
a fundamental principle of EU action. Violent extremism and terrorism should be addressed in all its forms, be it right-wing, left-wing, religious or otherwise, and we should do everything in our power to prevent it. The Directive on Combating Terrorism, which the Council and the European Parliament updated together 2017, is the cornerstone of our response to terrorism and does not distinguish between ideologies. Combating all forms of terrorism, violent extremism and radicalisation is a fundamental part in providing security for our citizens. During our presidency, we will give attention to both new forms of violent extremism and terrorism, as well as the involvement within existing violent threat environments, and at the same time not forget the threats of yesterday. When it comes to far-right movement and their destabilising effect, there is a worrying and growing trend in many EU member states that we cannot ignore, ranging from anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTI, anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant to eco-fascist sentiments. Their aim is to
anti-imigrantes e sentimentos
and ultimately undermine our democratic systems. Our absolute rejection of such movements requires not only strong and swift action, but also a united voice from nationals and EU institutions. This is why, already in 2019, the Council agreed on the following 4 joint work strands against violent right-wing extremism and terrorism. 1. Creating a better understanding and extent of the problem in Europe. 2. Against extremism. 3. Tackling the spread of unlawful right-wing extremist content online. And 4. Cross-border cooperation. It is our intention during the Swedish presidency not only to take stock of the implementation of these 4 strands, but to go further and to look whether further measures might be needed. I would highlight in particular the use of the internet for spreading extremist ideologies, a trend that has grown exponentially with the COVID-19 pandemic and now in the context of Russia's war aggression against Ukraine. These are often very fluid and fast-evolving
snel veranderende, snel ontwikkelende bewegingen.
Considerable breeding ground for radicalization and space for recruitment. The origin, financing and impact of such movement is difficult to assess. However, we cannot ignore their potential, and that is why we need more cooperation among our law enforcement and intelligence communities. I would also wish to highlight the rising transnational nature of the extremist right-wing threat that we have witnessed in the past couple of years. New transnational narratives such as the Great Replacement or white genocide transcend national boundaries and have led to strong international networks. Cracking down on those networks requires more regular exchange with like-minded partners. In particular, I should mention the role of EU agencies such as Europol to ensure that EU is a part of the international investigations against extremist networks. Indeed, violent right-wing extremist is not just a threat within EU, but worldwide, as the shocking events in Brazil only a couple of weeks ago have demonstrated. Widespread international condemnation of those events has been a positive sign that the international community is paying attention. We must now turn words into action, starting with our member states. The EU has taken some decisive actions in this field and has set itself as an example of the international community in addressing violent extremism. I would recall in particular the regulation on addressing the dissemination of terrorist content online, which came into effect last year, or the Digital Service Act, which will provide a general framework for regulation harmful and unlawful expression on the internet. The use of violence language to incite extremism and anti-democratic behaviour must be met with zero tolerance by democratic institutions, while, of course, respecting the principle of freedom and speech of expression. Much more still needs to be done. As stated at the beginning, we will focus on violent right-wing extremism and will invite member states to share their experience and challenges. Among other things, we will take account on how to the extent to working definition of violent right-wing extremism. Establish the framework of the Commission and shared with the Member States. It is used or could be used. We very much expect this Parliament to be part of this discussion, and in addition, we will organise a conference in Stockholm on how to prevent radicalisation. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank an die
Thank you very much to the Council Presidency. And I give the floor to Commissioner Johansson.
Madam President, Minister Rosvall, honourable members. Just before Christmas, in a lone wolf attack in Paris, a far-right extremist shot 3 men dead. A terrorist attack aimed to cause death and fear. In the last months and years, we've also seen a new type of threat. from Washington to Berlin to Brasilia.
Do Brazílii.
Institutions representing the people. Last December, German police put a stop to a conspiracy detaining
stoppede tysk politi
suspected of membership of a terrorist organization who planned to assault the Bundestag, round up members of parliament and the government and abolish democracy. It's tempting to laugh at this plot around Puttish Prince Heinrich and its outlandish ideology, including nostalgia for the German Empire. But it would be a serious mistake to underestimate. A network, including a pilot, a judge, a lawyer, a doctor, a policeman,
en advokat, en dommer, politi.
Bývalí vojáci i ze speciálních.
With arrests also in Austria and Italy.
I s uhićenjima u Austriji i Italiji.
And with the will to carry
Och en vilja att genomföra sina planer.
German police, I say, well done with this crackdown. Well done for showing democracy in Germany is resilient and strong. But we cannot take support for democracy for granted. In a worrying trend, right-wing extremists are getting younger and younger. In Estonia, a 13-year-old boy founded a far-right extremist movement. Year-old shot dead 2 people in a gay bar. Teenagers and adults are going down internet rabbit holes, making up what I would like to call a do-it-yourself ideology from what they find. Hate minorities, hate of democracy, hate of women, hate of Jews, hate of gays, and with conspiracy theories and warrants for violence. A Frankenstein ideology of different parts, forming a living, violent, dangerous monster. But how can we expect young people to do the right thing if adults don't give the right example? We must speak out against the creeping normalization of hatred. As Democrats, we must say it's not normal to be a Nazi. It's not normal to destroy our institutions. It's not
institucije i nije normalno napadati
or our elected representatives. When democracy is under attack, Russia is never far away. The far-right Russian imperial movement, the Night Wolves, biker the German plotters apparently tried to get the blessing of the Russian consulate in Leipzig, which would make them not only terrorists but also traitors. We will never tolerate Russian attempts to undermine us. The EU launched sanctions against Sputnik and Russia Today, and day in and day out, our services counter Russian disinformation. And we will do more to counter external threats. In May, the Commission will launch a new Defence of Democracy package to bring covert foreign influence and shady funding to light. Against third country entities covertly impacting public opinion and undermining democracies. Supporting Member States' actions on funding of national political parties in the EU by Russia and others.
Rússia e de outras entidades.
Regulation allows authorities to provide
teroristickému obsahu online umožňuje orgánu
within the hour. The Digital Service Act will provide a solid legal framework to tackle the spread of illegal content.
Contra el contenido ilegal.
Referral unit monitors and analyzes
osakond analüüsib.
Tech companies and member states join forces in the EU Internet Forum, which give guidance to providers to help identify the far-right symbols and prevent extremists from raising funds online. This year, the Forum will publish a new handbook on borderline content. Propaganda that's harmful but not illegal, like disinformation or conspiracy theories. And the Radicalisation Awareness Network will focus its research on funding and new trends in far-right extremism. As shown in France and Germany, the fight against terror depends on police action. And to
atkarīga no policijas
darba. Police cooperation and information exchange. As we outlined in our counter-terrorism agenda 2 years ago, we gave Europol a stronger mandate so it can work directly with internet companies essential to remove terrorist content. In case of terrorist offences, member states must now create alerts in the Schengen information system. We made sure of that. And the updated PRIM regulation will make police information exchange more efficient. So I call on you today, adopt your negotiating position on PRIM as soon as possible and give police the up-to-date tools they need to fight terror.
Di cui hanno bisogno per contrastare efficacemente il terrorismo.
Dear members of parliament, today we discuss a new threat, political violence mobilized online, inspired by populist leader, driven by a far-right ideology, but defeated by the forces of democracy. They failed in Washington, they failed in Berlin, they failed in Brasilia, but they are what try again, and they must fail again. We need legislation. There can be no democracy without democrats. We must speak out against all forms of extremism and say, hands off our institutions, our politicians, our parliaments. They don't belong to you. They belong to the people of Europe. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. And we now begin with the first round of speakers on behalf of the political groups. On behalf of the EPP, Dupont.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colleagues, in December in Germany there was a massive anti-terror operation against the Reichsbürger movement. Hundreds of people were arrested, and we're very grateful to the forces of law and order. The suspects were armed, they were radicalized, and they had been tactically trained. The deployment of the forces of law and order was important, and it showed how democracy can defend itself. Now, the point here is that no one is above the law. If we look at last week, we should say that absolutely no one, no radical activist, no terrorist, no so-called citizen of the Reich, all of those are... Obviously, they have rights, but they cannot be above the law. Second point, as the Commissioner mentioned, we need the exchange of information between law enforcement authorities. That's crucial. Anti-terrorism coordinators, police cooperation, all of these things are crucial. But all of this can only prevent damage, and our authorities need to have the appropriate means in hand to defend us, and they can only do the job that we as legislators. Any kind of religious or other kind of extremism is unacceptable. Our society is based on the negotiation of rules and sticking to the rules. Democracy is an effort, but at the end of the day, our democracies are a guarantee of appropriate living conditions for everyone. Thank you.
Nächstes hat das Wort für die...
Thank you, Mrs. Dupont. Now on...
Sozialdemokrata kolegica Bischoff.
Danke, Frau Ministerin Russwan, sehr geehrte Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Commission, for your clear statement regarding dangers to our democracies. We've known this for a long time. If we talk about democracy, we need a robust democracy. And in Germany, we have experience, of course, from the past. Democracy needs to defend itself against its enemies, and we depend on our citizens who have to play a very active role. I welcome the fact that we are discussing what we can do here at European level, how we can counter this danger of extreme right terrorism. It's not just about countries like the USA or Brazil. We can also take a look at what's happening here in Europe. We also saw that the pandemic and the war have led to the radicalization of some groups, extremist movements, foundations that citizens are joining. That gives us cause for concern. We also need to look beyond that. Who is behind these groups? Who's financing these groups? Russia is one example we could mention, and I think that we in Europe and we in the European Parliament need to talk more about this to prevent this from happening in future. In Germany, we have had absolutely atrocious experiences. A group that actually murdered people around the country for racist grounds, racist reasons. And very often it was difficult for us to elucidate that.
Wirklich einschlägige Gruppen. Wir haben
in the media who is responsible, who is behind these attacks. We have mentioned, for instance, the Reichsbürger. We've mentioned the raid. 21,000 people who can be categorized as belonging to this group. That's quite something. We need to do more, therefore. We need to do more about groups such as these. And Madam Commissioner, you were right to say it's not...
Üleilmastumise raames on teistest maha jäänud.
It's actually the middle of society. We're talking about academics, we're talking about doctors, physicians joining such groups. And therefore, we need to come up with the right answers. You can look at the research, and you can see in the research that mention is made of the fact that we need to do more about this because there is a kind of trivialization.
Aitab ka kaasa sellele, et need rühmad.
That is why such movements are garnering more support. That is why we need to do so much. We need to counter this threat of right-wing extremism and terrorism. It must not spread any further. We must put a stop to it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bischoff. The next speaker on behalf of Renew Europe is Mrs. Heyer.
Madame la Commissaire, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much. I just want to recall a reality that isn't pleasant, which is that the extreme right, together with jihadists, is a huge threat in Europe. It's not me who said this. It's a report from Europol. So the extreme right is not less violent than the jihadists. And for over a decade, our democracies have been facing this threat, which we thought was Christchurch, Charlottesville, but also here in France. And recall Anders Breivik in Norway. 77 people were killed. And then a former candidate for the...
Fedeli a Parigi il mese scorso.
And shot people from the Turkish community just 2 months after people were killed in Bratislava, coming out of a bar. Colleagues, the far right is undermining our values, and they are introducing hate. And so I want to address the EPP. Do not work together with the far right, because you may gain allies, but you will lose your integrity.
Thank you, Mrs. Heyer. Now, on behalf of the Greens, Mrs. Reintke.
Thanks, Chair. Colleagues, in 2000, Utoya in Oslo, 77 people were killed by a Nazi terrorist. In 2020, in Hanau, 9 people were killed by a far-right terrorist. In 2022, in Bratislava, 2 queer people were shot coming out of a gay bar by a right-wing extremist.
D'un bar gay
tués par des extrémistes.
Have been killed by far-right extremists over the past years. And in December last year, security forces conducted one of the biggest anti-terror investigations in German history, trying to overthrow the constitutional order in Germany. Among the suspects, and I want to say this clearly, among the suspects there was a member of the far-right party AfD, and not just any member, but a former member of the German parliament. These people plan to overthrow the democratic constitutional order in Germany. And they are especially dangerous because many of them have a lot of money, they have resources, and they have very good links into police and security forces and the justice system. And let me be clear, colleagues, in the 20s and 30s of the last century, many conservatives and liberals in Germany made a fatal mistake. They believed that they could keep the democracy in check. They failed. You all know the outcome of this. We cannot let the same mistake happen again. And I must say that also here in this House, I see very dangerous tendencies to normalize the far right, not least today, where a far-right candidate also received votes from democratic groups. Colleagues, we have to stand up to this far-right threat together as Democrats. These people are not playing, they are not making jokes. They mean when they say that they want to overthrow our constitutional democratic order. We have to stop them. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Frau Fraktionsvorsitzende.
Thank you very much. And we now move on to Mr. Garot for the Identity and Democracy Group.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Commissaire, a
Libyan who was on French soil unlawfully attacked by knife a number of passengers in the Gare du Nord in Paris. Several people were injured. And the assailant shouted out, Allah Akbar, which gave his actions an Islamist connotation. For years now, this terrorism has been proliferating in Europe. It's funded directly or indirectly by foreign states linked to Islamism. For ideological reasons, some MEPs and the EU in general are obsessed with extreme right-wing terrorism, but that's actually a minority phenomenon compared to Islamist and extreme left terrorism. There is a clear link, undeniably, between
massilise immigratsiooni ja islamiterrorismi vahel
are experiencing right now. That is what has led to upheaval in our European democracies. Remember the report from Europol from 2022, which set out the terrorist situation. In this hemicycle, who could seriously question this? The democratic constitutional order, is it being endangered by the extreme right? By the way, extreme right is a very vague term. It can cover pretty much anything. I think that in this European Parliament, I think we'd be better advised to talk about the extreme left and Islamism and the threat thereof. The extreme left is responsible for violent acts in demonstrations. In France, for instance, anti-fascist militants are causing havoc with full impunity. They are not being stopped. And that is something that we seem to be denying in this House. So, in terms of democracy, in our countries, if we have problems, it's because these individuals are disconnected from their societies. You have set certain priorities, they do not recognise them. Islamist terrorists are attacking our continent. Meanwhile, we're talking about a threat that is primarily one that is in your imagination. Colleagues, please remove your blinkers. Open up your eyes to the world. The safety of our fellow citizens depends upon it. Thank you very much, says the President. We move on now to the European Conservatives and Reformist Groups, Mr.
Brudzinski. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam
Kommissarju, ma naħsibx illi
in this room who would tell that we shouldn't fight extremism, whether on the right wing or on the left wing. All extremism is
extremismo, ni de izquierda ni de derecha. Cualquier
danger lurking here. Under the guise of fighting right-wing extremism, the conservative parties are being labeled as extreme. I read the Libe report discussed in July, and so my party, PiS, in Poland is being labeled as extreme right. And the same goes for the Solidarity movement. Can you imagine? The same one that helped to bring down the Berlin Wall. Both Nazism and fascism have the roots in the left-wing extremism. So this is not our problem. And I myself, I remember how I was in police fighting extremism, whether on the right or on the left wing. And I remember how people were just conservatives. Please remember, this is not the same.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Brzezinski. And the next speaker on behalf of the Left Group is Mrs. Cornelia Ernst.
Far-right extremists are everywhere, and even in the parliament, in governments, European networks. In 2016, there were 22 people who were killed by Nazis, and then in 2022 there's a 29%.
Brott på internet med 29%,
1,042 violent attacks. That's in 2022, and the left offices are often attacked, and this needs to be taken seriously by the police, and we want Europol to extend the definition of far right.
Dringend uitbreidt.
This targets the death of democracy, particularly in times of crisis. They're building up enemies, homosexual, foreigners.
Selle koletise karistusõiguslikult
in parliaments and on the streets.
Thank you very much. And I now call Mr. Scholler-Boros. Madam President. Radar only seems to register far-right atrocities from the right. You seem to apply double standards, as far as I can tell, when it comes to this fight against violence, and you seem to think that legality is some kind of left-wing prerogative. Might I remind you that back in 2006, and this was the second year of our membership of the EU, the European Parliament didn't even consider putting on the agenda the actions of the left-wing, post-communist Gyurcsány government that had acted against peaceful demonstrators, and yet there would have been so much to discuss. I've had enough of this notion whereby the left only has a centre and the right only has extremes. Regardless of party affiliation, we need a common European response
bżonn ta' azzjoni Ewropea konġunta
using violence. In view of its ever-growing corruption scandal, furthermore, this House would be well advised to conduct some introspection now. Thank you.
Thank you
very much to Mr. Scholler, and we move on to Mr. Bilčík.
Madam Commissioner, colleagues, the insurrection of the 6th of January in the US 2 years ago, the attacks in Brazil, the uncovered plot against democratic order in Germany, but also the homophobic terrorist murders in my home country, Slovakia, last fall, all share some common traits. While none of these plans and brutal killings would have happened unless there are real people willing to attack our democratic institutions, the actions of these extremists were set in motion with the immense help of the online space where hateful behavior and violent radicalization thrive in an ever more dangerous way. There are many open and even more hidden dark spaces of the global internet where calls to murder and attacks on democracy are not only tolerated, but nurtured and spread further. Here, especially young men and disillusioned adults find both an outlet and a foundation for horrendous ideas and terrible public acts. As we are learning lessons from the latest wave of extremism, some recipes for safeguarding democracy are already clear. First, seemingly simple disinformation can get amplified by a small number of politicians who have no respect for truth and democracy. I'm pleased that the European Union is setting regulatory boundaries to social media giants, but colleagues, we must do a lot more to fight against the spread of disinformation and stop malign interference in European democracy from abroad, especially from actors such as Russia, always ready
din partea unor actori cum ar fi Rusia, care dorește întotdeauna
strong and accountable security services that are technologically equipped to help prevent actions by extremists. Let us recall, even the most recent attack on democracy in Germany was prevented thanks to the work of democratic intelligence services. In short, whether it is lonely wolves or organized insurgency, attacks by extremists against European way of life remind us ever more urgently that democracy in Europe needs robust security as much as robust security needs strong democratic institutions. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bilcik. We move on to Mr. Benifei.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. 6th of January 2021, the assault on the Capitol with Donald Trump's blessing. 9th of October 2021, attack on the CGL headquarters, that's the main Italian trade union in Rome, and that was launched with the cooperation of the neo-fascist Italian right. 7th of December 2022,
ideato da militanti neonazisti tedeschi
in Germany, that was foiled, and it included some former members of the AfD. 8th of January 2023, assault on the Brazilian
Brazilska institucija od strane pristoša
of government and legislation supported by Bolsonaro. Now, these aren't dystopic film images. These are real events, and there is a link there which is a contempt for democratic rules and the rule of law. And these come from the extreme right, and they're threatening the constitutional order of our institutions, inside and outside. They're using conspiracy theories and false and coup-ready right-wing set of groups. We used to laugh about it, but that's actually no joke here. We need to invest in a culture which rejects any kind of compromise with this message. We need an anti-racist and anti-Nazi culture for young Europeans. It's always been said that you can't ban them taking part in democracy until they break the rules, and I think they've definitely gone too far too many times now. We need to ban these neo-fascist and neo-Nazi organisations in Europe. They're incompatible with our European values, and they act to subvert our values. I'll be fighting to ensure that in any future revision of the treaties, the anti-fascist nature of Europe is inserted. Democracy isn't handed to us on a plate. We need to defend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mrs. Al-Sahlani. Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner, Madam Minister. The in Parliament presents its discourse, no consequences, and in terms of their propaganda, they don't actually recognise the radicalisation that they themselves have contributed to. They are very happy to point out others as terrorists or terrorist threats, but they are not so inclined to look at their own circumstances. Now, I am frightened. I'm actually sincerely frightened of meeting one of your supporters out there on the street in the evening when it's dark, and you have been given your discourse. You're able to present your racist narrative. We as Europeans are entitled to freedom from racism, terrorism on the streets and squares of the European Union. The battle for democracy has to be waged every single day, but let's be very, very honest with ourselves. Democracy is the fruit of a long, long struggle, and that's why we have to fight for it day in, day out. We have principles that are dear to us. Let us not forget them. They built our union, but at the same time, let us not forget those who constantly undermine these principles and those who actually endanger. Thank you very much, Mrs. Al-Sahlani, and we move on to Mrs. Brickmore.
L'extrême droite frappe encore.
The far right is striking again an attempted coup in Germany. In France, a racist attack against the Kurd community and racist violence against football supporters. A former military man who attacks an arms reserve. These kind of attacks are happening all over Europe. Lots of far-right extremist attacks which undermine democracy, life and the safety of citizens. But the warnings are increasing, but the priority and the attention have been elsewhere. And we're seeing the development of the networks with the complicity of some political parties, those that represent the far right here, and those who cooperate with the far right within governments, which is the case in Sweden, which currently has the council presidency. There are 100 who supported the right-wing. We need to start the fight against the extreme right.
Jeszcze bardziej walczyć. Dziękuję.
Much. We continue with Mrs. Huhtasaari.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam President, where do you know that the elections are coming close? At least in Finland, you know that elections are coming by, that people call you a racist because the opposing party doesn't know anything else. They don't have any arguments, so they call you names. Terrorism in all its forms must be judged and condemned. Ideology is just
L'idéologie, c'est simplement une excuse.
Can supported, or it can be done also in the name of ideologies or religions. This is something which we have learned and seen in Europe in several decades. Well, the European Parliament, why is it never concerned about the anarchists' protests? Or, for example, when in Berlin, when in New Year, someone attacks the police or firefighters, etc. The European Commission, does it have any idea of the entire picture and the fact that the extreme right is not the only extremist movement in Europe which we should debate? Well, that's the only thing we debate here, the extreme right, the far right. What does the Commission think about the threat of political Islam? I do not know, because we never did.
Islamismul politic. Nu s-a spus niciodată.
Well, the anti-Israeli stance of those in the far right, that's something we talk a lot about. And
veliko govorimo z dobrim razlogom.
If we have anti-Semitic movements in the far left, well, that's something that is not important for the European Commission or the European Parliament. That's no problem for them.
Just a second. We have a blue card. Are you accepting the blue card? Okay, then Mrs. Raffaella, please.
Yes, thank you very much. So I hear a lot of, I would say, complaining that we speak a lot about the rise of extreme right movements, but I
extremo-dreaptă în creștere. Aș vrea să știu.
Basically saying that extreme right is not at all
že extrémní pravice vůbec není problém.
That we have a serious issue with extreme right movements. What exactly are you recognizing or not in this regard?
Microphone.
Please. Yeah.
Okay. Kiitoksia hyvästä.
Thank you for a good question. Of course, we have extreme groups.
Naravno da imamo ekstremističke.
And in the name of religion, there's also terrorism. For example, in Finland, a terrorist attack.
Smo videli na Finskem
and it was not done by the extreme right. The far left and terrorism made in that name, and terrorism named in the name of religion. But yes, we do also.
Religie. No da.
Dankeschön. Und damit machen wir in der Rednerreihe.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mrs. Kruk. You have the floor, please.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, terrorist threats are a significant problem.
one should expect that this would be caring for the security of citizens and not abusing it as an instrument. Looking at the Europol report from 2020 on religion terrorism, you can see that over the last 3 years we saw more attacks of Islamist character. There were 43 cases, and there were leftist attacks, 50 over, and 9 right-wing attacks. So the left and Islamism are a bigger threat for security in Europe. And the parliament focusing on the extreme right is hypocrisy. It's to attack political opponents. That's the reason why those who support citizens are then called extreme right. That's the tradition that goes on in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Urban Crespo, please.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. Well, we shouldn't underestimate the danger of the far right. We should stop doing that. They're not lone wolves. They're not radical nutters. They are key players in the international reactionary movement that's going across the world, and they're not isolated cases. The extreme right is now the greatest danger for democracy in Europe. Let's look at the causes of the violence that they're producing. Let's look at those who are complicit, who with their discourse normalise hate speech, which fuels far-right terrorism. But let's not forget that authoritarian neoliberalism is the economics of exclusion, scarcity and hate. If there's not enough for everyone, then it feeds into far-right narrative. What we need to do is rebuild our community links. Let's stop them in their tracks. Thank you.
Accept the blue card from our colleague.
Est-ce que vous acceptez un carton bleu?
Okay, go.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. I'm listening carefully to this debate, and I'd like to give you a piece of information. Until October last year, that is 2022, the European Border Agency, Frontex, recorded around 280,000 of illegal entries into the EU. That is 77% more than in 2021. Yesterday, during the speech by the Prime Minister of Sweden, we heard that we need to fight illegal immigration in the EU. What is your opinion on that?
Es un magnífico ejemplo.
This is a wonderful example of hate discourse which feeds into right-wing terrorist violence. Thank you very much, colleague, for showing in public and to our colleagues what this is all about. Look
Pogledajte naljepnice koje stavljate na
of members who don't vote in the way you do, as an example. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Giarrusso, please. Europe was born to bring peoples together, and we have different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. However, we have the same goals, and the beauty of these different roots is shown by our flowers and fruit, for example, and also by our beautiful capital cities, which are now multi-ethnic metropolises. So hate attacks, as we've seen in Paris, Brussels and elsewhere, need to be firmly condemned. We need to stop these far-right extremists who sympathise with Hitler and all those who reject democracy and the rule of law. Look at Brazil and the United States. Appropriate education needs to be provided from children's early years. We can't have organisations which pollute our societies, and we need to deal with those right from here, the European level, these kind of deadly discourses that we saw in the 20th century as causing mass murder can't be tolerated. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Van den Kendelare, please.
Thank you very much, colleagues. There was we saw the greatest anti-terrorism action in Germany, and there was the attack on the Reichstag. But what have we read in our history books? And we read that in 1933 the Reichstag burnt, and the storming of the capital, and then the storming of the government buildings in Brazil are very similar. And it means that our democracy is under pressure. In recent years, there has been an increase in far-right extremist groups, but the volatility and the increase in information around us has increased. And with the society that we live in is vulnerable. And we have to remind people that a democracy isn't a done deal, that every time
ükskõik milline äärmuslik vorm on
all right is never, whether it's online or offline, we need to protect our constitutional democracies, and we need better cooperation between police and justice at national and European level, and so that we can tackle destabilization of Europe, both from within and without.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, and Madam Minister, democracy is in danger. The coup d'etat attempt in Germany in December by far-right extremists throws back decades in history. This development has not happened over one night. It hasn't happened over a week. It has happened step by step. We Social Democrats have been warning for this development for long, while Conservatives and unfortunately also some Liberals have tried to undermine our warnings, claiming we imitated the boy who cried wolf. We never imitated anyone because the wolf in shepherd's clothing was easy to detect. There has never existed such a thing as far-right only, because far-right is in its nature extremists. They might dress like me and you, but the sound of their boots hitting the ground is just as audible today as it was in the 1930s and 1940s.
Maken hetzelfde geluid als in de jaren.
Extreme parties also mean normalization of their ideologies. When these kinds of ideologies normalizes, the distance between their words and their actions shrinks. That's when the rule of law starts to get attacked, and our democratic constitutions are. US, Brazil, we have seen these extremist forces in actions. Some of their friends, unfortunately, also sit in this parliament. Whether they are representing Sweden, Italy, Germany, France, or any other member states, their mission is the same. As Democrats, we should know better than normalizing them. Shame on all of those even cooperating with them.
Nes gėda kalbėti apie tai, kad mes.
Only words. Their words can smash our democracies into rubble. Democracies must be fought for and defended by every generation.
Dankeschön, Frau Kollegin, und wir fahren fort mit Frau.
Thank you, colleague. We now move on to Mrs. Raffaella, please.
Onze democratie staat onder druk.
Our democracy is under press, and the heart of Europe is being attacked by extremists. That's not just something we see in our member states, but here in the Parliament as well. Theories that are being spread. Just a few months ago, I heard a colleague talking about shocking theories and we need to set an example, and we need to be aware of that, and we need to make it clear that we reject these conspiracy theories, and because right extremism needs to be fought here in our parliament. Let's stop with normalizing it. It's time to react. We cannot deny the fact that our values are being undermined by far-right extremism.
Thank
you. Mr. Saturina, please, you have the floor.
Présidente, Madame la Commissaire,
President, Commissioner, Trump and Bolsonaro inspired the attacks on Brazilian and US institutions. The extreme right is installed in power in Sweden, Hungary and Israel, and far-right extremists have planned attacks in France and Germany. The extreme right is on the move. Many of us are denouncing it, but too few of us are fighting it. Our silence means guilt. We can't put up with this. We, as elected representatives, should be in the forefront of guaranteeing democracy. But we say too little. What can we say when majority political groups give more votes to an extreme right candidate rather than a green candidate for vice president, and that in the parliament? Colleagues, we need to stand up and be committed to defending democracy. We need to fight the dangers of the extreme right. We need to act as rapidly as possible. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Mr. Zimniok, please.
Frau Präsidentin,
Madam President, 2016, the failed coup in Turkey, 8,000 soldiers deployed, helicopters, planes, tanks, and armoured vehicles were deployed. In terms of those responsible for the coup, could they have taken inspiration from the Reichsbürger? They actually used completely different equipment, simple equipment, and yet they brought our democracy into danger. 3,000 police officers were deployed to counter this risk. It was a kind of staging. It was a narrative. This is a short analysis, and I think it shows how a house of cards can collapse. Otto Schily from the SPD stated that this was not a danger for democracy. Notwithstanding, there are numerous examples. Under our democratic system, we have experienced attacks. Sometimes we find culprits. They might be the wrong culprits. You might have a government party, you might have climate demonstrators, and they come to clash with the police forces. Molotov cocktails are thrown around. Also, of course, immigration policy, with the upheaval that causes. Also, the coronavirus and the measures against it, based on dubious information.
I'm afraid you've run out of time, colleague, but thank you. Thank you. It's an emotional issue, but we nevertheless need to stick to time. So we'll now continue with Mr. Arvanitis, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, fascism does not come from the future. Fascism does not come from the future, and it's not something new. We know it. We've lived fascism. We've pained. We've shed blood. The extreme right, it's not a passing phenomenon. I would like to say that this is a situation that gets armed, it's been watered, and it grows here on our parliamentary benches. And today, the first vote was very worrying. Very, very worrying. So, all those who are using opportunism and using a rhetoric about an internal enemy, they're incubating a snake's egg here in the parliament. And Watching the same play again, we present an extremist, inhuman, fascist rhetoric, and we try to make it showing as something normal, while we're shooting ourselves in the foot by doing this. So, those who believe that we will create allies, we have to take care of democracy.
Ich verteile die Redezeiten nicht.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I don't give out speaking time. Now, Mr. Mandel, please.
Kommissarin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, historisch hat...
Thank you very much. Historically, the far-right extremism has created a great deal of suffering. In parts of Europe, there's left-wing extremism. Next week, we're going to be commemorating the International Holocaust Day, and that points the finger at and what we need to do. If we see that there are trends of this type in society, and looking back in history, it shows that we need to look at anti-Semitism. Is that always on the right, or is it on the left as well? And what about Islamism, political Islam?
Islamismo, e anche questo è un...
Perhaps the most important area. We need to look at extremism, whether it's left or right, or of any other type. That is what is destructive. And that is something which isn't building, it's destroying. It's
niet wil ontwikkelen, maar dingen kapot maken.
In times where this is something which is being supported from outside in an attempt to divide our society. Some of the recent examples are the migration crisis, the pandemic.
This is 2015 en nu hebben we de...
In Ukraine. And a hybrid warfare which is targeting everyone. And
hybride middelen gebruikt.
The European Union. We need to overcome the migration crisis and other crises.
Und wir fahren fort mit Frau Kollegin Muig.
Thank you. We now continue with Mrs. Muig. You have the floor. President, colleagues, in our member states, in Europe, there is an increase in the presence of far-right extremist movements, and they're also becoming more socially acceptable, and this is of concern. Many interventions here that are unacceptable too.
As instituições democráticas foram invadidas por extremistas de direita no Brasil.
Institutions in Germany, so-called citizens of the Reich, were planning a putsch, and we all saw the pictures from the United States when right-wingers stormed the Capitol. Right-wing extremist movements are a threat to us all and for the fundamental values of the European Union. They defend values that are not. The European Parliament has a duty to fight all kinds of racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, etc. at every level, national and internationally. We need to act because there's one thing that is clear: right-wing movements have no place in our societies. They're not part of our political spectrum. So let's ensure.
Prema tome, pobrinimo se da ostanu samo jedna opomena, lekcija opomene.
Our colleague, Mr. Butash, now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President.
Dėkoju, ponia pirmininkė.
Minister, extremism of either side has been dangerous for society and still is. And propaganda has access to the modern means of communication. Last year, using social media, right-wing extremists
terrify the whole world when they attack the Capitol Hill, well, storm the Capitol Hill, the symbol of democracy. And the same techniques have been used by the extreme right to attack a government institution in Brazil. This is the same attempt to destabilize democracy, and we need to see how they're doing it, the means of communication, but the message, the way they are disinforming the population. These messages are spreading in our member states, in the EU, and we need to do something about it as quickly as possible in order to combat the manipulation. Are turned into tools of seizing.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mrs. Kuhnke, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For some of us here, this threat from right-wing extremism is something that has been with us all our lives since we were children. It has marked us. It has left a mark on us. And it reminds us that there are people out there who hate us so much so that they're prepared to resort to violence. We also know that behind these extremists you have right-wing populists, and they use a discourse full of hate, full of and credence to this violence, and they're triggering violence. These right-wing populists are here in the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. This is a threat from the right, from the extreme right. If we want to stop that threat, we also have to stop the extremists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. De Man, please.
President, the socialists are leading a debate here about far-right extremism to distract us from Qatargate, where the socialists are accused of corruption and accepting bribes from Qatar. And now, all of a sudden, they've decided to talk about far-right extremism and that it's a populist plot. And it is apparently the head of is being accused of
forbrydelser i Syrien, men
but what is certain, socialists, if there have been far-right extremist attacks in Belgium or in the Netherlands, how many people were killed? None. Zero. And it's instead it's young people who are causing trouble after football matches, etc. And what about the hundreds of people who have died as a result of Islamist violence? What you're trying to do is make people afraid of the so-called far-right danger. You're just.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mrs. Chaibi, please. Colleagues, the fascist international is gaining ground everywhere. The latest example is the attempted coup d'etat in Brazil, where thousands of extreme right sympathizers invaded various government buildings because they refused to accept the result of the election. In France, extreme right-wing terrorists killed Kurds at the heart of the similarities with the interwar period is concerning. Everywhere we're seeing extreme right-wingers expressing views that are xenophobic and call for violence. I see the classical right wing becoming more extreme, and that's happening in Sweden, Italy, and other countries. We can't simply have statements and posturing here. What we need is to act. We need to build an alternative political project so that we can change things. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Und als nächstes hat das Wort Herr Kollege Hidvegi.
Our next speaker is Mr. Hidvegi, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, with this debate, the European Parliament, once again, is making a fool of itself. Month after month, the left is trying to prove that the biggest threat to Europe is the extreme right. Well, do you seriously believe that the laughable attempt of a bunch of German cooks and veterans poses the biggest security threat to Europe today? You can't be serious about that. In early December, a migrant stabbed 2 schoolgirls in a small town in Germany. One of the girls died. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Crimes committed by migrants are on the rise across Europe, from France to Germany, from Belgium to Sweden. Let's talk about the attacks on firefighters, the ambulance and police by migrants during the New Year's Eve celebrations in big cities in Germany. Or about Cologne in 2015, where thousands of women were harassed sexually and robbed by migrants. Let's recall the violent street riots in Paris and Brussels during the World Cup. Let's say it out loud, illegal migration and its consequences, that's the real security problem and threat to Europeans today.
Please.
Thank you.
So, als nächstes fahren wir fort mit...
Our next speaker is Mr. Lutjen, please. President, Commissioner, we know from our history that the extreme right has caused millions of deaths in Europe, but the communist regimes did the same thing. The extreme left and the extreme right have Both of these are widely supported by interference coming from China and Russia, for example. In the committee on that, we made a whole series of proposals to protect ourselves, to defend our democracies, fighting against cybercrime, fake news, and other actions as well. European coordination when it comes to education for children, for example. On the
van de staatsveiligheid van België.
On state safety, we see that there's a concerning rise in violence among teenagers in Belgium. The values that we've been defending for 70 years in Europe are increasingly under threat. So, yes, we need to look at the law and order aspect, the judicial aspect, fighting all kinds of extreme violence, yes, but we also need to look at the sources that are enabling some groups to increase and improve their electoral results. There are people who, for example, live far from our parliamentary reality and an administration, and they live far from hospitals, etc. They struggle in their lives. Extreme parties, social problems are the issue, and we need to provide the responses. For example, in terms of energy, we need to ensure that Europe is an opportunity for anyone and everyone who lives in Europe, wherever it may be that they live. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Kelleher now, please.
The extreme right is the same time and time again. Pick a group of people, isolate them, dehumanise them, and debase them to the point where other people start thinking that they are not human. We've seen this time and time again. I'd like to quote from a former MEP to the island of Ireland. And I quote, "Difference is the essence of humanity. Difference is an accident of birth and should therefore never be a source of hatred or conflict. The answer to difference is to respect it." In my own country, where we don't have an extreme far right of substance, they are outside reception centres where we are housing refugees fleeing war. So we would not want to dismiss the fact that the far right is alive. It has now capacity to organise through social media. It's in this House. I have heard chants and cheers from that side of the House when we were speaking about migrants drowning in the Mediterranean and in the English Channel. So we don't have to go too far to see racists in Europe.
I do not give the speaking time, but I just have to see that you are staying in the speaking time. I'm sorry. I know it's an important debate. I know it's very sensitive and emotional, but we really have to stick to our speaking slots, because if not, we will go to the disadvantage of the other colleagues. So we continue. Mrs. Geiser.
In Germany, far-right extremists planned a coup d'etat. They wanted to get rid of freedom and democracy using violence and military means. These weren't crazy people. They were educated, influential people, judges, soldiers, former policemen. In other words, people who are influential, who are educated, and yet they became radicalized. They became radicalized despite their social status, because like many, many other people, they are subject to social networks which systematically spread lies day in, day out, disinformation, hatred, just to increase their profits. These platforms are also able to address each of us individually, and they can therefore pass on this message of doom and gloom. And the internet giants know this full well. There was an internal Facebook memo back in 2019 that spoke precisely about this, about these core mechanics, optimization of algorithms with interaction, and that this could lead to hate and misinformation, reaching so many people. That's what social networks do. But this is something that is also something that can be monetized. That's why nothing changes. So we need to make these social networks transparent, democratic, in order to protect democracy.
So, wir fahren fort mit Herrn Kollegen Haider.
And now we have the colleague, Mr. Haider.
Der Terrorismusbericht von Europol.
The Europol terrorism report documents how 250 left-wing terrorist attacks took place over the last 2 years, and there are only 9 right-wing extremist attacks. I can't remember talking about left-wing terrorism here. I think you're blind to that. It seems that your blindness will see no threat from the left, but there are studies. There's one from the Radicalisation Awareness Network and the Commission, and they talk about the playing down of left-wing terrorism. We see right-wing extremism being seen as a terrible threat, and we see left-wing extremist violence being played down. There's a whole generation of young people, migrants, who are ready to use violence. They reject our values. Let's look at Paris, Vienna, Berlin, Brussels, even a town which like mine, saw crimes, violent crimes being carried out by migrants just the other day. But you're blind to that. You're trying to distract people's attention from the real problems. It's terrible to see this Parliament focusing only on one kind of violence for ideological reasons. You're ignoring left-wing extremism, jihadi violence, and the violence caused by migrants.
Herr Kollege, ich glaube, dieses Haus...
Colleague, I think that in this Parliament we discuss all of the problems that we see in Europe and want to tackle. And I think it's not good to generalize against specific groups. And the next speaker, it will be Mr. Sver.
Spoštovani, naj na začetku pokomentiram.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all comment the approach that we have on this topic today. It would be better if we did away with left and right-wing extremism and to deal with this in a joint debate. This way we would have a discussion over the entire spectrum. Research shows that left extremism is more present here in our area, so let me mention that to balance the debate. We know the history of the...
voor een evenwichtig debat. We kenden...
When they drew their ideology from Marxism, Leninism, and even Maoism. In a later stage, a new ideological base became so-called cultural Marxism, which was forced forward by universities and institutes around the world. We know the Sao Paulo Forum in Latin America, which is a foundry of extreme ideas and human resources, because many presidents from the region are members of that forum. So the extreme left is very much present in the EU as well. We in Slovenia have a very particular experience because they had used violent methods to bring down the government and the international network Antifa is also very active. But on the other hand, Putin's night wolves riding around the Balkans and sowing fear amongst people are also present, and there's way too much and governments that support extremism and extreme movements and compile blacklists, which includes Democrats. So these are difficult times, but for a true Democrat, it doesn't matter whether an extremist is left-wing or right-wing. What is important is for a true Democrat to see this and to act. And it is also important that states do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Mrs. Bilbao Barandica.
Gracias.
Thank you. Well, this Parliament on the 25th of October 2018 adopted a resolution which focused on the issue that we're discussing now. In some member states, the falsification of history is tolerated relating to totalitarian governments that ruled the country. Here, in Spain, there are journalists who've been criticised for things that they've done. It's easy to form reality. You can make fake news which fails to discredit various regimes in the past. We saw that in Germany. Nostalgic extremists planned a coup, and we're seeing this happen elsewhere. For example, look at what happened on the Capitol Hill or in Brasilia. We need to fight this resurgence of fascism with truth and justice. We need to prevent those who are calling for these disastrous events from the 20th century to be
The next speaker will be Mr. Le Breton.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, the debate that is proposed today is surprising. It's on the threats posed by far-right extremist networks. Terrorist threats have to be tackled, but it is clear that in Europe the main attacks come from radical Islam. In France, turning away from that reality is very suspicious. I think that this is an artificial debate which is just to counter the scandal which is engulfing the left of the parliament. I'm not fooled by this terrible attempt to hide Qatargate. If you want to talk about terrorism, you should be talking about Islamic terrorism, and you need an inquiry into Qatar and Islamic terrorism. Thank you very much, Mr. Le Breton. And now, Mr. Pollack, for 2 minutes.
Thank you for the floor, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is that after all the crises Europe has gone through, Europeans find it difficult to live. Some of them have lost their jobs, some of them have lost their relatives in these crises, and now we're facing the terrible war in Ukraine. The prices are going up of energy, of food, and this difficult situation is an ideal playground for the extremists who can spread their false information, disinformation. Dear friends, we are now facing a sharp increase of this aggressive behavior, which then result in hate actions, hate speech. We've seen in Germany, there has been a serious attempt of the so-called Reichsbürger to overturn the democratic system of the country. We see these attempts also here among us celebrate Hitler and they deny Holocaust. We have also in Slovakia fascists who are grouping into political parties, celebrating the past that is quite somber, actually. There are also supporting those who attack the Roma. Some of them use very open symbols of Nazism, of Nazi Germany. We should be open about this, and we should admit that we have
että meillä on ääriliikkeen edustajia joukossamme.
About this, and we never do anything about it. So let's stop talking and let's do something about it. Freedom of speech is part of democracy. Extremism, however, is terrorism. And extremism is a serious crime. Let's not allow these people to abuse democracy in this way, because extremists and terrorists belong into jail. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Pollak.
Thank you very Thank you very much. The next speaker, Mrs.
Madame la ministre des
President
Jessica Rosval, Madame la commissaire
Jessica Rosval, Commissioner Ylva Johansson. For some years now, the European Union has been the regular target of
terrorangreb.
Europol pointed out that there's been a significant European Union. It's actually the second most recorded.
Τους τζιχαντιστές. Αυτές οι επιθέσεις
Druga najbolja oblika terorizma za džihadizmom.
With populist ideology, their aim being to destabilize our democracies. And we've seen this with recent news coming out of Germany and Bratislava and Paris. Some colleagues have already mentioned this, and this has been initiated by far-right networks. So to face up to this, Europe must remain united. And I'm very pleased to see the progress that we've made, Madam Commissioner, with our work on the regulation that will fight against the dissemination of terrorist content online. However, we must go further than that. We must have greater cooperation between our law enforcement agencies, between the intelligence services of our member states, because we know full well that terrorism, extreme right-wing terrorism, does not stop at borders. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Keller.
Thank you, lijepa, kolegice Keller. A sada minut.
For 1 minute, Mr. Lacapelle.
Well, in terms of the real terrorist threat in our European countries, you're trying to conceal this by talking now about extreme right-wing terrorism. There is actually communism. That was really the main threat. And you're using any kind of device in order to hide that. And what about the rise of Islamism in Europe? You have a deliberate policy to facilitate
time što se raspravlja o krajnjoj desnici.
Show complacency towards Islamist movements by sometimes even subsidizing. It is venal, it is subservient. Qatar, for instance, you are actually responsible for the spread of this genuine threat, the only genuine threat for the peoples of Europe. Let's take France. All of the anti-Semitic killers, Sarah Ajimi, the schools also in studying the Torah in Toulouse, the attackers are all of the same profile.
Telkens om Maghrebijnse
ascendancy. These are sinister individuals, and your policies have promoted their entry into Europe. And clearly there is a danger. There is a danger from these groups. These are the genuine threat.
Herr Kollege Lacapelle.
Mr. Lacapelle, thank you very much.
Das stimmt nicht. Herr Kollege, ich war in der Tat...
Colleague, with Mrs. Keller.
Nu am fost atent, într-adevăr, 3-4 secunde.
Distracted for 2 or 3 seconds, but you spoke for 15 more seconds. Perhaps it would be better to prepare more.
Grazie, onorevoli Tomak.
Commissioner, colleagues, I believe that this topic is very important because the technological development has enabled those who promote hate speech. Those who spread misinformation, they make very good use of technology, which is why, Commissioner Johansson, I believe the Commission should propose new regulations, because we now have a new generation of young people, of children who are exposed to this very aggressive wave that threatens European democracy. The war in Ukraine shows how much solidarity exists.
Pentru a-l combate pe Putin și fi
They want to fight against Putin and, however, only want peace. I believe we have to fight against these phenomena. We cannot remain passive in the face of misinformation and in the face of these extremists who feed off hate speech and who want to delude Europeans. And we have to create better mechanisms. We have to improve education in order to protect our children from this very dangerous threat against European democracy. I believe we need better tools, clearer mechanisms. We need to be better prepared in order to face all these challenges that unfortunately are enabled by technology now and that are being used successfully by those who hate democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomak. And now for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Pospisil.
Sada, gospodin Pospisil.
Much. So this has been a very interesting debate. I've been listening very carefully. There have been different points of view being perhaps people saying whether we should talk about far-right extremism or not. I think it is an important point, something we do need to discuss. But in addition to the far-right extremism, there is...
da postoji ekstremizam krajnje ljevice.
And both of these extremes are getting stronger across Europe, and democracies need to react. I think this is clear for everyone, and I think we need to be aware of what is strengthening these extremes. It's not just new technologies, social networks, but also some countries are providing refuge for them, such as Russia, a country of aggression, and where these extremes are getting support both on the right and the left. And this makes it possible for these powers to carry out attacks on European territory. If we look at the Russian imperialist movement, which is carrying out attacks in the EU. And so we need to do everything we can to fight against extremism as a result of the information coming from secret services. That's how we can undermine extremism. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pospisil. And now for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Polčák.
Vážená paní komisařko, milí kolegové, všichni víme a známe jméno Breivik.
Commissioner, colleagues, will we all...
Conosciamo il nome di Breivik.
How many young...
tilfu il-futur tagħhom fil-pajjiż.
In that event, in my country, extreme right-wingers hunt the Roma. And unfortunately, last year, an extremist killed 2 young people from a minority. All forms of extremist right-wing violence are fully unacceptable. We can't have any space for that kind of extremism.
Ostaviti prostora takvom ekstremizmu.
Extremism, has changed. It used to fight Jews who were murdered, and that led to the Shoah, then
Holocaust, vidimo da
where its victims, and now people from minorities. All forms of
Krajně pravicový terorismus a násilí v EU
rejected. Right-wing extremism is carried out by individuals and small groups who are linked to organizations which participate politically in our parliament. right-wing extremists are a genuine threat for democracies in Europe. What can we do to tackle them? We need to promote the rule of law, democracy and education for young people. That is the best way we can invest in the future. Thank you.
And under catch the eye, Mrs. Reba Hinar.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. Que la ultraderecha es una...
The extreme right. Europe. We know that. Look at what happened in December in Germany. These are organized events and they were attempting a coup. But terrorist threats are the tip of the iceberg. There is a danger underlying that, the danger of the extreme right. In Spain, we have an extreme right that is politically institutionalized. It's even sitting on some of our regional governments. The Vox Party defends a xenophobic, homophobic, racist, misogynist policy, and this has been demonstrated by the anti-abortion protocol of Castilla-Leon, which is very similar to what you'll find in Hungary. They have more and more influence, more and more political power, and this is the real threat to the rule of law in Europe. Also because their discourse is giving legitimacy to events like the ones we witnessed in Washington and in Brasilia. Let us act to make sure that human rights and democratic values are not consigned to the past. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Rieb.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reba Ichiner. And now for 1 minute, Mrs. Katzberger-Fofana.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ich spreche auf.
Thank you, President. I'll speak German. A right-wing network in Germany planned a violent coup. These people had sometimes important positions in the German security apparatus. The threat from these kinds of networks need to be taken seriously. These right-wing extremists express their inhuman ideology and spread their views. Defending democracy means standing up against right-wing democracy wherever we can find it, and that means we have to stand up to people among ourselves. We need to stand up.
Quindi anche ribellarci quando sentiamo.
Theories of the Great Replacement are expressed. It means not voting along with Nazis, and it means that we need to prevent any form of right-wing radicalism becoming socially acceptable. They have no place in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Herzberger-Fofana. And to conclude, Mrs. van Sparentak.
Dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, Capitol Hill, Brasilia, the Rijksburgers and Forum for Democratie. A dangerous global far right is moving from their social media rabbit holes into the offline world. And they all promote the same harmful narratives based on disinformation, targeting women, targeting LGBTI people, targeting people of color, and trying to overthrow democratic institutions. And the spread of these sort of disinformation and extremism online is organized by far-right groups, spread by Putin troll farms, and then amplified by social media's algorithms. And in the current geopolitical context, the EU cannot afford to be naive. We need to unite against fascism, against Putin, and against tech capitalism that threatens our safe online public debate. To defend our democracy, the role of social media and the spread of disinformation is key, and that's why I call upon the European Commission to present strong rules on how platforms should handle disinformation, not just voluntary agreements, and make fact checks on content that goes viral on social media obligatory, and ban polarizing recommender algorithms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. van Sparentak. And now
aan mevrouw Johansson namens de commissie. Gaat u gang.
Thank you, President, and thank you all for putting this important debate on the agenda. Thank you for the discussion. And thanks to all of you who so clearly condemn the threat from the violent far-right extremists, as we have to condemn all violent extremism, and we do so. And also for the support of our fight against terror. The plotters in Germany planned a day X for democracy. What they got was a day of reckoning for far-right extremists, showing that the fight against terrorism depends on police action. The EU has taken a large number of measures to make Europe safer. I mentioned some of them in my speech. Prevention on the one hand, police cooperation on the other. I could add the action we are taking against firearms, or our security databases that will make it harder for terrorists to enter Europe. On the protection of our public spaces like churches and stadiums, and the resilience of our critical entities. Beside resilient critical entities, we need resilient democracies. A resilient democracy is a vigilant democracy. To fight internal threats, we have the forces of law and order, which did successful work in Germany, ready to defend the constitutional order, democratic values and fundamental rights. And against external threats, my colleagues Didier Reynders and Vera Jourova will soon present the Defence of Democracy package to help prevent Russia
il pacchetto di difesa della democrazia per
the EU, including elections and democratic debate. Above all, as Democrats, we must take a stand against violent extremism. In the Capitol in Washington and the President's Palace in Brasilia, the rioters shouted, "This is our house." No, this is not your house, and it will never be. Let that be clear to anyone with similar plans on this side of the Atlantic. This house
intenzioni simili da questo lato del
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin Johansson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johansson. And now I call Minister Roswall on behalf of Council.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, it is clear that what we hear today, the far-right extremism, and indeed all forms of extremism, has a various ramification, which together pose a very serious threat to our democracy societies. As I said in my initial intervention, addressing the various dimensions of the phenomena is a shared responsibility of all democratic institutions, be it at local, national or even EU level. Despite our diverse political views, we should be able to draw the line between what we can consider normal and healthy political debate on the one hand, and the spread of violent and hateful message aimed at destroying the very core of democratic societies on the other. The proper application of the regulation on addressing the dissemination of terrorist content online and the recent agreed Digital Service Act to curb the spread of illegal and harmful content should be a key priority to counter extremism, while protecting the freedom of speech of expression. Cooperation with Internet companies is key. However, we cannot ignore the fact that extremist groups evolve very quickly. And it is
udvikler sig hurtigt, så det her er også en udfordring for de
with and counter new trends. An effective EU response to extremism is therefore a permanent effort where the European Parliament plays a decisive role, not only as a co-legislator but also as an awareness raiser. Prevention of radicalisation is key. Like I said in my earlier intervention, the Swedish presidency will organise a conference in Stockholm in March with the title Violent Extremism and Terrorism, Challenges and Responses. It will address, for example, and recruitment to violent extremism and terrorism, and as well as lone actors. We look forward to working together with the European Parliament in the coming months, and once again, thank you for your attention and for the debate.
Vielen Dank, Frau Ministerin Roswall.
Thank you very much, Minister Roswall. That concludes the debate.
3 Bekanntgaben des Parlaments.
3 announcements. The Parliament is examining a request Mrs. Elisabetta de Blasis, Mr. Gazzini, Mrs. Guidoni, Mrs. Mussolini, Mr. Venisneski, Mr. Davot and Achille Bariati regarding the 2nd of November 2020. Our colleague Andreas Cotolino has left his political group 18th of January 2023 and he is now non-attached in this House. Submitted a proposal regarding nominations to committees
in Kraft
and will enter into force accordingly. Next item on our agenda, Council and Commission statements regarding revelations of Uber lobbying practices here in the European Union. And we shall begin with Minister Roosevelt on behalf of Council.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, the Council and its Presidency are aware of the allegations of lobbying practices by Uber. Like the Parliament, the Council believes that clear rules and transparency are essential. This common belief is reflected in our interinstitutional agreement on May 2021 on a mandatory transparency register. I would like to recall that as a Council Presidency, I am here today to represent only the Council of the Secretariat, and I cannot therefore speak on behalf of individual Member States. The Swedish Presidency is implementing the Transparency Register. The permanent representative and the deputy permanent representative will only meet registered lobbyists during the term of office as Presidency of the Council. As for the Council Secretariat, its contact with interest representatives are regulated by the 2021 Council decision, which established a strict transparency policy to meeting between its staff and interest representatives. President, since what prompted this debate was the EU legislation on platform workers, let me also take this opportunity to address the ongoing discussion on the working conditions and social rights on platform workers, namely in the context of the Platform Work Directive. The Council shares the view with the Parliament that platform workers should social model. This was a very clear message sent by the ministers following the EPSCO Council session last December. As you know, the Council has not yet been able to agree on its mandate as views diverged on a number of points, notably related to the legal presumptions. However, the Presidency is firmly committed to taking forward the work in the Council in order to allow for a successful conclusion on this file before the end of the legislature. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Roosevelt. And now, on behalf of the Commission, I call Commissioner Johansson.
Minister Jessica Roosevelt, honourable members, also on behalf of Vice President Vera Jourova, who cannot be here today, allow me to make a first few remarks concerning transparency and ethics. The Commission always stands for the highest standards. We apply very strict transparency measures to ourselves and have been working towards a common approach with the other EU institutions. This Commission has been uncompromising in delivering the highest standard of transparency on who we meet, who seeks to influence us. The Commission requires all members of the Commission, members of their cabinets and Director General of the Commission to meet only interest representatives that are registered in the Transparency Register and to publish information on all meetings held with them. Interest representatives that register in the Transparency Register are required to comply with its Code of Conduct. This contains the ethical and behavioural rules and principles they need to observe in their interaction with the EU institutions. We are glad that the Parliament, the Council and the Commission reached a major milestone in fostering a common transparency culture with the adoption of the interinstitutional agreement on the Transparency Register in 2021. This is a starting point to further build and improve transparency in the institutions. The Commission's approach is that the other institutions should ensure an equivalent regime and, overall, at least the same level of transparency as the Commission concerning meetings and other interactions with interest representatives. For us, it is key to have strong rules and common principles covering in the same way all European institutions and bodies, and this is what as regards the revelation of the Uber company lobbying practices from last year, the Commission attached great importance to the role of whistleblowers for good functioning of our democracy and also economy, as represented by the Directive on the Protection of Persons who report breaches of union law from 2019. And we have taken the allegations in the media reports very seriously.
Media har vi tagit på största allvar. Vi har försökt.
Vice President Cruz immediately in July 2022. The European Anti-Fraud Office has opened an investigation to establish the facts in view of possible breaches of professional duties set out in the treaties and in the Commission's Code of Conduct for the members of the Commission. The Commission is closely cooperating with Olaf in this matter. Only after the investigation has been closed, it will be considered whether any individual consequences need to be drawn or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johansson. And now for 2 minutes, I call Mr. Simon.
Herr Präsident, meine sehr geehrten
President, ladies and gentlemen, today's debate is a good opportunity to talk about the lobbying that goes on in the European institutions. Now, lobbyists have a right to bring their perspectives into the legislative process. That goes for businesses, NGOs, trade unions, etc. There are no good and bad lobbyists here. You don't have Greenpeace and Transparency International, good, business, etc., bad. But in the democratic process, you always need to negotiate between the various interests. That's the way we...
Nicht anrüchig, dass ein Unternehmen sich dafür einsetzt.
And it's therefore not scandalous for a business such as Uber to talk to members to protect its interests. But what is scandalous is what's emerged in the Uber files. I mean, we know that Uber has invested a great deal in lobbying. In itself, that's not a problem, but what emerges from the documents is that it's not just a business culture here. I mean, this actually, at the end of the day, relates to what we do. Obviously used their political relations for business purposes, then that's something we need to look into. It's also said that economically strong economic interests have bought European policies. Well, that's actually not true. I mean, there is going to be a platform workers directive. There are going to be high standards of protection. And I think we all have to be a bit careful that we don't go over the top when we discuss these kinds of things. We shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need to look at all this carefully, and we need to take our time. I mean, it depends how people act. The speaker is cut off. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Now for 3 minutes, I call Mrs. Jongerius.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking Dutch and English.
We weaponized our customers, all that was needed to get governments out of the way. Our driving mantra was, do whatever it takes. De getuigenis van de...
The testimony from the ex-lobbyist set out how Uber was trying to exert influence in Europe, putting people under pressure and also putting pressure on authorities. These dubious practices for their model. And Mark McCann, in his testimony, said,
"Slow us down. We co-opted democracy itself by leveraging consumers' political power, putting very public pressures on elected officials to back off, drowning them in millions of riders' petitions. Het bedrijf verkiest..."
The company is putting profits above all. Uber can give lower prices because they're exploiting the drivers and underpaying them. That's
about creating economic opportunities. On no account the word jobs ever to be spoken or written. For the business model to succeed, someone would have to lose for others to succeed. And it turned out that we sold people a lie. Governments, the media, and especially the drivers. De lobby van Uber is niet gestopt sinds...
The Uber lobby has...
Det er ikke standset, fordi McCann gik af.
The opposite. There's even more lobbying that are trying to promote Uber and other platforms. And we shouldn't just be looking at this, but we have to look at the influence exerted by large technology companies as well, because it's not good if workers are not protected. And if we don't do this once and for all now, then this model could be like an oil slick on the whole economy. The Commission knows about this, the Parliament agrees, and the Council has it as well. And from
have disproportionate financial resources to push their message at the expense of far less powerful workers upon whom their model is built. There is something truly undemocratic happening. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Jongerius.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jongerius. And now for 2 minutes, I call Mrs. Melchior.
Presidency, Commissioner, colleagues, for being here. This is an extremely important debate about protecting and listening to whistleblowers, as well as the transparency and accountability of this institution, as well as our democratic institutions across Europe. For the European Parliament, we are under specific scrutiny since the arrests by Belgian authorities before Christmas. The revelations of the Uber files are shocking and completely unacceptable, purposely flouting of existing laws and regulation, obstructing police and regulatory investigations, and most appalling, the reports that potential violence against drivers could be exploited. But also remember that the revelations we're discussing here, they document a period before and during 2017. Our work on the proposal of platform workers began in 2020. Any illegal and illicit behaviour should be sanctioned both at the EU and member state level, and Uber must ensure that such activity can never be allowed to happen again. As legislators and national as well as local authorities, we also have a responsibility to be critical of the lobbyists and companies we meet. Innovation and disruption should happen in the respect of the society we live in, but without excessive protection of vested interests.
Dobbiamo proteggere
information crucial to the public interest at a professional and personal cost to themselves. The EU Whistleblower Directive must be implemented by the member states that have not yet transformed it. I am proud that my political group led the parliamentary work on platforms in the Brunei report, which gathered a huge majority for a balanced proposal, because it is important that we do not throw out the baby with the bathwater here. Uber is one platform, and platforms are not homogeneous. We need to create laws for all kinds of sizes of platforms. Digital platforms are important for innovation, both for work and for commerce. We must ensure improvement of working conditions of people performing platform work while making sure that flexible working arrangements and genuine self-employment can continue. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Melchior. And now, for a minute and a half, I call Mrs. van Sparentak.
Dear colleagues, the Uber files confirmed what we already knew. Uber has been able to roll out its business model by operating illegally.
Model tako što su radili nezakonito, što
It was the plan all along to squeeze the drivers for Uber to become profitable. And with this scandalous behavior, Uber has become a market leader in the platform economy and paved the way for other companies to follow in their exploitative footsteps. And working on the Platform Work Directive, I have been able to witness firsthand how Uber still manages to sway colleagues in this House. Please, stop buying the myths that Uber is trying to sell you. Workers... People with difficulty finding work deserve a real job with rights and fair wages, rather than a gig work app that follows their every step, including the music they listen to. And freelancers will still be able to find clients through platforms. They will actually enjoy more protection from subordination and intrusive algorithms. And when voting on this file, I count on your support for the directive. We give platform workers access to social protection, tackle bogus self-employment, and ensure fairness and transparency when using algorithms in the workplace. Breaking the rules is not innovation. This legislation will be a milestone for the future of work, and we cannot have Uber riding this future again. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin van Sparentak.
Thank you very much, Mrs. van Sparentak. For a minute now, Mrs. Bild.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
President, the Uber files is a ton of mousse with a gram of soap. That's what the French minister said when these documents were published. These documents, which were published a few months ago, showing the aggressive lobbying practice that affects many, many Europeans, just swept away arrogantly with the back of the hand. This is something that our courts are calling a dispute. But I don't think talking about the dignity of French workers is simply nothing. Uber tried to circumvent the rules just for business reasons, as the whistleblower Mark McGann said in a committee hearing. The disdain that we're seeing for these kinds of things is unacceptable.
Da su se stvari zahuktale od 25.
Tout le droit de connaître la vérité.
Right to know the truth.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Bilde. Es folgt für
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bilder. Now, for a minute, I call Mrs. Rafalska.
Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it was not a long time ago that the
natukene aega tagasi tööhõive
Mark McGann, the ex-employee of Uber, now he is a whistleblower, and he revealed the lobbying practices of the company in good faith. He talked about exerting pressure at the highest levels in such countries as the UK, France and Russia. According to the press, Uber also held talks with the members of the European Parliament and the European Commission. People were sold lies. The company was dishonest towards its own employees. There was a fake employment model presented to them, and I think all of us have heard about that. Of course, Uber will deny those. The worker is on hiding to nothing here. Madam Commissioner, we are waiting for the end of this inquiry because everyone deserves honest explanations. There might be some corruption involved as well.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Rafalska.
Thank you, Mrs. Rafalska. And now I call Mrs. Shebi for a minute and a half.
Au mois de juillet,
July, when the Uber files were published, the immediate response of those involved was to say, move on, nothing to see here, just old news. And yet these revelations confirm what we've been witnessing for 3 years here in the European Parliament, the way in which Uber and platforms do their utmost to influence decision-making by legislators. They want to write the laws themselves. Yes, I can say this. Yes, I have seen this. There is lobbying by Uber, by platforms. It's still a topical matter. Why is it still topical? Well, because there is actually connivance here on the part of members of the European Parliament. Members of the European Parliament who happen not to be here for this debate today. How strange. These arguments regarding platforms, the pressure that they're putting on our work regarding the rights of platform workers, members who are in offices, locked in, and are being brainwashed by the platforms, who refuse to see the workers, or who even... them. Colleagues, the European Parliament needs to be clear on this directive. This is a vote that will reveal things and will allow us to answer the real question behind all this. For who do we actually work? Is it for platforms or is it for workers? Who is it that we're here for? Colleagues, I count on you. Let us demonstrate that this European Parliament is working for citizens, for workers, and that we're not going to cave in to the lobbying of Uber and other platforms.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much.
Minuten, Herr Kollege De.
Grazie, Presidente. Le rivelazioni...
Thank you, President. Well, the revelations on Uber at this historic time for our institution mean that we require an appropriate debate. We shouldn't just generalize on all of this. There is a risk at this time of great emotion that we demonize someone without being aware that the facts which have led to this debate are due to just a few people. We need to be careful here because these are serious episodes and we shouldn't speculate, and we shouldn't, in particular, allow those who want to delegitimize Europe to speculate. The Uber files certainly confirm that techniques were used to produce political pressure, which were extremely aggressive and sometimes unethical. Now, this needs to be openly criticized, but it's also true. Legitimate lobbying and the inappropriate behavior of some cannot be used to tarnish the work of many others who give us useful information often so that we can better do our legislative activities. Lobbying is crucial in the European Parliament. It gives us tools to understand the various aspects of the issues that we have to deal with. Stakeholders who are acting appropriately within the rules shouldn't be criticized together with those who are not sticking to the rules. What these files show is that we need more transparency, also financial in nature. We need a code of conduct that contains more serious sanctions. We need to do our bit also in terms of the changes to our rules of procedure launched by President Metsola.
Užkirtimas kelio nelegaliems.
Do not damage the institution. They should be kept away from our institution. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege De Meo.
Thank you, Mr. De Meo. And now I call Mrs. Gualmini.
I'm going to speak in Italian. Quando abbiamo ascoltato Mark McGann in commissione.
We heard from Mark McGann in the Employment Committee, and we were shocked when we did so. If what he said is confirmed, we're seeing a pervasive system of illegal lobbying. There have been illegal activities of all kinds. There have been false accounts set up in Facebook and WhatsApp to influence workers, and various payments have been looking at cases of corruption. Third countries have intervened in our democratic processes, and we're horrified by that. But let's be clear, it's not only the authoritarian governments of third countries that want to interfere. Large corporations, large multinationals, the internet giants, they also want to. How many forms of lobbying are there? What is the dividing line between legal and illegal lobbying? Lobbying obviously doesn't mean corruption. Representing your interest to improve our decision-making procedure is totally legitimate, but you can't have a disproportionate gap between those who concentrate a great deal of power and financial firepower in their hands and others. I've seen corridors full of lobbyists in negotiating the Platform Workers Directive. I was bombarded with requests for meetings, and fortunately I met all the internet giants together with representatives of the trade unions. We need to move forward on this file under the Swedish presidency because we're saying some good things. We need to defend workers and we want to see work relations appropriately classified. If you're a self-employed worker, that's fine, but if you're a bogus self-employed worker who's a slave to an algorithm, well,
Zašto
rights that workers have. Why are we worried about saying that? Why are we so worried about providing a minimum level of protection to those who want it? I don't understand that. In addition, we need to defend good businesses. There are many platforms
Έχουν εξαιρετικά συμβόλαια και επαφές με τα
and relations with trade unions. Let's avoid unfair competition among these platforms. Then we need to look at rules on algorithms. We need human control on decisions taken on work contracts. You can't have a 26-year-old man who died in a road accident and who was then fired from his job by email after his death. I mean, that is shameful. So we need to continue our work because what we're trying to do is very simple. We're trying to increase social justice, and we will do that lobbying or no lobbying. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gualmini. And now the next speaker on my list is Mrs. Metz. 1 minute.
The Commission.
Thank you very much.
Uber files broke out in the middle of the negotiation on the Platform Workers Directive here in the European Parliament, and it was shocking to hear about how Uber broke the law and used aggressive lobbying tactics to delay and block laws on labour and social rights. That's why it has been particularly concerning to see how many colleagues here in this Parliament have been echoing the voices of Uber. There are also good examples of platform companies who deliver innovative services while ensuring labour rights, but they can't compete with exploitation. The deal on the Platform Workers Directive agreed in the Ample last December would allow for a level playing field for all the actors. It would also give social rights to 28 million platform workers all over the EU who desperately need it. Don't be fooled by this.
Κοινωνικά δικαιώματα στα 28 lobbying multimilionária, temos de defender
against second or third class workers.
Propaganda и обманывания.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Metz.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Metz. And now for 1 minute, I call Mrs. Kuntura.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
The practices followed by Uber for a violent and illegal extension of its activities through opaque relations with the authorities has damaged the interests of legal taxi drivers and passengers. Few governments, such as the Alexis Tsipras government in 2018 in Greece, managed to resist lobby pressures and various interests and to put an end to these unacceptable practices. But even today, the Commission refuses to see the dangers of market deregulation and in the new framework of town mobility,
αγοράζουμε προφανή στόχο τη διείσδυση υπηρεσιών.
the infiltration of Uber-type services. The Commission, instead of undermining the role and the rights of legitimate taxi drivers, should examine how to defend the rights and the rights of passengers against technological giants that are very strong, for example, by developing European public applications for the benefit of the sector and the passengers. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Kuntura.
Thank you, Mrs. Kuntura. Now, Mr. Pospíšil, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. This debate is very interesting. Two things I've learned from this. The Uber case and everything that we've talked about, rules on lobbying in the EU institutions and in Europe as a whole. We have rules, but I think that this example demonstrates that the rules aren't working properly. The principle of transparency that should prevail when it comes to lobbying, this principle has not always been met. So, regulating lobbying and prevent lobbyists from exerting influence on the life of our legislators, that's something that we have mentioned in this debate. We don't want legislators. If lobbying is transparent, then it can make a valid contribution to the work of our legislators, but
võib oma otsuseid vastu võtta.
Decisions, and it shouldn't be banned under those circumstances. Not ban it completely, because it is actually a way for our parliamentarians to integrate information into their decision-making. So let's discuss this. Let's see how we can adapt the rules. Now, some colleagues have already pointed this out. It would be nefarious for us to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And if we were to force lobbying into a kind of grey area, push it underground, or if we completely excluded it, ruled it out, I don't think that's right. I don't think it should be completely removed. What we do need is clear rules about platforms, about Uber. I mean, a lot of things have already been said. We've referred to the workers, the drivers who work for Uber. And on that point, I would argue that they deserve legal protection. They should have legal protection. But these platforms are not, for instance, advantageous or beneficial for other sectors such as taxi drivers. They're not good for that sector of the industry. So let us look at lawfulness, let us look at businesses. There are rules that shouldn't be violated by these platforms.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Pospíšil.
Thank you, Mr. Pospíšil. Now, Mrs. Bischoff, for 2 minutes, please.
Ja, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Colleagues, many of us have recalled the hearing that took place in the Employment Committee in this House. It really was a big moment for the Parliament, and we were pretty shocked to hear the methods that Uber was using. And that's precisely why whistleblowers need protection from us. They're the people who know that things are going wrong in their businesses, and they're the ones who can report on it. I'd also like to thank journalists. They processed thousands of documents on this, and that can only be done by a consortium, and it was done just to inform the general public and to bring light into this darkness so that people can know exactly what's going on in backrooms and corridors. What they wanted was to see their markets deregulated so that their business model could be continued. When the compromise for a negotiating mandate is confirmed, I think that shows that this House, this Parliament, doesn't let itself be browbeaten by these lobbyists, unlike what sometimes goes on at the national level. And we're not just talking about one business or one platform here. We're actually talking about the choice that we have between good working conditions and social security guarantees for everyone, or a new form of Wild West capitalism that seems to be spreading. We have a choice on that. We've postponed the vote, which gives people to think about it. We can decide whether we want to provide rules for millions of platform workers or leave them in a situation where they don't know how much they're going to be paid tomorrow, whether they're going to be able to pay their rent, and whether they can have access to an appropriate labour market and good working conditions. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Bischoff. Now, Mrs. Deli for 1 minute.
Madame la Commissaire, mes chers...
Commissioner, dear colleagues, what more do we need before we act? We've got all of these revelations from the consortium about Uber. We've got a whistleblower, Mark McCann, and he was working there between 2013 and between 2017. And 2017, I myself, in the Transport Committee, talked about the methods being used by Uber. And you know what they did? They said that they were independent researchers and they co-drafted some studies. And so Uber is quoted 130 times in the study, studies that was on the methods used in transport. But let's be serious. These are gangster methods, and the drivers are underpaid and they don't have social protection. So let's look at what our Belgian firms are doing. The Belgian government has set up a special committee to lift the veil on the influence by Uber, and there's going to be a commission of inquiry set up.
Kollegin Deli.
Thank you, Mrs. Deli. Now, Mrs. Walsh, for 2 minutes.
Integrity means exercising political power consistently in the public interest. Lobbying has shown us that it can be a force of good when it is being ethically practiced, but it can also lead to undue influence to the detriment of public interest and affect public policies when action is taken to benefit one lobbyist group. Transparency is key to ensuring that policymakers like you and I do not give preferential treatment to interest groups. Transparency promotes openness, accountability and public trust, and there is an inherent obligation on politicians to share this information with citizens, thus making those in political power accountable. Uber, who themselves have stated that they massage the facts to earn the trust of drivers, consumers and politicians. This is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to the drivers who work for them and the consumers who use their platform business. And in relation to politicians, this only heightens the importance of the Transparency Register, and rules for lobbying are crucial to safeguard the integrity of the public decision-making process. Transparent lobbying is a fundamental component of our democracy. It falls to the Parliament and our Member States to ensure that our European citizens get the truth and all the truth. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Wolf.
Thank you, Mrs. Walsh. Now, 2 minutes for Mr. Agius Saliba.
The Uber files are another example of why a sound framework on transparency in lobbying is crucial to safeguard the integrity of public decision-making process. Not all lobbying is bad, and not all platforms are bad. But when a company like Uber has unlimited resources and prefers to spend millions of euros to gain a market advantage while disregarding their drivers' working conditions and their well-being, or when they work to block legislation that aims to ensure bare minimum protection for its workers, decent pay and health insurance, instead of investing these same resources in providing decent working conditions and well-being to its people. When a company prefers to spend millions of euros for expensive law firms to draw their workers in legal fees and continue finding ways to deny their basic human moral practices by using fake identities, trying to infiltrate the account of its drivers so it can monitor them and stop them from unionizing. When a company consciously takes such decisions to avoid responsibility and undermine employment standards, thus give rise to precarious forms of employment, labour exploitation, tax fraud at the expense of powerless workers, then there is something wrong and undemocratic happening. Platforms like Uber did not invent this form of employment. They simply are using ways to avoid the costs and responsibilities that they should abide to as employers. And that is why I urge you, we must ensure that this imbalance is corrected and that the platform economy must uphold their application of labour law and labour rights. And to this end, we need a strong directive for improving working conditions in the platform work that protects the right of platform workers irrespective of their type of employment or from where they are located in the EU. Thanks a lot.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Agius.
Thank you, Mr. Agius Saliba.
За 2 минути колегата Радке има думата.
Vice President, Commissioner, Minister, dear colleagues. Lobbying, interest representation, in itself, they're not bad. This is what companies do. Associations, churches, trade unions, they all do it. It's part of our political work. However, colleagues, it has to be said, at some point, we reach a line. Lobbying no longer represents anything healthy and sound in our political work anymore. Absolutely clear. The line was crossed. And the work that we've been doing these last few weeks on the platform directive, these last few weeks, these last few months, there's been an awful lot of lobbying going on. And I think that that gives us a good overview of what's happening in this sector. Quite honestly, it's not healthy, it's not sound anymore. It's disproportionate, colleagues, because this is no longer lobbying we're talking about. Fake news being spread. Look at what's been said these last few weeks, the lies being told about the platform directive. You know, anybody who uses an email address is supposed to be a platform straight away. We're talking about messages such as those. We're talking about all the different areas that could fall within the directive, and yet they don't. All lies, a pack of lies, and the purpose is to undermine the work that we're doing on this directive. We also have internal meetings within the Parliament, and we've got MEPs. They're being called in to convey a message. That's not my idea of parliamentary work, and that's why it's important for us not to make fools of ourselves. I think we need to be clear, absolutely clear. There are business...
Há modelos empresariais.
If workers don't have access to a minimum wage, to the social security provisions that they should have, if they are deprived of that, then that business model should not be allowed to run. We've done our homework, Parliament. Now, Minister, I'm calling...
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Radke. Es folgt...
Thank you, Mr. Radke. We now have Mrs. Holmes-Ginel for 1.5 minutes.
Muchas gracias.
Grazie. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner Johansson. Well, last July, the Uber files came out, and that was when we could see the modus operandi used by some large multinationals. They think they're above the law, and they use ethically dubious tactics to influence the democratic process. We've seen that platforms like Uber have used a business model that is based on moving backwards in social terms and exploiting workers. The Parliament is trying to protect the over 30 million people who currently work via digital platforms in the European Union by ensuring that they have access to social and labour rights. Others, however, are trying to dismantle this European social model that has been so difficult to build. We have a negotiating mandate in committee And in the Employment Committee, in this case,
esta legislatura. Por tanto, una no puede.
however, the vote was postponed, and that's something that doesn't happen very often.
Iz zakašnjelih pregovora.
This is legislation that aims to prevent bogus self-employment of platform workers. There are people who are against this legislation, and who are they? Surprise, surprise, platforms. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Homs-Ginell.
Thank you, Mrs. Homs-Ginell. Now, Mr. Goiking for 2 minutes.
Ja, schönen guten Abend.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Council, Commission, Uber. Here we're talking about Uber. Now, of course, Dennis is right, what he said before. I just support everything he said. There's not much I can add. And so for that reason, I want to take this opportunity to say it's not just a question of platform workers. And then I'm asking, where have you been living? Is this all new to you? You could have just asked a taxi driver at home. Or what about all of the demonstrations that have been going on? Or what happened in France? Or ask what Uber's doing in France? Or ask other. It's nothing new, but now it's all been made very obvious, and so we do have to act. And so I want to send a message. I want to say that
mekanismer ger effekt.
Cat or Gate. I mean, the people who have been put in prison, and that has been successful. And Uber, it's now been laid open.
Desigur că activitatea de lobby trebuie.
A lot of companies do it. But it seems like everyone seems to be saying, well, we didn't know anything about it. Oh dear, we didn't know what was going on. But, and then people saying, well, it's not serious. Of course it's serious. Uber has been abusing its privilege. But I think that this is undermining our parliament. And
Ovi su svi korumpirani u Evropi.
Parliament. And I think it's terrible. I mean, people are saying we're getting. I mean, this is thing
corupt. Așa o prostie aș fi aștept.
With a few beers and. But
questo a livello del Parlamento non si può, non va bene.
Thank you, Mr. Goiking. Now, Mrs. Vind for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. When the AB5 bill was submitted in California, Uber and other platform companies spent over $200 million in campaign money to lobby against the law, a law that was supposed to put an end to the gross exploitation of bogus self-employed people working in the gig economy. In doing so, they succeeded in securing an exemption for Uber drivers, which still applies today, although it is unconstitutional. Now, you might think that this is just an American phenomenon, but actually it's coming. Carried through the entire EU system by government leaders, by EU commissioners, and I'm measuring my words here. It would appear that big business is allowed special access here. Today, we have been talking about a statement, just a statement, not sanctions, even though there are 124,000 pages in these Uber files that would militate in favour of doing something rather different. Directive. Here in the European Parliament, there is actually a great deal of opposition to proper working conditions and proper pay for those who work on platforms. And therefore, I would like to make an appeal to you tonight. Stop Uber's lucrative access to the EU institutions. Support workers' conditions instead.
We moeten de arbeidsvoorwaarden verbeteren van de werknemers binnen
dictate European law. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Wind.
Thank you, Mrs. Vind. Now, Mr. Tomac, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. This topic is indeed topical Because when we hear about meetings behind closed doors with politicians, incitement to violence, confidential information being leaked, and so on, everything that we
curenju povjerljivih informacija.
About in the Uber files and
Rajna dwaru fl-Uber files li
most vulnerable, and that it is highly important that the directive on the protection of whistleblowers should be put into practice and should be the way it was meant to be implemented, because these people will blow the whistle only if they feel protected. Are waiting for us to come up with solutions for the EU institutions, for the national governments, to come up with solutions in order to put an end to these clandestine agreements. I am a proponent of dialogue with the business environment. I think this is paramount in a democratic society, in a society where competition.
C'est le capital sont fondamentales pour le.
It's important that everyone obey the law, and these practices that encourage law breaking are extremely dangerous for our societies. This is why we need very high standards regarding transparency and law observance. Otherwise, we will have to deal with a very dangerous enemy that is able to adapt very well in order to break the law. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Tomac. Now we have Mr. Heijel for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, digital platforms significantly contribute to an increased competition. However, the legislation that should define fair rules for all employees, consumers and businesses is lagging behind. We need to set clear rules that would secure adequate working conditions with clear employment status, social protection and prevent practices such as false self-employment that discriminate thousands of workers and leads to unfair competition within businesses. Finding the right balance between functioning business model,
Il faudra trouver un bon équilibre entre le
improving social and labor rights needs to stay the priority of this House elected by the citizens. This is not about the automatic mass reclassification of workers that would cause the existential threat to the business models, as some even in this House claim. We claim that we want to increase transparency and avoid any shady lobbying practices. Then it's legitimate to ask, what is the reason behind the pushback of some members of this Parliament who put the economic interests of those companies above the basic working and social rights of
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Heijel.
Thank you, Mr. Heijel. We now have Mr. Kanev for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, I think that in this debate there's a big mistake that we're making. I think, first of all, we were right. We were right to say that we disapprove.
Smo bili u pravu kada smo rekli da
concrete company, its influence, its lobbying, and its influence on political decisions. Of course, we know that everything that's been
On sait que tout ce qui a été révélé.
I do think that we're transferring the problem from this concrete company, from these concrete officials, politicians who took the decisions, to new technologies and the labor market. This connection should be upheld. I was never kind of afraid to be in the minority, and in this case I think I'm in the minority. I would like to send 2 warnings. The first one is, if we do not adapt our labor law to the realities of the labor market, to the real different choices that people make today when they work, in comparison to 10 years ago, then the victims of these decisions would be the poorest and the most vulnerable on the labour market. The second warning, the heavy regulation that we are preparing to impose on people will have an impact, but this impact will be very weak onto Uber. It will be on their competitors. The competition, I think, is the one that will stop these bad practices. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Kanev.
Thank you, Mr. Kanev. We now move on to Catch the Eye, and our first speaker is Mrs. Nimic.
Ladies and gentlemen, in its desire to globalize its practices, Uber has very much stepped across the line. Uber apparently also used violence against drivers and secretly lobbied with governments. They knew their business model was illegal in many countries. This company also made its way to my country, to Slovenia. The legal basis for the functioning of Uber is something the previous government suggested. More so, it is difficult to shed the feeling that the lack of transparency of the functioning of the Minister of Digitalization, who before taking on that function was a lobbyist for Uber. Such covert methods to influence decision makers are an attack on our democracy. This is like the Wild West, where there are no rules and where manipulation and corruption thrive. We need to be decisive, we need to provide rules on transparency and demand clear and full openness, and also punish those who are guilty of such practices, and we must condemn such practices in any possible way.
Thank you, Mr. Nimic. And now, Mrs. Pereira, to conclude the Catch the Eye procedure.
Regulação, liberalização e precariedade são a fase.
President, deregulation, liberalisation, precariousness, these are elements that are appearing with the use of new technologies to organise work, and we're also seeing concentrations of capital which accentuate the feature. This is something that the neoliberal Uber files establish clear links between the business and the European Union institutions, which has
Europske unije omogućila je da se te kompanije uglave
to operate on European Union territory. In July, I asked about progress on the investigation relating to the information in the Uber files, but the Commission gave the same response that it gave to thousands of taxi drivers who were demonstrating at the time. They gave no response.
Kollegin Pereira.
Thank you, Mrs. Pereira. And we now give Mrs. Roswell the floor on behalf of the Council.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you very much for this useful exchange. At the end of this debate, let me reiterate the Council's full commitment to engage with other EU institutions on issues of transparency and accountability. I believe we share a common goal to ensure the highest standard of integrity and independence. The work has led to a setting up we have talked about. It's a good example of what we can achieve together. It is a common task of all of institutions to remain watchful, but also that their members and representatives always act in accordance with the applicable rules when dealing with lobbyists.
kada rade s lobistima.
Intervention. The presidency is firmly committed to take the platform directive forward. So with that, I just want to conclude and say thank you very much for this debate.
Vielen Dank, Frau.
Thank you, Minister.
Der Kommission, Frau Kommissarin Johansson.
Thank you very much for this debate, and thank you very much for your very valuable contributions. I think that this debate shows how important transparency is to make sure integrity, independence and accountability is the pillars of our decision-making. particularly when we speak about the important topic
Govorimo o pomembnih temah.
For us in the Commission, it's key to have strong rules and common principles covering, in the same way, all European institutions and bodies, and that is what the Commission will continue to push for. We will need to look at the relevance of several angles, moving forward with the creation of a truly interinstitutional ethics body, looking at the transparency rules. The Commission is working to move swiftly on these matters. The Commission will soon reach out again to other institutions on these matters and hope that we can come quickly to solutions which are convincing and truly common to all institutions and deliver the level of integrity that European citizens deserve.
Razini europskih institucija koju europski građani
from workers, which will bring us closer to improve the working conditions of platform workers and improve the transparency of platform activities. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Madam Commissioner Johansson, that concludes the debate. The next item on the agenda is the Commission statement on the criminalisation of humanitarian assistance, including search and rescue. Commissioner, over to you once again to begin the debate.
The year is still young, but so far, IOM reported already 30 deaths in the Mediterranean. Our main goal must be to prevent dangerous journeys in the first place, by taking action along migration routes with countries of origin, transit and destination, by fighting smugglers and improving opportunities for regular migration, and by creating
migração legal, criando uma.
That's why we launched a pact and proposed 2 action plans at the end of last year. Where we can't prevent, it's imperative to save lives. Saving lives at sea is a moral imperative and a legal obligation. Vessels, fishing boats carry out this duty faithfully. Ships of NGOs also
nevladinih organizacija također spašavaju
the role of NGOs, not only at sea, but
de spiller ikke kun til havs, men også
deserts. We have always been clear, genuine humanitarian assistance should not be criminalized. What must be criminalized is facilitating illegal entry or exit across the border for
facilitatea unor acțiuni ilegale, trecerea frontierei.
A criminal activity, pure and simple. Rescuers, volunteers have concerns. They don't want to be punished.
Voluntarii, cei care salvează vieți omenești,
new concern. We addressed it when we launched a pact on migration and asylum over 2 years ago, when we issued guidance to create clarity for member states about what's criminal and not, to help them implement the law, guidance on the facilitators package. In this guidance, we made it clear that humanitarian assistance mandated by law cannot and must not be criminalized. And we want member states to follow up in their national law, to make it crystal clear that humanitarian assistance is not to be criminalized. At that time, only 8 member states made explicit exceptions from punishment in case of humanitarian assistance in their national laws. Today it's 9. I think we can do better. It's now time to take stock and further steps. We will report this year on the implementation of the facilitators package and on the implementation of the 2020 Commission guidance on humanitarian assistance. In preparation, we will organise targeted consultation with various stakeholders, including relevant NGOs. The goal is to
Målet at opbygge en bedre viden.
To assess the state of play, also regarding humanitarian assistance, and discuss ways forward. The pact brings a more European approach to search and rescue. It's the member states who carry out and coordinate search and rescue operations at sea. But we also have a responsibility as a union. We can make sure that right rules and policies are in place. We can bring all the right people together to discuss challenges and solutions. That's why just over 2 years ago we adopted a recommendation.
Și soluțiile la acestea, tocmai de aceea.
Dvejus metus mes patvirtinome rekomendaciją
between member states and other relevant actors in search and rescue, including private vessels, and setting up the contact group on search and rescue to gather knowledge and promote cooperation. I'm now relaunching the work of this group, and the next meeting will take place before the end of this month. I count on the full participation of all member states and all other partners. This is a direct follow-up on the Commission's action plan for the Central Mediterranean that I presented to ministers last November, and that was also very much welcomed by the member states. Effective search and rescue will remain essential. What is crucial in the first place is to prevent people from embarking on dangerous journeys. We are working intensively on reinforcing our migration partnerships,
tuos laivus nesileistų į tos
transit and destination, to fight smugglers who will put lives at risk every day. And we are working to improve possibilities for regular legal migration so people can come safely to Europe for work and study. I truly welcome the recent agreement between the Parliament and the Council on the Resettlement and Humanitarian Framework Regulation, which create a common approach for bringing refugees in need to Europe safely and legally. Until it enters into force, member states will continue their current resettlement efforts, pledging 29,000 places this year, just over half for resettlement and the others for humanitarian admissions. And we are constantly looking for new approaches. Just yesterday, we launched a funding call to expand complementary pathways linked to work and community sponsorship, because the local community is the best guarantee for successful integration. And every refugee who can find a job with a business in Europe is one who will not feel the need to embark on an unsafe, dangerous journey. Honourable members of this Parliament, what we need most of all is an agreement on the pact, a truly European migration policy, to put an end to unsafe journeys and open up legal pathways. I'm confident we will continue to make progress and that with your help we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie. Nākamais runātājs ir Eiropas Tautas partijas grupas vārdā.
The next speaker for the EPP is Mr. Lenos. 2 minutes, please.
Mr. President, should humanitarian assistance be criminalised is the question of this debate. And no, of course not. There are many people around the world making sacrifices in order to help people in need, and their work should be applauded. So no, we should not criminalise humanitarian assistance. But should we criminalise crimes? Yes, we should. And it really is as simple as that. When crimes are committed, and they should be brought before an impartial judge, regardless of who has committed them. In the eyes of the law, everyone is equal. Nobody, not me, not NGOs, not humanitarian workers, should receive preferential treatment. Yet you argue that somehow some people should be above the law, and that when suspicion of criminal activities arise, they should be ignored or covered up for specific groups of people. And I don't think that's fair. Let me remind you, we are in the midst of a corruption scandal. It centres around an NGO. Should we not prosecute this NGO because we would be at risk of criminalising humanitarian work? Should the people working at this NGO not be investigated because we would be risking criminalising humanitarian workers? No, I should hope not. Crimes are crimes regardless of the perpetrator. And in the rule of law, they need to be proven in a court of law with independent judicial institutions to ensure due process. In Greece, people arrested under the Syriza government have been acquitted of their charges last week even. Because is it a crime to save lives? No, of course not. Saving lives is a legal duty, but first and foremost a moral obligation. And every death at sea is an unspeakable tragedy. So saving lives, of course, is not a crime. But forging license plates or documents is. Unauthorized entry into military zones is. Cooperating directly with smuggling gangs that turn human vulnerability into a multi-billion dollar business model, is a crime. And so is illegally intercepting communications from authorities or Frontex. And when such crimes are committed, member states have every right to investigate and prosecute them with full respect of the right of a free trial within a reasonable time, and we should support them in doing so. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds Eiropas.
Thank you. The next speaker
jest pani Sipel w imieniu grupy SD.
Thank you very much. We're talking about the criminalisation of humanitarian aid. People who courageously stand up for our values and our European way of life and save people from drowning. People who are showing civic courage to take on a job which should be the job of all the member states. This work that they do should deserve our support, but instead we're seeing the Italian government harassing rescuers. Other governments are making the boats go on longer.
Administrative Hürden sollen zudem die Arbeit.
And administrative burdens are making their work more difficult. Binda Saramedini and 22 other human rights defenders in Greece are being accused of membership of a criminal gang. Membership of a criminal gang? Seriously? What's criminal is the way member states are blocking access to their asylum systems, including by using violence against people who need protection. And what's the Commission doing in its role as custodian of the treaties? To close, let me repeat an appeal that I made in July 2019 in this House. Saving human life is not a crime, it's our duty, and it should never be criminalised. Thank you.
Thank you. For the Renew Group, Mr. Oetjen. Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner. Colleagues, why are we discussing this issue today?
Azért, mert Olaszországban
The government is trying to make life hard for people who are saving lives at sea. But that's scandalous. We're talking about this because NGOs have to take action in the Mediterranean to save people because there are no state. The people, NGOs, don't have to step in and do the work of those who should be doing. That is the states of the European Union. At the same time, we must do everything we can so that people don't actually embark on these journeys. And I think we need to have more legal routes to Europe. For example, within resettlement, which has been mentioned, where we have an agreement with the Council, finally, but we also need legal routes in the labour market. And as Liberals, we think this is a good instrument. That's a talent pool that people can apply to from third states so that they can come and work in Europe. And then we'll have less people taking these dangerous routes, less people dying. That would be an important contribution for more human rights in Europe. Thank you. Thank you. For the Greens EFA group, Ms. Strick, 1.5 minutes.
Checking someone's pulse before checking his passport is not a crime. On the contrary. Yet, Greek authorities made it one, cynically prosecuting 24 humanitarian aid workers for saving lives at sea. Helping refugees to settle is not a crime. Yet, the Italian mayor Lucano faces a sentence of 13 years behind bars for it. A Greek registration law hinders NGOs to do their work. The new Italian decree obstructs rescue activities by humanitarian organizations. And these governments fail to fulfill their national obligations themselves, but they sanction those who fill the gap. Commissioner, your silence leaves humanitarian workers out in the cold and encourages states to impose further restrictions. So I urge you, say out loud that this criminalization violates EU law. Enforce your guidelines on the Facilitation Directive and propose a reform to strip any ambiguity. And, of course, force member states to rescue and assist people in distress or desperate need for help. We must protect those who protect others. We must protect the rule of law. We must protect humanity.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds ID grupas vārdā Silvija.
Thank you. For the ID group, Ms. Sadoni, 1.5 minutes.
Onorevoli colleghi,
Colleagues, what criminalisation of NGOs are you talking about? Illegal immigration, I'm not saying this, Frontex is saying it, is actually made easier by the NGOs who are helping the snakeheads in the Mediterranean and also causing deaths at sea. You can talk and talk, but where is Europe? These refugees. Only 100 have been taken from outside Italy this year. Do we really want to talk about criminalised NGOs after Qatargate? It's obvious to citizens that some NGOs are really up to no good. There's also questions of money laundering that they're carrying out. And it's not just a question that's been raised in the European Parliament. In the Italian Parliament, we have seen a famous person on the left who is actually exploiting illegal immigrants as workers in his factories. But look at members of our party who have been put in court simply because they were trying to defend Italian sovereignty. And Luca Casarini is another example of this. It's good that some NGOs are being limited because we are against illegal immigration and against NGOs that help it, and we're proud to say that.
Thank you. For the ECR group, Mr.
It's incredible we have helping someone at sea. That's something that's sorted out in the law of the sea. But picking up someone, transporting them to a particular place which is decided upon unilaterally by the captain, that's not saving people's lives, that's human trafficking. That's a profitable business. You know these people aren't real refugees. The NGOs and the mafias know that as well. But the only one who seems to dare to say it is me, because you are clearly politically interested in promoting this failed multiculturalism. Europeans are suffering a huge series of problems, sexual assaults, shootings taking place, without even mentioning the problem of jihadist terrorists who are coming in through Algeria. It's important that people obey the law and that our young people and women can be safe on our streets. Let's have safe borders. If you are respecting the law, you can come in. If not, you shouldn't get a chance to do it. No mercy on traffickers, repatriation for illegal immigrants, and if NGOs break the law, they should be punished. If you don't know this, forget about it. We are ready and able to do it.
Thank you. Now, for the left group, Ms. Ernst, 1 minute.
Über Italien. Let's talk about Italy, shall we? For years, the Italian government has tried to harass search and rescue activists through administrative hurdles, court cases, and what have you. And the latest form of harassment is a decree on search and rescue, which is a suggestion that people should endanger lives.
That is to say that after search and rescue, immediately to port rather than picking up several victims in the same trip. That's inviting people to drown or to let people drown. Since when has it been right to ban search and rescue? And since when has rescuing people been a criminal activity? I'd like to have an answer to that question. Those of you who are harassing search and rescue people today, why are they out there on the sea? Because no one else is doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Italian decree is a violation of human rights, the law of the sea and European law. And Ms. Johansson, I expect action from you rather than just turning the other cheek. We have to act, and we have to act now.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Shadow-Boros.
Thank you, President. Whereas the left-wing majority of the EP believes organization of illegal migration is a matter of human rights, Hungary believes that it's a national security threat and accordingly treats it, and I can promise we will continue to do so. Illegal migration and the organization thereof is not humanitarian help. It's the worst you can do. The EU should acknowledge that illegal migration is dangerous. We shouldn't legalize it, neither organize it, but we have to stop this for evident security reasons. On the other hand, real humanitarian help is a priority for Hungarian foreign policy. International development cooperation is an important instrument to this end. We can tackle the root causes of migration in situ, and we can create economic opportunities in the countries of origin that make people stay. Instead of draining Africa, we should help this continent, after all. But in the future, we will continue to fight the organization of illegal migration. We thank the Meloni government and Mr. Salvini for their help.
Lena Dupont.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Dupont. Thank you very much, Vice President, Madam Commissioner. Nobody is above law. The law is neutral and doesn't decide between good and bad motives, and that's one of the basic principles of the rule of law. And that if there's an initial suspicion of a crime, it should be investigated. Criminals are subject to the law, and they enjoy also the protection and the independence of the justice, and that is the procedure has shown this. It's not the accused who've suffered so far. It's a very difficult balancing act. Saving people at sea is international, European, and national obligation, and also a moral obligation. But there's no discussion about that. Also, inter-European. Another obligation is misery and make a lot of money out of it. Between these legal, navigating these legal requirements is not easy, also not for NGOs. We need trust between states, common agreements. The basis of this must be that's sticking to the laws for states and other organizations and transparency.
Individuen eisen. De financiële.
The NGOs have to defend their.
Koriste neke dvostruke standarde, a to ne smijemo nikako.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lopez Aguilar, 1 minute.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner. It should be absurd.
Możliwe I dopuszczalne w Unii Europejskiej.
Criminalize humanitarian assistance, but it's happening because it still depends too much on member state legislation and the behaviour of member state governments, of national governments. The lack of a binding European framework and European legislation, this Parliament started with a tiny majority, just a 2-vote majority, backing my resolution calling for a binding framework and European
meerderheid zo'n kader, een Europees,
which would require.
Imma imbagħad ukoll
That also it attacked the way the mafias are exploiting people whose lives are at risk. So we need to do more. We need to have legal pathways, humanitarian visas, which we again adopted a resolution on in the last Parliament. I was a rapporteur for that too. Let me just remind you of the obvious. It can't be a crime to save lives at sea. It's an obligation under international law, and it should.
Spašavati život na moru, pa to je obveza u međunarodnom pravu.
Let's not stop until we do that, achieve it.
Would you take a blue card from Melchior Cannon? Oh, you are ready. So please, the floor is yours.
I'm not quite sure if the translation was misconstruing things. The resolution on search and rescue in the Mediterranean that we voted on in 2019 was unfortunately lost being adopted in the Parliament, as far as I remember, by a...
Bila usvojena u parlamentu, ako se dobro sjećam.
And now having colleagues in this chamber claiming that we must all follow the law seems hypocritical when the same member states are not acting to actually save lives.
Čini se da nisu tako kritične kada države članice.
The resolution that you mentioned in your speech was promoting cooperation with the member states. Was this adopted or was it unfortunately not adopted by this House? Thank you very much.
That is the point. It was unfortunately not adopted, only by 2 votes. A very tight vote was decisive in this particular case. My assumption is that most of the members which voted against should have a reason to rethink it, and particularly some who voted against must have a reason to be sorry about it, because there is the situation as you describe it. Some governments are doing their best and investing massive public resources to save lives at seas, while others are misbehaving grossly in gross despise of the importance of human life and their international obligations according to humanitarian international law, is precisely because of the lack of a European binding framework, which is the aim of that resolution. And my message is we shouldn't stop until we have the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Charles Goerens for 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The law of the sea is clear. You have to you have to help people who are in danger at sea. And it's unfortunate to see that member states of the EU cannot
di là della semplice repressione.
The standstill we're seeing in migratory policy in most of the member states is, I think, a complete scandal. We should now promote this little bit of humanity that we owe to those men and women who aren't allowed to reside in Europe. What we're seeing here are the schools and hospitals being destroyed in Ukraine. That should be criminalized. We should criminalize the fact that hundreds of Ukrainian children have been sent to Russian families. What we should criminalize is what's happened since the 24th of February. And we shouldn't be criminalize those who are helping others in danger.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Marquardt, 1 minute.
Ja, wir sind ja eigentlich in der Politik.
In politics, we are trying to make reality good. The reality on the external border is not just not good, it's terrible. We have people looking for security on our external borders are suffering, and many are dying. Many EU states on the external borders are not just not helping enough, and they're whipping up against those who are trying to help people in need. So what is this? What is this Europe, which is where people who are saving lives at sea risk jail? But that's what's happening at our external borders every day. But why? That is part of a strategy to put people off. This strategy is an attack on our rule of law. It must be punished more severely. People should be helped and not left in misery. And if we can't do that, we are morally bankrupt. Thank you. Ms. Ceccardi, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Look at the title of this debate, Criminalisation of Search and Rescue at Sea. Well, what does criminalisation mean, do you think? On ambulances, there are doctors who save thousands of human lives every day. But they, of course, have rules, protocols, procedures. Nobody would ever say that we need to remove any of these rules, because rules save lives. They help everyone manage our coexistence. Why should NGOs be an exception to this, those operating at sea? It's been scientifically proved that the presence of these NGOs at sea is an actually attraction factor for the refugees. Various universities have proved this. People have been delighted of the fact that NGOs are there so they can leave in less safe vessels and take more risks, increasing the risk of a shipwreck. A government's task is to protect its country. And Europe, he's actually doing Europe a favour, and people are putting him on trial. What the other people should be on trial, people who are encouraging people to take dangerous vessels and try to reach the coast of Europe. What we're doing is showing that European policies have failed. We need to go back to defending our borders and defending our citizens. Those citizens who think that this Europe is useless or
Mrs. Ceccardi, you have a floor for your group member, MEP Silvia Sardone. Of course, I fully understand why you have asked, but I will give a floor. You have a floor, Ms. Sardone.
Grazie, Presidente, non sono impazzita.
Thank you, President. Don't worry. I've not gone mad. I wanted to ask a blue card question to my colleague because someone on the left before mentioned reception. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that this person was found guilty by a court of law, and how did that impact? Thank you, Silvia, for that question. I can actually deal with some of the remarks that have been made in the House. Perhaps Ms. Streek and other people aren't aware of what's actually happening. Is it Mimmo Lucano was using money designed for reception of refugees and spent it on his own house? Unfortunately, this is something which people don't know about. That people are stealing. These people aren't actually helping the left's reputation in Europe.
Normally, I would suggest to use a blue card for the purpose what is expected to be. So, for the colleagues, and let's be collegial. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker is Joachim Stanislav Brudzinski.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, members of the House. Reinforcing the borders of the EU should be a priority. Given the situation, EU should be a priority. Given the situation in which illegal migration is being used for political ends, it is now a threat to the EU. Look at what happened, for example, on the Polish-Belarus border. We need to put more pressure on avoiding illegal border crossings and not just registering people who do cross the border. We need to avoid any solution that is going to be an incentive to people trafficking illegal immigrants. Compulsory relocation and that sort of thing are counterproductive. Immigrants and their traffickers to Europe instead of reducing migratory pressure. if we offer search and rescue missions for people coming to Europe, and if we offer special administrative procedures to this subcategory of illegal immigrants, then we are encouraging people to come here from third countries. And we are also feeding money to the trafficking groups who feed off these poor people.
Janina Ojčojska. We don't know if it would be comment or a question to you, so let's, Madam Ojčojska, you have a floor.
Dziękuję, panie wiceprzewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Mr. Brudzinski, I have a question about the Poland-Belarus border. There are 219 people have disappeared, 30 people have died on that border, and they're all mostly young people. Recently, a PhD student. I want to know if you think that that counts as protecting the border, and do you think it's a safe and legal migration? Do you think that it's sound to have built a wall on that border? Madam, every death is a tragedy, and in this case it was a two, and we should show respect for the dead. But let's be very clear, there's an awful lot of fake news, a lot of lies out there. Yes, you'll hear extreme cases of poor old Yusuf who is burning wood or swimming across the river Bug in eastern Poland to get into the country, or running away from the of them. Well, look, our border guards are protecting not just Poland, but also the whole of the EU from people who are sent by Lukashenko and Putin and paid for by them as well.
Thank you. Mr. Kuloglu, 1 minute.
Mrs. Commissioner, I'm not challenging your good intentions, but you know sometimes good intentions cannot prevent hell. And what's happening in different countries of the European Union is hell. We just heard the spokesman of hell, of Italian hell.
Je pekel. Mi smo sedaj slišali.
In my country, Greece, where it's hell that people that were solidarity, the expression solidarity with the refugees are judged as a criminal organization. It's hell that refugees, they just touching the wheel, they are condemned to 142 years in prison. We just managed last month to get out of prison refugees from Afghanistan. They got 50 years. And when the trial occurred, finally, the prosecutor said, why this guy is here? There's no a single evidence against him. He has stayed 2 years and a half in prison. And he tried to commit suicide. This is hell. And so, yes, I fully agree with you as your intentions, but do something concrete, you know, against hell. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamo runātāju Kolar Kungu.
I can't see Mr. Kolar in the chamber. I will therefore give the floor to Ms. Vosenberg-Vrionidi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Για μια ακόμη φορά
Once again, a certain political group is bringing the issue before us up to debate again. And it's nothing really to do with those states who are involved in this. My country, Greece, is trying to deal with these issues in a very responsible way in the European Union, using international law and the Charter of Fundamental Rights and respecting all of those. Greece is a safe haven for over 1 million people who have entered its territory. Between 2015 and 2022, people have managed to come to Greece, and large numbers of people from third countries whose lives were under risk at sea have reached Greece safety. We need to deal with the traffickers, but Greece was trying to do it alone because Turkey violated its duty to assist, as it was supposed to do under the common statement between the EU and Turkey in 2016. We need to rebuke Turkey for failing systematically to save people, and it's using their situation to try to extort money from the EU. We need to protect our borders legally, and what we need to do, the work that NGOs are doing, has been recognised by official authorities in Greece as they have saved lives at sea. NGOs, however, sometimes do get involved in illegal activities on Greek land and sea borders, and it's up to the legal system to deal with that. That's what the rule of law means. We need to make sure that these issues are dealt with properly, particularly those people who are trying to exploit this situation. It's important, therefore, that Parliament looks at this as it should do, i.e. respecting the law in the European Union.
Can you take a blue card from Tineke Strik? Floor is yours, Madam Strik.
Okay. Thank you. You just said that with Greece. So we all know that this EU-Turkey deal is not working at the moment because Erdogan doesn't take back any migrants since March 2020. Yet the Greek government declares asylum requests inadmissible if people have travelled from Turkey into the EU, because of the reasoning that they can go back to Turkey as a safe third country. In the Asylum Procedures Directive, it's made clear that this cannot be applied, this cannot be held against an asylum seeker if the country does not take someone back. So why then, if the Greek authorities know very well that Turkey doesn't take people back, why then still are those people not being examined on their merits?
Κυρία Στράικ, καταρχάς είναι...
Mrs. Strik, first of all, you're talking about two separate things. Greece has protested with Turkey because it's refused to take people back, even though it is a safe haven. That's very different from signing the joint declaration between the EU and Turkey. Turkey's never worked together for the fight against the traffickers. In fact, there's information that it's actually taking part in some of this trafficking, turning a blind eye. That's the position of Turkey vis-à-vis Greece, and the information that I have given you is something which isn't theoretical. We do have evidence to back it up. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Bartolo, for a minute.
Signor Presidente, Commissaria.
President, Madam Commissioner.
Lampedusa, la mia isola che vanta il mare più bello.
An island, one of the most beautiful in the world, and is now an area of suffering and death. Right-wing governments, through laws, are criminalising the people saving lives at sea. NGOs, and of course, therefore, worsening the situation. And let's not be fooled by the title that they're giving this, Management of Migratory Flows and Urgent Measures. It's extremely dangerous because it runs counter to international and European law. Helping people who are drowning is a duty as well as a legal obligation. Criminalising that is putting people's lives at risk. We need common responses. We need safe pathways into Europe, and we shouldn't simply try to criminalise people helping these people who are so desperate they're risking their lives. We can't be indifferent to this tragedy. Let's stop this slaughter. Let's do something about it now.
Mr. Bartolo, would you like to take a blue card from Madame Ceccardi? You just can take if you agree, so you can take a wait. Is it question or comment? We don't know according to the new system. Please, Madame Ceccardi, your floor is yours.
Onorevole Bartolo.
Mr. Bartolo, you're obviously ideologically motivated because you know that imposing rules on NGOs means that these rules will help migrants. Who is going to deal with the reception of these people? People have, in fact, as we've known, taking money that they shouldn't have had access to encourage more people to come over. It's not talking about saving migrants. We need policies in the country of origin and not taking everyone from Africa who wants to come over.
Posso rispondere?
You have a floor to answer, thank you.
Sì, grazie per...
Thanks for the question. Who should deal with this matter? We rather took it for granted that people have to come here in that way, and that's your fault. You caused this situation because these people are coming in this way because they were obliged to come in this way because of the conditions which we created in Africa, all of us. We colonized Africa, we've exploited it, we're still doing things like that today. We've created that unpleasant situation which is forcing people to leave. It's not a question of NGOs. Thanks to you, we weren't able to adopt that.
E allora ecco che dobbiamo dare a qualcuno il compito.
We really should do something about it.
Very much. I think answer is received. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Barry Andrews for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, and colleagues. One of the central arguments I think has been ventilated by the ECR and ID is that search and rescue carried out by NGOs is a pull factor for irregular population movement. And this is sadly also repeated by Frontex, who say that this has been done unintentionally. However, research has been done which demonstrates this is not true. Based on data going back to 2004,
Od roku 2014
Institute, the research found, and I quote, no relationship between the presence of NGOs at sea and the number of migrants leaving Libyan shores. The same holds true in the Eastern Mediterranean, in Spain and Morocco, where there was a 50% increase in population movement despite the absence of NGO boats. In fact, the only thing that changed when NGOs were not present was that the fatality rate increased. And I think what we should do in this Parliament is revisit the resolution of Mr. Lopez Aguilar and to wipe from the record of this Parliament and this mandate that shameful vote in 2019. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamajam vārds Damien Kareme kungam.
Next, Damien Kareme for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. We shouldn't accept that atrocities are committed in Europe. This never is part of the European constructions, where the human dignity, liberty, solidarity and fraternity are at the top of our list, because European law is being flouted. People are being doubted, are dying on our borders. Nobody can say they don't know. In the darkest periods of our history, we're trying to put citizens off. NGOs are stepping in for states. We are criminalizing these people who are defending our values. Madam Commissioner, we should combat these crime of impunity. We shouldn't allow our racists and xenophobes to dictate our policies. So instead of, we should make sure that these dramas aren't repeated. We need to have a quantum leap in our policies.
Next, Mr. Panzer for 1.5 minutes.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner. The arrogance of the left in this House seems to know no limits. They've gone beyond absurd. It's just become completely crazy. We were expecting a responsible debate on the role of NGOs in the light of what happened here just a month ago. But no, we're talking about how these poor old NGOs are being picked on by these states. Because In Italy, we have a democratically elected government. I know democratically is a word you don't like, as you've shown on more than one occasion, but it's tried to look at the real problems caused by the left. The Commission, where you're the majority shareholders, has made this 1325, the recommendation from 2020, talking about this safety at sea should be done at member state level. Marco Minniti, who's a member of the Democratic Party, signed that. But you want to hide the real facts. Italian legislation which you're objecting to is written by the left. That's a fact. More people leaving means more deaths. That is a fact. It's as if you don't have member states in charge of this. This is a fact. As Frontex has said, the left is using the NGOs as a bank to take money from third countries. Unfortunately, that is a fact as well. But outside this chamber, people know the truth. And in fact, some people have already started to say this.
Thank
you very much. Next, Mr. Nissen for 1 minute.
Herr ordförande, Commissioner Johansson. Om vi verkligen vill
Commissioner, if we really want to stop people drowning in the Mediterranean, then we have to change policy. We can't promise them the earth. We have more illegal immigrants in Europe, 46% more, in fact. So instead of rewarding illegal immigrants, we have to say that people who come illegally cannot claim asylum. That would be a very clear example to set. That would stop people drowning because we'd have zero tolerance. All boats that arrived would be sent back. That would be clearly communicated to transit countries as well and to the countries of origin where the migrants come from. They have to know that they have no chance to get into Europe. We don't want people to drown in the Mediterranean. We don't want tragedies. So now is the time to create a policy that actually does stop drownings.
I have a request for the blue card from Karen Melchior, but I see, Mrs. Melchior. So I know you're also on a catch the eye, so you already have asked one blue card. So you have to choose which one you would like to take. Okay, you have a floor now, so and I will reduce your opportunity for.
The dear colleague claimed that the Australian model is functioning and a success. Could you please provide proof for this? And also, if Sweden had applied the Australian model during the Second World War, my father would probably have been put on an island in Öresund, and I would not have been here today. Would that have been a success?
The thing now is the problem is that people are dying, and it's because of the politics we have now. So the people we can blame is the people who are supporting the politics now, because you have bloods on your hands. You making people die instead of saving them. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor now to Ms. Daly for 1 minute.
Thanks, President. The fact that some of the charges against Irish activist Sean Binder were dropped last week is incredibly welcome, but my God, how did we ever get to this place where 24 volunteers and activists were on trial in Lesbos in a case spanning more than 4 years? Not to mention the fact that a far, far larger number of innocent migrants are currently squandering their time in prisons in Greece, charged with the crime of helping other people, an obligation in international law. And of course, it's not just Greece. Italy too criminalises humanitarian work. Latvia has just levelled criminal charges against 2 activists for helping Syrian refugees on the Belarusian border. It's disgusting. There's no other word for it, and it all has the tacit approval of EU governments and the European Commission, who know that EU money is being used to fund repressive apparatus on Europe's borders borders, violating the human rights of vulnerable people fleeing wars and climate change that we caused in the first place. And the same companies that benefit from this destruction benefit from the borders to keep them out. This is your Europe, and it's a very dark place indeed.
Thank
you very much. Now, Ms. Guillaume, for 1 minute.
For some years now, we've seen the criminalisation of NGOs in member states. That the Italian decree marks a new step. This criminalisation will undermine humanitarian actors are already stepping in for the failure of the state. People dying at the sea don't dissuade people. This is a myth which has been disproved by the specialists. Humanitarian areas are taking more risks. It'll encourage the smugglers who will be the big winners from this. The only solution is to set up true European SAR operations, so NGOs don't need to do the work of the states or the Union. International law will be respected, as will humanitarian values.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Sullivan, for 1 minute.
Close and control. This is what the manager of Lesbos refugee camp last week told me was their policy for dealing with thousands of refugees. In a camp of barbed wire and shipping containers, it is a policy of a prison. Off the coast, illegal pushbacks of people in distress continues unabated. Locals and humanitarians in Lesbos recounted how masked men have been seen violently kidnapping refugees. Meanwhile, around 40 organisations work in constant fear of criminalisation. After the example was made of Sean Binder, Sarah Martini and over 20 search and rescue workers. Any new policy on migration and asylum must include protection for humanitarians and immediately end the vast prison camp system we have established on EU borders. As long as desperate people flee desperate situations, close and control does not work. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamā vārds Rob Roken kungam 1 minūtei.
Mr. Roken, for 1 minute.
We hebben het hier vanavond over de fundamentele leugens die ten grondslag liggen.
This evening, Mr. President, we're talking about the criminalisation of humanitarian assistance in search and rescue operations. And people are saying that this means that people shouldn't help immigrants. Large numbers of immigrants know that their vessels aren't seaworthy enough to reach Europe, so they want to be saved by NGOs and reach the coasts of Europe. They know that the NGOs are there and are happy to rescue them. This law, which ought to be used to save people at sea, isn't actually doing that. It's really human trafficking that we're talking about as far as these NGOs are concerned. And lots of these are financed by various donors, and they are basically promoting illegal immigration. We should put an end to that.
Mr. Evan, for 1 minute.
Kollegor, alla människor är födda fria.
Every human is born free, has the same rights and the same value. We should live as a community. You'll recognise that from the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Now, We're talking about criminalising people who are saving lives at sea. Is that in line with the Human Rights Declaration? Perhaps we should reflect for a moment. People
alla gente.
Saved. But the same people are arguing in favour of that than who would protect the human embryo as well. No one leaves their home and their family and their friends for fun. People do it when they have no choice, when they're under pressure. We should show some empathy, and perhaps it's our duty to help these people as well. This is where our priorities should be. What the Italian and Greek governments are doing is an outrage. We need a different immigration and asylum policy which respects international law. I know why the right wing is scared of this.
The next speaker is Madame Siski-Bricmont for 1 minute.
Thank you. Sean Binder, Sarah Mardini, Cédric Héroux, Walid C., Anouk van Gistel, Myriam Berg et tant d'autres ont fait...
And others are the object of certain processes. It's not normal to be persecuted for showing solidarity. It's not normal to be persecuted for saving people from drowning in the Mediterranean, above all, for having completed missions which governments should do and which shouldn't be necessary with a proper migratory policy. Acts of solidarity are criminalised throughout Europe against international law and the anchors, the values in our treaties. These heroes are the saviours of our continent. When our governments and the European Commission will they assure the protection of those who respect our values and human rights? Where will the Commission, as the guardian of the community, will take action against member states who are criminalising human aid workers?
Paldies. Nākamajam vārds Emanuela Fragos kungam vienai.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Fragos, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. We're talking about an organised system where they are basically dealing with issues which are dangerous to the states of Europe. We need to look into these NGOs and who actually lies behind them. In Lesbos, people have been arrested for spying and other crimes, but it seems that they were signalling to Turkish smugglers that the time was right for them to send another vessel. There has been some interventions here, and there have been requests for certain changes to be made. But we are talking about illegal migration, we're talking about fraud. These NGOs are undermining the rule of law in Greece. They are exploiting human misery, and they are a cancerous growth in our country, and for our people.
Paldies. Nākamajai vārds Tereza.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Mig, for 1 minute.
Sorry, we don't see it. It's a KGI. It's not blue card, what you registered. So, sorry about that, sir.
Saving lives is not a crime. Fragen wir uns bitte heute hier eine Sache.
Let's ask ourselves one question. What message is criminalising search and rescue at sea? Banning civic courage, banning fleeing to another country, banning claiming asylum, banning the examination of that asylum claim. Human rights don't just have a theoretical value, they are always valid. and they should have been valid for 10,000s of people who died in the Mediterranean. People die when you have pushbacks, when search and rescue is bad, where European law is violated. We're asking for solutions. Legal routes in would be solutions. Not stopping people coming over here would be a solution. Allowing people to be rescued would be a solution. But criminalising people who save other people's, that is not a solution. We have to meet the duty of saving people lives. So free the defenders, free those search and rescue people who are being dragged before the courts. Next speaker, Ms. Herzberger-Pfeffern of 1 minute.
Thank you, President. At the moment, there's about 26 million refugees in the world, half of them children. Many people are fleeing because of war, famine, persecution, but also because of their sexual orientation or their gender orientation. One thing is clear. These refugees want to have a new existence elsewhere. What a disgrace that the NGOs have been taken hostage and the criminalisation goes in front of human dignity. We shouldn't see these thousands of coffins. We're having a criminalisation of humanitarian aids. NGOs are obliged to contravene the law. Are we calling on people to drown? When the law is blocked, we need to stand up against a situation which is against our values. Every human being has the right to be received with dignity.
Now we have a catch the eye procedure. Actually, normally, during one point in agenda, we are not speaking 2 or 3 times, but I have 4, and this is very political debate. I will give we have on the list 4 persons. I will give to all of them floor. I will start with Mr. Stelios Kimporopoulos. I tried my best to.
Thank you, President. Once again, there is an attempt to criminalise the people who are trying to save lives in Greece. We need to protect our borders, the borders of Europe, and at the same time we've been saving thousands of people's lives. The NGOs who are carrying out work with migrants need, of course, to work in line with European legislation. These bodies, these NGOs, need to respect the human rights of the people that they rescue. It's important that their activities are completely legal, as we'd expect for any legal or natural person to do. Instead of simply flinging around accusations, what we need to do is try to come up with a practical European solution to this, which is based on the principle of solidarity, respects the law, and allows us to have a proper burden sharing between member states. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Next speaker is Dominic Ruiz de Vesa.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. 24 people on the island of Lesbos who have been accused of facilitating illegal immigration into Europe. A study in this parliament said it was the biggest case of criminalisation in the history of Europe, and the High Representative's office in the UN called for the charges to be dropped. This isn't the only time, unfortunately, that this has happened. We are now seeing how the hard-left government in Italy is trying to, with its new decree law, to make the work of NGOs more difficult. It's not regulating things, it's simply trying to make the lives and the work of these NGOs more difficult. And also, these governments are also forcing people to return. We've seen it in Greece, we've seen it in Croatia, Poland. So, Madam Commissioner, the Commission needs to do something. The European law is being violated by these governments. both in NGO criminalisation, which is a rule of law problem, and also these systematic forced returns. Please do something. Please open infringement procedures against them.
Next speaker is Ms. Karen Melchior.
President, for giving me the floor again. I would have wished that the Member States and the Council Presidency were here this evening. I would wish that they had listened to Commissioner Johansson in her introduction, because there we have all of the solution. But the Member States are not here, and for more than a decade they have not acted. Today we've listened to colleagues holding up legislation as a shield and defending criminalisation of humanitarian assistance. We need to save lives at sea. It is an international obligation, and it is a tradition for seamen at sea. Barry Andrews underlined that rescue at sea does not pull people out to sea. What pushes people out to sea is a lack of legal pathways. We must act now and agree on this migration package so that we can stop people dying in the Mediterranean. And we must not criminalise the humanitarian organisations that are filling the gaps that the Member States are leaving open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Ochowska. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję, Pani Wiceprzewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Vice President. First of all, I'd like to support what was said by the previous speaker, and I won't repeat that. I created a humanitarian organisation, which was the first in Poland, in fact, and for 30 years I worked in many different countries, Bosnia, and, well, I won't go through the list. I'd like to say that helping people is legal. If we had an idea of the extent to which the governments are corrupt and compared that to
du niveau de corruption des gouvernements par comparaison,
I think the NGOs would come out of that comparison better. Usually they're really idealistic people running them and accusing them of criminal activity and criminalising them the way that the Polish government is doing, particularly on the Belarus-Poland border, goes against the basic values of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We are closing KHDI procedure, and now I would like to give a floor for the Commission to Commissioner Johansson. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this important debate. Today is the 18th of January. It's the very beginning of the year, but according to IOM, already we have seen 30 lives lost in the Mediterranean. Rescuing people is always both a legal and moral obligation. Many are involved in saving lives at sea. Navy and coastal guards, but also fishing boats, merchant vessels who help people in need, and NGO vessels also plays an important role. Humanitarian assistance to save lives should never be criminalised. The Commission will continue to follow closely practical and legislative developments in all Member States to make sure they stick to European norms.
Låt mig avsluta.
We need to do everything to prevent people from embarking on dangerous journeys in the first place by stepping up the fight against smugglers and working together with our partners along migratory routes, those that are already preventing tens of thousands of departures every year, effectively saving lives. But that is not enough. We need to invest in more and broader legal pathways, migration for work and legal pathways for refugees through resettlement, and also humanitarian admission. And what we need most of all, and I would like to thank you that have stressed this during this debate, is an agreement on the pact. We need a true European legislation and a true European legislative framework for an orderly and humane migration and asylum system. I call on you all again to reach an agreement before the end of this mandate. I know we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and debate is closed on this point in agenda. Nākamais darba kārtības jautājums - debates par cilvēktiesību
Now we move on to the next item on the agenda, debate of topical and urgent importance, dealing with democracy and the rule of law. And first of all, we'll be talking about the humanitarian consequences of the blockade in Nagorno-Karabakh, and the first author is Ms. Kaljurand.
Lūdzu, Kaljurāns kundze.
Yeah, please go ahead.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, on the 15th of December last year, I made a statement as the chair of the delegation for relations with South Caucasus, expressing concern by the actions of the Azerbaijani state authorities and purported environmental protesters. I urged Azerbaijani authorities to end the blockade of the Lashin corridor and fulfil its obligations under the trilateral statement of the 9th of November 2020. More than a month has passed, and Azerbaijani inaction has led to a severe humanitarian crisis, including one death. 120,000 Armenians live under effective blockade. Hundreds of families remain separated. People are deprived of essential goods and services. Children do not go to school. And recently, we witnessed a new wave of high-level inflammatory rhetoric, calling to discriminate against Armenians and urging them either to take Azerbaijani citizenship or to leave Nagorno-Karabakh. These statements and inaction are inappropriate for a state that considers itself EU's reliable partner. I urge Azerbaijani side to respect its international commitments, to end the blockade of the Lashin corridor and humanitarian crisis, to provide unimpeded access of international organizations to Nagorno-Karabakh, and to start negotiations on a comprehensive peace agreement that must guarantee all rights and security to the Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. I would like to thank the co-authors of the resolution and encourage the House to adopt this resolution unanimously. And finally, I would like to conclude on a personal note and address Azerbaijani officials who have started a witch hunt against me personally. I want to tell you that you will neither frighten me nor silence me. Your attacks expose your weakness. You have gone below low, but I will not go low. I will follow Michelle Obama's example. When you go low, I go high. Thank you.
Paldies. Nākamai vārds Natālija Loazo kundzei pusotrai minūtēm. Autorei.
Ms. Loazo for 1.5 minutes. 38 days since Nagorno-Karabakh is cut off from the world. Food and medicine is running short. Families are separated from one another. 38 days in which words mean nothing. Russia says that it is peacekeeping in the Lachin corridor, but actually their soldiers do nothing, and the only thing that Russia is doing is keeping this poisoned conflict going. They say that there's no blockage, but that there are militant ecologists there. President Aliyev treats the population there as he treats the rest of Azerbaijan. But where is he going to put this blockade in on his own people? He's just said that anyone who doesn't want to live in Nagorno-Karabakh as Azerbaijani citizens can leave. So it's not even a blockade. It's more than that. It's more than blackmail. It's ethnic cleansing that he aspires to. And what are we doing, we Europeans? Nothing. Worse than nothing, in fact, a pitiful declaration made by a special envoy in which he reassures Baku our observers have nothing to do with what's going on in the Lachin corridor. I'm ashamed that the Commission President called a country that is organising deliberately a humanitarian catastrophe a reliable friend. It's a real case of hear no evil, see no evil, say no evil. Let's not delude ourselves. This is not a symbol that we want for our wisdom, but rather it's a symbol of our cowardice.
Nākamajai vārds autorei von Kramon Taubādel kundzei.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. von Kramon Taubadel.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, violence only promotes more violence. The best time to end the century-old hate in Nagorno-Karabakh was 30 years ago. The second best time is now. Why should the Caucasus be a land of hostility when it can be a land of prosperity? Imagine all the possibilities. A train running from Baku to Yerevan and beyond. Old friends who became enemies becoming friends again. Investments flowing freely and fairly. Prosperity built on the solid ground of cooperation, not hate. For this to happen, 120,000 Armenians who endure an inhuman blockade must be allowed to live in peace and without fear of ethnic cleansing. Azerbaijanians who were forced to flee should be allowed to return to their homes peacefully. An honest peace deal can never be brokered by Russia. Russia creates chaos only to benefit from it. Instead, the EU can and should bring sustainable peace to both countries, because it is our European value and interest to see the peaceful and prosperous Caucasus. Thank you.
Nākamajam vārds autoram Bertjan Ruisen.
Thank you. The next author is Mr. Ruisen. 1 minute, sir.
Voorzitter, beste collega's.
President, colleagues, the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh is getting worse from day to day. Lack of food, medicines, power cuts, rationing of basic foodstuffs, and all this because of the blockage of the Lachin corridor by these so-called militants. It's clear that is Azerbaijan which is behind this. Recently, Azerbaijan attacked Armenian territory. All this must stop. It's clear that Russia doesn't expect the 2020 agreement, so we should take our responsibilities. We should send more European observers. We should put more pressure on the Baku government, and we should insist for a de-escalation and that peace negotiations are launched with clear guarantees for the population of Nagorno-Karabakh. Neither the Caucasus nor the EU will gain from a new escalation.
Thanks very much. Ms. Michels is our next speaker. 1 minute, please. Another author.
Meine Damen und Herren.
President, members of the House, we agree that Azerbaijan's blockade of Nagorno-Karabakh is something that we should condemn. But even in 2020, the Red Cross already said that the prisoner exchange and the ceasefire and the celebrations of a victory in Baku were not going to lead to a resolution to the conflict. Russian troops in the Lachin corridor won't either. People are freezing and are hungry in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they need an air bridge, be it from the EU or Russia. The EU should stop double standards. We should remove that from our arsenal, because we know that gas from Azerbaijan is owned by Russians, Everyone knows that Azerbaijan didn't escalate this conflict only on the 12th of December. If the Commission and President and Mr. Borrell want to be able to look themselves in the mirror at night, then they're going to have to prevent this human
ratkaistava yhdessä Etyjin ja
CE. European reservations because of gas deliveries from Azerbaijan would be a shameful excuse.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heischel is our next speaker. 1 minute.
Dear Commissioner, the ongoing blockade of the Lachin corridor, which is the only way to connect Armenian people from Nagorno-Karabakh with the Republic of Armenia, is deeply worrying. The EU has to call on Azerbaijan to take all measures to allow the free movement of people and humanitarian goods through this corridor. The humanitarian situation in the region, already aggravated by the disruption of the gas supplies, further worsens and can soon be transformed into a humanitarian catastrophe if the blockade doesn't end immediately. Around 120,000 people don't have access to essential goods and services such as medication, food and fuel. We have to strongly condemn the blockade of Lachin corridor and urgently call on Azerbaijan authority and the peacekeeping forces deployed in the region to respect and implement the trilateral statements from 2020 and to ensure that access through the corridor remains open. We know that both countries, and especially Armenia, are far from being satisfied with the implementation of 2020 ceasefire. They should undertake genuine negotiation to find a sustainable and peaceful settlement that would ensure fair and lasting peace and stability in the region. But in the meantime, Lachin corridor needs to be reopened and now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Groschel. 1 minute, please.
Dear colleagues, the blockade of Lachin corridor has a humanitarian as well as geopolitical consequences for the stability and security of the Southern Caucasus. Azerbaijan's aggression on sovereign Armenian territory in combination with the Nagorno-Karabakh blockade are following the pattern we have witnessed in the past in the Balkan Wars and also in the tragic war of Russian aggression in Ukraine. With these acts, Azerbaijan is in a breach of the UN Charter and preventing any possibility for a comprehensive peace agreement which must guarantee the rights and security of the Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh, the return of all displaced people and the liberation of detainees, in order to ensure lasting peace between the two nations. This is why Azerbaijan must immediately reopen the Lachin corridor to enable freedom of movement and ensure access to essential goods and services, release all detainees and fully withdraw its armed forces from Armenian sovereign territory. At the same time, the international community should negotiate the replacement of Russian peacekeepers with international peacekeepers under the UN mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Ms. Gregorova. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, what is the problem is quite clear. The current blockade of Nagorno-Karabakh leads to many people being left without the basic needs, causing a severe medical situation, risking starvation, and endangering any agreed commitments. Whatever the reasons for the blockade, no protest should deny Nagorno-Karabakh residents their access to freedom of movement and necessary goods. Moreover, in line with its commitments, it is Azerbaijan's responsibility to ensure that the Lachin corridor's strategic road remains open, whether genuine environmental concerns exist. I insist that Azerbaijan refrains from undermining the corridor's functioning and allows for the unhindered movement of goods and civilians. And I urge both countries that only continuous peaceful dialogue without sabotaging can lead to consistent peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Frangos. 1 minute, please. Thank you, Mr. President. If we have natural disasters, floods, fires, earthquakes, we would have a response, but we can see the torture of hundreds of thousands of people I'm pleased that the majority of the House has recognised and condemned the dictatorship in Azerbaijan, which is imprisoning various people who are against it. If there was a proper democratic situation, the rights of the Armenians would have been respected and things would be different. But unfortunately, there's three choices for Armenians. Nagorno-Karabakh. They can abandon their identity, they can leave, or they can share the same fate of what happened in 1919 in Turkey to the Armenians. The saving of the Armenians by an air bridge is the very least that we should be doing. We should be doing that by the end of this week. Thank you, President. Thank you very much, says the President. Mr. Castaldo is our next speaker. 1 minute, please.
Commissioner, in Nagorno-Karabakh, the guns are currently silent, yet the war is far from being over. Indeed, after the previous criminal attack to Armenia, we are now seeing one of the worst sides of the war, with a hateful blockade since 38 days of the Lachin corridor from fake Azeri eco-activists that is putting the lives of thousands of people, of children, of women and fragile persons at risk, not due to bombings or gunshots, but to starvation and hindered access to medicines. We must seriously step up our efforts for stopping these atrocities. First, our monitoring mission should have the mandate to enter the Lachin corridor immediately for verifying what is happening on the ground. Yerevan has already granted the access to its territories, and we demand Baku to do the same without any further delay. Then we must be proactive in ensuring that the affected population receives the necessary humanitarian supplies, organising immediate lifts to the region. If the Baku regimes deny access, we have to stand ready for adopting a set of adequate, strong sanctions targeting those responsible for these atrocities. Dear colleagues, in this context, any attempt to undermine access to food amounts to a war crime. We have loudly denounced that in Ukraine, and we must reaffirm that in the same way in Nagorno-Karabakh. When the lives of people are at risk, there is no space, not even a single inch, for double standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, we start the catch-the-eye procedure. I have 5 speakers on the list. And the first speaker would be Peter van Dalen. The floor is yours.
Voorzitter, de blokkade van de
President, the blocking of the Lachin corridor is a scandal. 100,000 people are blocked. No food, no medicines. The sick can't be transported. Gas and electricity have been cut off. This scandal is partially provoked by the EU with our gas deal with the dictator in Baku, which has been stepped up. Mrs. Valium.
Este acordo que só vai prejudicar o
We should create a air bridge to the region. Sanctions should be placed on Azerbaijan. We can't talk to the dictator of Baku. Only sanctions will put him in his place.
Kostas Mavridis, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. For over a month, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh with Armenia and the outer world has been blocked by self-proclaimed environmentalists from Azerbaijan, joined now with Azerbaijani military personnel. This blockade has led to severe humanitarian crisis for over 120,000 Armenians who stay there with no food, no fuel, no medication, and they call that their home for over 2,000 years. This humanitarian crisis was further aggravated by the disruption of natural gas supply. This may be another resolution in the European Parliament, but we have another crime committed by Azerbaijanis in the making. And for over 120,000 residents in Nagorno-Karabakh, including 30,000 children, 20,000 elderly, with no food, no medicine, no schooling, this debate may be their only window for salvation.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Jordi Solé.
Thank you, President. Blocking access to Nagorno-Karabakh and depriving 120,000 Armenians living there of access to essential goods is an act of barbarism. Doing so under the disguise of alleged environmentalist NGOs is an act of cynicism. And doing it by cutting off the Lashing corridor is a mockery to the trilateral ceasefire statement of 9 November 2020. People in Artsakh have the right to live in peace, in dignity and security in their own places. It's time to reach a peace agreement that guarantees the rights and security of the Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh and settles its final status, taking into account the will of their own people. The EU should step up its involvement to reach such a final deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Silvia Sardone.
L'Unione Europea ha dimenticato.
The EU's forgotten the sufferings of the Armenian people, is ignoring the humanitarian crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh. No one's thinking about the 120,000 Armenians who live there. Schools and kindergartens are being closed because there's no possibility of giving food to the children. Supermarkets are running out of food, they're almost empty, there's no more medicine, no more fuel. Hospitals are having problems too. For how long will the people be able to continue to exist? The Armenians, as I said, have been forgotten because they can't stand up to the alliance between Azerbaijan and Turkey. Will the EU have the courage to call for the respect of their human rights and firmly condemn what's going on? Let's hope so.
Next speaker is Miriam Lexman.
Dear colleagues, for over a month now, Aliyev regime-sponsored groups who pretend to be environmental activists are blocking the corridor between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. As a result, the humanitarian situation is becoming dire. Basic food and medicine are running out, and even fuel is in short supply. Many lives are in danger. The strategy of the dictatorship in Baku is clear. However, also we bear responsibility for this situation. For years, we have neglected the Caucasus region. Because of our energy deals, we have even shut our eyes to the human rights situation in Azerbaijan and Aliyev's aggression against Armenia. In this time, we need to invest in serious diplomatic effort to help solve this decades-long conflict, work with our partners to establish an international peacekeeping mission, and provide immediate humanitarian aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are closing Catch the Eye procedure, and I would like to give a floor for the Commission to Commissioner Vălean. Commissioner, floor is yours.
President, honourable members of the European Parliament, the EU has been closely following developments around the Lashing corridor since the beginning of December 2022. In a statement issued on 13th of December, the EU called on the Azerbaijani authorities to ensure freedom and security of movement along the corridor in line with commitments deriving from the trilateral statement of 9th of November 2020. Restrictions to such freedom of movement are causing significant distress among the local population. The EU is increasingly alarmed about the negative humanitarian impact resulting from the lack of food, medicine and other essential goods and medical services, in addition to regular disruptions to energy supplies and telecommunications. The EU's humanitarian funding for 2022 amounts to €3.6 million that has been entirely given to ICRC, being the only partner on the ground able to access Nagorno-Karabakh. The programme focuses on two areas for its intervention: economic security, which includes programs to provide conflict-affected people with material and financial support to help them meet their basic needs. Second, actions against weapon contamination, with programs to ensure conflict-affected people are aware of the dangers posed by mines and explosive remnants of the war, and how to safely behave around these. The current situation is not sustainable and creates tensions that run contrary to the much-needed confidence-building efforts. The EU reiterates that other concerns can and should be addressed through dialogue and consultations with parties involved. It calls for a return to negotiation and for the mounting pressure on the civilian population to cease without further delay. The EU stands ready to contribute to all efforts to build confidence and to address concerns through facilitation and dialogue. Thank you.
Paldies. Esmu saņēmis 5 rezolūcijas.
Thank you. I have received 5 motions for resolution to conclude this debate. The debate is closed. The vote will be tomorrow.
Då har vi nästa punkt.
On the agenda is the storming of the Brazilian democratic institutions. I'll give the floor first of all to the authors. First of all, Ms. Leitão Marques, for 2 minutes.
Não vamos deixar.
We won't let democracy be torn from our hands, as Lula da Silva said in the Planalto Palace after he'd been receiving support from all of the governors of Brazilian states, chairman of the Supreme Court and the Chamber of Deputies. At this time of broad consensus of Brazilian society, we can also add the comments of the international community and various world leaders. The imitation game that the pro-Bolsonaro movements in their copy of the attack on the Capitol in the US show how similar the methods the extreme right uses are. Failing to recognise the result of a democratic election, spreading fake news through social media, and trying to promote extremist ideas and try to encourage these kind of events. It's a sort of anti-democratic virus which is being spread, and Europe is not immune. This situation, once again, shows how important it is to have broad global cooperation when it comes to guaranteeing a democratic digital model. Colleagues, when I saw the images of the damage and the vandalism that was being carried out in the Brazilian Senate wasn't simply, I realised, an attack on Brazilian democratic institutions, but on the historic memory of the country as well. We need, of course, to make certain that the people who carried this out are identified and punished, but also who was behind it, who financed all of this. We know that impunity can corrode a democratic society, and let's hope that this resolution and the unanimous condemnation that occurred at the same time as these events occurred shows that Parliament's solidarity with the Brazilian government and its legitimately elected President Lula da Silva is still valid. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to another author, Ms. Rafaela, minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's obvious. Democracy is under attack worldwide. And let us begin with condoning the storming of the democratic institutions in Brazil, because that's awful and that's really bad for our democracy worldwide. And what I see here is a pattern. The US Capitol, the prevented attack of the German Bundestag, and now Brazil. And this is a pattern, this is a dangerous trend. And what I also see here is that it's the anti-democratic Trump playbook to undermine our democratic values. That's what's happening here. And we need to prevent that these damaging strategies are basically implemented here in Europe. By protecting other democracies, we are protecting ourselves. And this is why we need to enforce strong legislation. Take, for example, the Digital Services Act, but we also need to develop new legislation to make sure that fascism, extremism cannot spread around and that we prevent radicalization. It's not the question if it happens here in Europe, but I believe that nowadays it's the question, when will it happen in Europe? And that's a very confronting question. So, we should support Lula and his government and the democratic institutions in Brazil. We need to support the investigation that's now going on in Brazil, and we need to cooperate with our democratic allies in the world to make sure this will not happen to other democracies anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor as Ms. Cavazzini for a minute and a half.
Yeah, dear colleagues, if you play with fire next to a haystack, don't be surprised if the thing catches fire. If you spread lies for months and months about the electoral system that is broken and the elections that will be stolen, don't act like if you're surprised, if those democratic institutions are literally catching fire. So I say to you, Jair Bolsonaro, that the storming of the democratic institutions in Brasilia is your personal responsibility. With your attacks on democracy and its defenders, with your lies, with your spreading of hate, and your attempts to divide society. Democracies are not only under threat in Brazil, right wings are also attacking them in the US, in the EU, elsewhere. And the right-wing playbook, like Samira said, is always very similar. They spread fear, anger, fake news, with the help of social media platforms, which those are built on algorithms which prefer spreading polarizing hate. Let's counter this with our democratic playbook. We need to do everything in our power to strengthen independent media, foster civil society, boost education, and regulate big platforms here and in Brazil. Today, we in the European Parliament, we stand in full solidarity with the democratically elected government in Brazil and in full solidarity with all the Brazilians who are defending
с всички бразилци, които защитават демокрацията.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ms. Matias for 1 minute.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. The violent attack of the extreme right on the 8th of January on the democratic institutions in Brazil is part of a pattern. A year ago, it was the capital. Now it's Brasilia. It's the same battle for protecting democracy. So we want to make sure that there is an impartial, speedy investigation into all of this to identify whose responsibility for what happened, including the people who were financing and instigating this behind the scenes, and also the state actors who didn't intervene to stop it. We want to express our profound solidarity with Lula da Silva, the democratically elected president, and with his government. And we will be looking out very carefully. We know that the end of the coup has not definitely happened yet, that things are still going on with all of the violence, discrimination, murders and attempts at destabilisation are continuing. On this side of the Atlantic, we can see that Bolsonarismo is still there and is still trying to foment crime.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Mr. Tech for 1 minute.
Buenas tardes. Good evening, everybody. Well, everyone seems to agree.
Piekrītu tam, ka ir jānosoda ļoti
The violence which occurred in Brasilia on the 8th of January with the attack on the state buildings which represent a democratic state. We should all condemn that quite firmly and hope that there will be a fair trial for everybody who actually took part in that. Nevertheless, I don't remember anybody talking about 2017 when Lula's followers attacked and burned 3 ministries in Brasilia. 3 ministries were burned in Brasilia by followers of Lula. Mr. Lula, who founded the Sao Paulo Forum, the great narco-communist network in biggest one in Latin America, which is now trying to undermine all democracies, along with Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro isn't known as a great Democrat who reached power through a peaceful means. And he was working with Lula
con un po' più di chiarezza come
that democracy is being jeopardized by the Sao Paulo Forum founded by Lula. That's the real threat to democracy there.
Nākamajam vārds Javi Lopes kungam vienai minūtei.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Parliament today wants to show its complete support for José Ignacio Lula da Silva, the elected president of Brazil, after some free and fair elections, and express our solidarity after an unprecedented attack in Brazil's democratic history on the main powers and institutions of the country. An attack which also has the same pattern, the extreme right pattern, trying to delegitimize institutions, as well as the lies, the fake news, which were pushing people. The same thing happened in Brasilia last weekend. So we can see that investigations are now going on, looking for the guilty parties, including those people in the security forces who, by omission, didn't intervene and allow the attacks to happen, as well, of course, as looking into the financing of these demonstrators. We are happy to work with the new authorities in Brazil, because now Lula has brought Brazil back into the world, and it needs us just as Brazil needs Lula.
Paldies. Nākamajam vārds Jordi Cañas.
Thank you. Mr. Cañas, now 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you, President. Obviously, the European Parliament is condemning the storming of the democratic institutions in Brazil and wants to back Brazilian democracy. It was an unacceptable violation of the very essence, the symbols of Brazilian democracy. And it's good that we are doing that in Europe. Separatists in Catalonia, not in 2018, tried to storm democratic institutions in Catalonia. And we saw what happened in the capital last year. But we shouldn't just talk about supporting Brazilian democracy, which of course we should do, but we need actually to move to cooperation and economic relations with Brazil. And to do that, we have an instrument available, the Mercosur Agreement, an instrument which isn't a problem, as some people say, it's the solution, because to meet the challenges of democracy, Mercosur is vitally important.
Anna Miranda kundze.
Thank you. Ms. Miranda, now 1 minute.
Brazil went onto the streets to defend democracy in scenes, an attempt to overturn a president. Supporters of former President Bolsonaro entered illegally and vandalized 3 buildings representing Brazilian democracy. The right to carry out demonstrations have to be carried out within the law, of course. Political differences, as Lula said, can never justify criminal acts or lead people to question the results of democratic elections. In the European Parliament, I want to repeat my confidence in Brazilian democracy, in the power and strength of its people, and its standing out against fascism and the right, and trying to work in favour of peace in the world. Democracy has come back to Brazil. Democracy has come back to Brazil. Brazil has had a lot of sadness and anger, and Lula is in charge again, and that's a very good thing.
Matteo.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Gazzini, 1 minute and a half.
Obrigado, presidente, colegas.
Thank you, President. Let me tell you a story of a people, the story of a country. The Brazilian national anthem, about how the voice of liberty was shouted loudly in the sunny fields near the Ipiranga River, the first lines of the Brazilian national anthem. We managed to gain our liberty with our powerful arm and our strength, risking death itself. Brazil is powerful by nature, and the grandeur of the country is what's going to guarantee